How are you?
This meeting is being recorded.
We're going to get started here pretty soon. We're just waiting. Got some IT challenges, so please bear with us. We'll be starting pretty soon. Good morning. Want to welcome everyone to the Utah State Board of Education and Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Governing Board meeting today. This meeting is being streamed live, but again, we want to welcome everyone with us today. And on the safety side, if there's an emergency, we exit these doors here on the east. You go right in the hall, and you can go right or left, right outside the building. Restrooms are also just out these east doors and in the hallway. We also want to recognize and express our appreciation for, I think we've got one state trooper here that helps us with our meetings. Welcome. Hopefully you learn a lot about Utah's public education today. But thank you for your service. We have all 15 board members present. We're not going to do a roll call. We want to excuse Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. He's not with us today, and hope the best for him. Let's get right into our agenda. Ask Board Member Lear to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Next, we'll have our board member message. Member Straight, are you used to sit there, and then I know you moved over here. Okay. Yeah, you turn your, and then just so that we all know this is streaming, and then we absolutely have to be close to our mic so people can hear, and especially me. So, thank you.
Thank you. Where's my, oh, there's Jeff. Thank you. Wow. So I am super excited to share this message with you today, and I actually changed my message 3 or 4 times, but I've been contemplating with anticipation the opportunity to share a few thoughts. And the emphasis that I would like to place today is on joy. It's all about joy. Next. So Spencer Cox, who is now our governor, Governor Spencer Cox, said in an op-ed for the Deseret News back in 2020, when teachers lose the joy of teaching, students lose the joy of learning. And as I thought about this idea and this concept, I think back to those defining moments in my own life. And one of them was the realization very early on in my teaching career that I needed to find the joy in it. Now, I put two phrases up here, teaching with joy and joy of teaching, and I actually view those two statements just a little bit differently. And to the right, you'll see a picture of a young man. This is right after World War II. That young man is an orphan. This is in Austria. And he has just received a new pair of shoes, and a photographer was able to capture that event. To me, that picture exhibits real joy, real joy. Now, when I think about teaching with joy, that's what I do as a teacher, and that's what teachers do. And when I think about the joy of teaching, it's what comes back to me as a teacher. The joy of teaching is what we see in our students. And so I think that emphasizes what our governor meant by the joy of teaching. And as I attended our public hearing here recently on the 22nd, that's the one message that I really wanted to share with those who are anxious about this coming school year. This is now our second year when there's been lots of anxiety coming in the year. But there's joy out there, and boy, the message that I would like to share for teachers is that we want you to have that joy. Next. All right, now you can see this teacher does even a better job than I can of expressing the joy of teaching and the fun of teaching, fun and joy. And this is actually a USBE video. It was only posted like 5 or 6 days ago. I was like the fourth view on each one of these. But this series, which is produced by USBE, is called Teach with Joy. And you ought to look those up. I like to go into the website and search through and find little things and learn a little bit more about what we do. So if we could play that video. Uh-oh.
Matter the content you are teaching. That lesson or that day in class can be fun if there is a culture in your classroom of supportiveness, of laughing at ourselves, of making mistakes. Fun. Even if it's apostrophe rules that we're learning that day, we make fun through our relationships and through the dynamic in the classroom. We're writing poems right now, and I'm gonna all over the school sidewalks, so the poetry comes. That kind of thing. How can I take this content and puzzle or a challenge? Ultimate challenge, but also really a joy of teaching. I did something. How they fit into it. On a bad day, I can go home and say, I know that what I'm doing has meaning. I know that it has an impact on the world, and I don't think there's anything more useful, more meaningful that I could be doing with my set of skills.
So I hope everyone will take the opportunity to go in and look at those videos. There's a series of them, and they're excellent, from some great educators from around the state of Utah. So I don't know if anyone noticed this, but the street that's right out here, it goes right by our office here at USBE. I see Board Member Cannon. She knows what street it is. It's Cesar Chavez, actually Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard. And Cesar Chavez was the leader of a labor union. And the farm workers union in California, they were the ones that staged the grape boycotts in the 1960s. And Cesar Chavez, when I talk about Cesar Chavez in history class, he becomes an inspiration for many of my students. Once social change begins, it cannot be reversed. You cannot uneducate a person who has learned to read. You cannot humiliate the person who feels pride. You cannot oppress the people who are not afraid anymore. We have seen the future, and the future is ours. So this painting brings me joy every time I see it, because this was produced by one of my students several years ago. Can't remember, I think it might have been 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And they created this as part of an assignment where everyone had to choose someone that they admired, and they had to create something. And they could choose what they created, and this student decided to do this painting. And they talked to the class about how Cesar Chavez had made a whole new world possible for them. Or not just him, there were others, but that he was a big part of that. When we see our students grow, when we see them be successful, it brings us joy. Okay, so this scrolls across. Okay, students who see themselves reflected in their school's curriculum. Now, this was a Hispanic student who saw themselves reflected in the curriculum of the classroom. This is the positive effects that research shows us comes to a student who sees their connection, who sees the curriculum as reflective of them. They feel safer. They get better grades, are more likely to pursue going to college, and have higher self-esteem and lower rates of depression. It's all about joy. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Next, we will have employee recognition. Superintendent Dixon.
Well, good morning, board members. This is so strange to actually stand at the podium and be with you all in person. I love it. It's awesome. I am so excited to introduce our Employee of the Month to you. Cassidy, do you want to come up? You were that close to a getaway. When people have been noticing Cassidy as our Employee of the Month, people will walk by and say, yay, it's Cassidy. And that's because she has such a great reputation, both inside our organization and outside of our organization, for her amazing work. I'll just tell you a few things, and then I'm going to read a little bit about from her nomination form. So from the moment I met Cassidy, I noticed that she was a problem solver and always willing to just lean in and say, let me help you with that, or let me try to figure this out. For those of you who've been on the board a bit, you might recall that we engaged in design thinking. And we invited everybody in the office to this 2-day training. And it wasn't something we did according to position or your role. We just said, everybody who's interested, come and join. And Cassidy inspired all of us as she engaged in this training and just really started thinking, the trite phrase is thinking out of the box, but really trying to think about ways to improve service in our office. And she really was a role model for all of us to be willing to lean in. We've had new employees come and go. She's the first to volunteer to help with induction. But here's a specific reason, all of that loveliness about her. And here's a specific reason that she was nominated. So think about our licensing team. They've been in the building the whole time. They're on the front lines. We have people coming and going. And there's a lot of processing of materials and information. And we get physical and digital licenses from a variety of places. And late in December of 2020, our access and our ability to retrieve from one of those very large major distribution centers was just not connecting correctly. And we were just unable to retrieve the transcript. So think about the stress for a teacher trying to get licensed and having that stop. So Cassidy figured it out. And she just said, I am going to crack this code and I'm going to figure it out. And she took on the responsibility and really confirmed all the data errors and figured it out and got everything pushed through. So there was a bottleneck of about 200 transcripts that she had to go in and manually figure out how to get those out of the system. So this is our Cassidy, and she just not only has the willingness to do anything she's asked, but more than that, she's the first one to lean in and say, I think I can figure this out. Let me do this. She's brilliant, and she's funny, and she's kind, and she's just one of those people in our agency that is such a value add and makes everybody feel joy when they're around her. So thank you, Cassidy. We're really proud of you. Congratulations. And just a reminder, she gets a certificate suitable for framing. And normally I would have that in front of me, and that's probably my error that I didn't grab that. She gets 8 hours of admin leave. I challenge you to find time to take that. And a parking space that even if Chair Huntsman parks in her space, I will come and ask him to move.
Oh, I can do that. It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't think we have any new employees or do we have new employees? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought you said no.
No,
Well-
we have 19. No, I was like, no, you can go ahead.
Okay, Michelle Watts.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Watts. I'm the HR Director for the State Board. And we'll go through the new employees. There are 19 new employees that have been hired in June and July. So Tiana McCall, school-based mental health specialist from St. George, Utah. Patricia Stevens French. She's the K through 6 math and elementary GT specialist from San Francisco, California. Alexandra Ellerman, program specialist for adult education from Salt Lake City, and previously worked at Utopia as an administrator at Horizonte Center. Jerusha Devinson, IT Analyst 2 from India, and previously worked at the University of Albany. Atina Coley-Mells, STEM Executive Secretary from Long Island, New York, and is a recent graduate at the University for Peace. Prakash Timilsina, IT Analyst 2 from Nepal and Louisiana, and previously worked as a software developer from Intralocks. Blake Pope, Virtual Services Technology Specialist from Blackfoot, Idaho, English teacher. He was previously an English teacher and tech specialist for the Weber School District. Katie Jones, Special Ed Licensing Specialist from California and Springville, Utah, was previously the Innovative Learning Coach in Alpine School District. Christy Roach, UPAC attorney and an investigator from Arizona, and previously worked at the Utah office of the Guardian ad litem. Angela Toscano from Utah and Iowa was previously an instructor at the University of Iowa. Janice Siegmiller, she's a school improvement specialist and previously worked as the educational coordinator of clinical experiences at UVU. Kelly Bruce Glenn from New Orleans, Louisiana, previous work as a BTS art program coordinator from Weber State University. Jessica Ponchmara, food distribution program specialist from Sandy, Utah, previously worked as a procurement operations specialist for Nicholas & Company. Patrick Hawkins, chief information security officer from Wichita Falls, Texas, previously worked as an information systems security manager. Natalie Fisher, UPIP specialist from Centerville, Utah. She previously worked as a special ed teacher for Ascent Academies of Utah. Hannah Wally, child nutrition specialist from Northern California, previously worked as a child care licensor for the Utah Department of Health. Katie Fairchild, legal assistant 2 from New Park, Germany, previously worked as a judicial assistant for the Utah 3rd District Courts. Savannah Whitney, executive secretary for special education from West Jordan, Utah, previously worked as a supervisor for Marriott Vacations Worldwide. Elise Newey, child trust education specialist from Northern California, and previously worked as an empirical legal research fellow at BYU. Welcome to all these new employees, and I love to see the diversity and people from far and wide across the globe. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Michelle. Next, we'll invite Alan Griffin, our curriculum content specialist. You want to introduce our... Did I miss?
Alan Griffin, Curriculum Content Specialist. The Utah State Board of Education emphasizes and promotes its vision to see that all Utah students are prepared to succeed and lead by having the knowledge and skills to learn, engage civically, and lead meaningful lives. It's long advocated volunteer service through its membership in the Utah Commission on Service and Volunteerism, and is a certifying organization for the President's Volunteer Service Award. Ellie Vogel is a junior at Waterford School. She has spent 100-plus hours in volunteer service to earn the Bronze President's Volunteer Service Award, which is signed by President Joe R. Biden. On behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to present this award to her and then turn a couple of minutes to her to tell about her experience.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ellie Vogel. I first started volunteering about two and a half years ago. I started at a nonprofit shelter up in Park City called Nuzzles and Company. You know, a great place to start, just play with some dogs for a couple of hours. I also volunteered at the food bank, doing a couple of shifts whenever I had time to pick one up. Then COVID hit. Both of those opportunities went away, and I was trying to find something to do somewhere I could volunteer out. I knew the medical field needed a lot of help, and so I wanted to be able to give my help and time whenever I could. The first place that opened up was the American Red Cross, and I knew that there was a blood shortage. There has been one throughout the entire pandemic, and I started working there about a little bit over a year ago. And after that, then I started looking. Once school started, I wanted to see if any hospitals started opening up. I knew that they also needed a lot of help. And so the first one that ended up opening up was St. Mark's. It opened up in about December, so I started working there, and that's been amazing too. It's been super rewarding. Red Cross, it's a little bit harder to see the immediate help that, like the immediate, oh my goodness, like, I don't know how to say this. Like, it's hard to see how my work is helping other people, but I know that I keep seeing the news, like I know that it's still a problem, and so I know that my help is doing something. At St. Mark's, it's a little bit easier to see the effect. I help people that are in a super stressful situation. I work at the waiting room for the operating room and for the ICU. So the people that I'm working with, they're really stressed out because their family members or their loved ones are either in surgery or in the ICU. And so just kind of helping them, giving them updates, assuring them that a delay does not always mean that something is wrong. That tends to be something new that people didn't know. And just seeing that I can help them de-stress a little bit is really nice. And it's really rewarding. Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
You can see she's a committed volunteer. She's going to be doing it for a long time. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Ellie's mother, Candace, do you want to stand up?
Ellie, I believe one of the strong attributes in the state of Utah is volunteerism, and I know some of us that are in rural communities, that's how we make things happen, from ambulances to fire departments to search and rescues, but it's scattered throughout all of our states. So I appreciate your example and your continued example moving forward. So thank you for your service. I did miss artwork, but we'll do this after we cover our Purple Star schools. Ben Rasmussen, are you going to take point?
Thank you, Chair. I am Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. It's nice to be with you today, board members. Usually I'm talking to you about somber matters that aren't much fun to discuss, but I'm happy to be talking to you today about a fun program, a great program that we've instituted in Utah now, and we're happy to honor some schools today that are doing some exciting things. So just to get started, I want to remind you the Purple Star Schools program requires the schools involved to do a few things so that they can be recognized as helping our military families. And this was something that we enacted in one of our rules about a year ago. And each of the schools that we're going to honor today has to do 5 basic things. They have to have a designated staff member that military families can contact for help with their transition issues. They each have to have a student-led transition program, a team of students that will help new students that come in help them make friends, help them get oriented with the school, everything like that. That's done by students at these schools to help the new students get established. They each have to have a web page that has family resources for these students. They each have to have staff professional development so that the teachers and the staff at the school know what the rights are for military students and can help military students and their families out. And then they each have to have special projects that they do to make military families feel at home. This can be assemblies to recognize and honor military families. This can be passing local resolutions that support the troops and the families, providing volunteer opportunities for military families to help out at the school. Each of these requirements has to be met to get these distinctions. Before we announce the winners, go ahead, Jeff, next slide. I do want to thank a few groups that have been very instrumental in helping us to get this program established in the state. First off, you'll see we're going to have a few schools, 5 schools, I think, from Davis School District that are going to be honored today. Superintendent Newey and the school district up there have been very active in supporting this program and encouraging their students, their schools to apply for this honor. I think you'll see more schools from Davis in the future, as well as hopefully from other districts in the future, get this honor. But we want to thank Davis for being active in helping this get started. The Department of Veterans and Military Affairs has been great in helping us get this established. They've kindly donated some plaques that we're going to present to these schools today, and have been Brian Garrett and Gary Harder with this department have been great in helping us get this established. And we also want to thank the leadership at Hill Air Force Base, who has also been very supportive in encouraging schools to be involved in this program. We have...
I called Candace and she said, unless you're donating over $25,000, just do it as a business. Put it on your
We
credit
have
card.
Colonel Thomas Osherman, Lieutenant Colonel Summer Lewis, and Wesley Flynn here from Hill Air Force.
Any
Base.
charitable
They've also
donation. She
brought
said
an
because your
award or
accountant can
distinction
write
to
off up
provide
to
these
$25,000
schools.
without having it itemized. But if we,
Hey, hang on
we
one
just need to
sec till
know
we get
probably
this.
how much our tithing is, and if we wanted to make like a big chunk donation all at
Well,
once.
thank you,
But
Ben. It's
honestly, for
real
like the
important for us
food and stuff for the
because
boys,
people are streaming,
it would be way.
or this is
too-
streaming
if I do
that we get everyone's names.
So,
Okay, let's try it.
okay, so I think we're good to go. So if we can invite the leadership from Hill up, Superintendent, if you'd join us, Gary, we'd like to honor the 14 schools that have qualified to be Purple Star schools in Utah's first group. Jeff, next slide. So the first 6 schools that we're going to recognize are with the American Preparatory Academy. I'm very impressed that APA has had all 6 of their campuses submit the paperwork to qualify to be considered Purple Star schools. I'd like to invite Catherine Findley and Dan Bazan. Did I say that right, Dan? Okay, they're here on behalf of APA to accept the recognition today, and so we'd like to congratulate APA. Okay. Let's, next slide. From Davis School District, we have Central Davis Junior High. Is Lori Humphreys here? So Lori Hawthorne is from Central Davis Junior High. From Hillfield Elementary, we have Doug Forsgren. Going through Jeff. From Monticello Academy, we have a group here. But we have Ryan Williams, Dane Roberts, Anna Long, and Haley Goslin, who RSVP'd from Monticello Academy. Looks like they're coming up here. From North Davis Junior High, we have Tyler Pohl. From North Layton Junior High, we have Edward Campbell. Is Edward here today? Doesn't look like he's made it yet. From Ogden Preparatory Academy, Debbie Deem. From Syracuse Arts Academy, Lynn Owens. And from Woods Cross High School, Deanne Kapenatoff. So congratulations to these schools. We just want to thank them for the great work they're doing for our military families. Maybe we can get a photo with all of them along the wall here. Oh, we're going to take them outside. That's probably even better for your work, but we want to thank you for letting us make this presentation here in board meeting, and again, thank these schools for the great work they're doing. Okay, we're going to invite Gary Harder from the Department of Veterans and Military Affairs.
Thank you very much for the recognition. Really, thank you for all the schools, for the things that you do for military children and in your schools overall. My wife's a teacher, and I know what you all go through each and every day, especially this past 18 months that we've been doing. I'd also like to thank Ben, really, who's been honchoing this for the MIC-3, the Military Children's Compact, and for the things that he's been doing with the Purple Star schools over. He's a terrific partner. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair is also a member of the Employer Support to the Guard and Reserve for many, many years, and he works with those guardsmen, he works with those reservists when they come back from deployments, and works with those employers. But mostly I really want to thank all of you as well. The Air Force put out a study about a year ago, and they looked at their 150 plus bases that they have across the country, active, reserve, National Guard. We have two of those bases, the Salt Lake Air Base for the Utah Air Guard down here right by the airport, and obviously Hill Air Force Base. They rated them on a number of different things. One was K through 12 education, and they also looked at military spousal licensure portability. So for a lot of military spouses, that's teachers as well. 3 bases in the entire country came up as green, their top rating in both of them. 2 of them that we have here, both of them were green in both K through 12 education and the military licensure portability. That's not lost on any of us. We know the great work that y'all go through, the tough decisions that you have to make all the time and the whole bit. But from our department and the Utah Department of Veterans and Military Affairs, for all the children, for all the families, for the military leaders that are here from Hill Air Force Base today, we just really want to say thank you for your efforts that you've had in the past and for the continued efforts that you will have in the future to support all of those military children and their families. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Wasn't that exciting? Okay, we will go on and go to our artwork. Kathy, are you ready? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. I appreciate this opportunity. The artwork that you see on the walls in the boardroom right now was purchased more than a year ago, just before the pandemic put a soft closure on our schools. This is from the Utah High School Art Show that is sponsored by the POPS program through the Springville Museum of Art, and contains art from students from all over the state. During the past year, art did not stop. Art kept happening in our schools, and our students participated, and the Springville Museum was able to host another art show, and the board participated in purchase of 4 pieces of art that we will present to you today. We've invited the students to present their work. Some of them could not be here, so second, third, fourth best is me, and I will do my best to present their work. You need to get close to this piece to really appreciate it. This is by Emily Elgin from Timpview High School. and it's called A Day in the Life. One thing I love to do with art is to incorporate emotion into the pieces I make. I made this picture out of 5,400 colored plastic beads. I made this to experiment with making the human face out of things other than a pencil and paper. I want people to look at this piece and feel happy. I'll invite Lindsay to come forward and present her work.
Wow, I have not seen this piece in so long, like in person. It's been quite a while, so it's really fun to see it again. This is my biggest painting I've ever done, and I kind of underestimated how much time it would take and how much paint it would take. And so, and I had a deadline, so I ended up spending days and days, just hours on end, just painting, like straight hours. And I ran out of red paint, halfway through, so. But it all turned out, and I mean, look where it is now, like, this is crazy. So, but I think my favorite part about this is my favorite part about the meaning of it is really that there is no meaning. It's just a silly painting of, this is my brother and then my cousin wearing the glasses. But it's kind of cool because you can make your own story out of this. Like, you can decide, is this guy the detective and is this his friend, the professor, or, where are they going, what are they doing? And, it's all up to you to make the story. And, well, right now I took a picture of them on a motorcycle, so that's why I called it motorbike shenanigans, because I wanted you to see that they were on the motorcycle. But, yeah, it's all up to you, so you just decide the story, because, yeah. Anyways, so thank you so much. I don't know who decided who would come here. Like, I don't know who did the judging, but thank you to whoever did, because this is crazy, so thank you. Okay, I forgot to mention, I'm from Weber High, and my teacher is Mr. Wilding, Darren Wilding. So, yeah, he's awesome. Okay, thank you.
By some fluke, we chose, or the board members chose 3 pieces from the same teacher, from the same school, from Weber High School. And that was done blindly. We didn't know that happened. This piece is by Emily Nelson. I don't think Emily made it. I will read her statement. The reference pictures I used for this painting are of my younger sister Elise playing the flute. This painting is special to me not only because of the bond I share with my sister, but also because I play the flute as well. The flute is a beautiful instrument, and I really wanted to show that in this piece of artwork. It was a great opportunity for me to practice foreshortening as well as painting portraits. I believe I improved in both of those aspects with this piece. I'm proud of the colors and detail I was able to achieve on the flute. I hope that others can see the beauty that I was trying to get across. So, Len, would you come forward, please?
Hi, everyone. You all look so nice. I'm Solen Songer. I'm from Weber High, and I'm so honored to be here. A bit about my piece. I created this artwork, Sun and Shadow, afternoon class because theater and art and dancing is really important to me and to my family. And my mother actually grew up doing ballet for many years, and she danced for ballet, Bountiful Ballet for a while. And so I went to Bountiful Ballet and I took these reference photos of some dancers that were kind enough to pose for me. And I really created this piece as a way to immortalize what dance means to me and what it means to my family. And me and my sister grew up doing dance for many years. And yeah, it was really interesting and fun to make. And I painted it like all in one night because I'm a teenager and I forget about deadlines. And so I did it all in one night, like the night before it was due. And my teacher was like, wow, so can I give you a couple critiques? And I was like, no, this all happened in one night. I'm not touching it again. Like, it was 2 a.m. and I'm done. So, yeah, it was really fun to make, and it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to my family. And and I'm really happy that it was able to come here. So thank you all for taking the time to have me here.
Thank you to the students and to the board members who participated in the selection for the purchase. For each of you in your boxes, I will place a catalog of the most recent show, and I will also place a catalog of another project that Springfield Museum of Art did. It's called Up Close and Far Away. It is a very touching and emotional set of artwork that students did related to their experiences through COVID. And I hope that you will find that is something that you'll want to look at. Our Jeff Ojeda upstairs has composed some music that will background to selected pieces from this, and that piece of art and music together will be premiered at the Springfield Museum on September 8th. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We're a few minutes ahead of schedule, but we're just going to still move forward here. Our next is our public comment. We showed it on our agenda starting at 10. So as I call out those that are to share their comments, if they're missed because of the scheduling, we'll circle back at the end to make sure they have an opportunity. Public comments are going to come to you, board members, some of it through Zoom and also in person. 2 minutes. And we're going to flash a 30, what, are you going to do a 1 minute or just the last 30 seconds to wrap it up? And we, yeah, we'll try to give that cue through this. We request those that are in public comment to be mindful of the others that want to try to get their comments in. Okay, we're going to start off with, it's Zoom, through Zoom, D. Gray with Nicole Mason, who's also on Zoom on deck. D, are you with us? Okay, let's try Nicole Mason with Christina Bogus, who's in person. Nicole? Okay, we'll circle back. Christina? And then Dr. Michael Anderson, you're on deck. We just, yeah, that's turned on.
Okay, so I need to be clear today that I'm speaking as an individual and a taxpayer. I will send you a confidential email for context. Please read it. I intend to be bold this morning, so hang on to your seats. I have had more education and training in CRT theory, praxis, and application than most attorneys. My latest master's degree included ample instruction on the theorem and how to install and apply it. And if it was the intent of this board to eliminate and prevent the application of this ideology from Utah schools, you've failed in a catastrophic way. I'm not sure who actually wrote this rule. It appears they misled and lied to this board about its effects in real-time education. It's my opinion that they should be terminated because they really are not that good at their job. To believe the language that was put forth to debate was anything but worthless, I think personally is delusional. However, if it was your intent to install CRT theorems, praxis, and pedagogy within our institutions, you did a great job. Kudos to you. Just be clear and honest with your constituents. Don't lie to them. And that's why I'm here today. I feel the public has been lied to. You've received many comments in public comment. I read all 357 pages of it, saying to clarify the language in the rules so that it will not be misconstrued as giving license for community members to attack the credibility and livelihood of educators. I am an educator. May I be frank? The credibility of our teachers and administrators in this educational season should be attacked. Their credibility should be questioned, and they should be held to account for what is in our schools. I distrust the Utah education system so much that even though I work for it, I won't give you my own children. This system harassed, neglected, and abused my oldest child, and I will make any sacrifice necessary to protect my younger children from Utah public education. Transparency in education is vital. It's in your own educator standards, and to write a rule that violates your own educator standards, in my opinion, is asinine. Who does something like that, really? The very training you mandate is in violation of Utah laws, and I know because I looked it up, and nobody caught it. And regardless of where I stand on this issue, the people of Utah elected you to do a job. And regardless of what I think, the voters are watching, and in my opinion, this board is acting like cowards. If you want one, own it. If you want the other, own it. But don't lie to your constituents. Thank you.
We'll invite Dr. Michael Anderson with Nicole Christopherson, who's also in person on deck.
Thank you for this opportunity, esteemed members of the board. I am speaking about public educator licenses, in particular, my petition to get one. Board Rule R277301.5 says, a licensed applicant who has received or completed license preparation activities inconsistent with this rule may present compelling information and documentation for review and approval or denial by the superintendent to satisfy the professional educator license requirements. When I presented Sydney Dixon with my transcript for my doctorate in mathematics, I feel that was compelling evidence for a professional educator license in Utah. When she rejected it and said I was deficient in pedagogy, I took 32 credits of mathematics pedagogy through Western Governors University and asked again for my case to be considered for a professional educator license. When she denied that and said I was deficient in student teaching, I turned into her the year of teacher reviews that I received from my teacher mentor and my principal at the school where I work, Discovery Academy in Provo. And when she responded to that the board rule only applies to those who have extenuating circumstances, which the board rule does not say anything about extenuating circumstances, only compelling information and documentation. I do have an extenuating circumstance in that my program for a license at Western Governors does not allow student teaching to be done at a therapeutic school, which is where I work. So I would have to quit my job for 4 months to do student teaching in order to go from my associate license to my professional license. So with all due respect to the board, I would like to have my petition considered for a professional educator license. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Nicole Christopherson, who will be in person with Melissa Moore here on deck on Zoom. Nicole? Are we being able to be heard in the overflow? Yes? Okay. Not getting Nicole. Melissa Moore, are you with us on Zoom?
Yes,
With
I am.
Laurel Fitzer, you're in person, that's an in-person on deck?
Can you hear me?
Jerry, we're not getting any of our Zoom people who want to speak in public comment.
Can you hear me?
Oh, she's here in person? No, she's not. We don't hear it.
Okay, we're going to come back to the Zoom. Laurel Fitzer with James Sullivan on deck.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I was prepared 2 weeks ago and didn't get the chance, so I'm grateful for this time today. I just want you to be aware that in the Murray School District, we were introduced to equity this year, and we, as parents, did grandma requests that cost us over $3,000 to find out all about equity, critical race theory, intersectionality, and comprehensive sexuality education. We believe that this should not be part of our education in Utah schools, and we believe that this new rule that you have proposed does not do anything to change this teaching that is trying to come through. I've looked at Natalie Klein's new rule, and I think she has a lot of definitions, pages and pages that help us have boundaries that keep our children from getting this information put into their schools. I urge you to look at her or accept her rule or change your rule. In many places, I have about 6, I'll email you those, that you could modify to make more clarity in your rule that will keep our children from having this this theory taught in our schools, in the primary and secondary classes. I'd just like you to know that we have a parent who has a second grader who was best friends with a little black boy. He's a white little kid. And when they started teaching anti-racist education, they started not being friends. And the little black boy called his friend a racist and it started bullying him and has ruined the friendship. Now, if that is what the role is in improving diversity in our schools, then it isn't good. And we need to look at it and make sure it doesn't happen. So please do your best as representatives for our state.
Well, next we'll have James Sullivan with Sophia Anderson on deck. Is James an in-person? Okay. Sophia? Then we'll have Kelly Jones on deck.
Hi, my name is Sophia Anderson. I have 4 children. We live in Salt Lake. Like many parents this last year, I've been trying to figure out and connect the dots about where the poison of CRT and equity and these Marxist ideologies are coming from. And a couple of weeks ago, I submitted several grammar requests. Now, before I submitted these requests, I knew that I would find horrific, worrisome things, but I was not prepared to find what I did find. It's our children are being sold out, and you are doing it. I know what's going on behind closed doors now. Superintendent Sydney Dixon, you are complicit in ushering in CRT in our schools, and we won't have it. I will not allow it. Through these grammar requests, I am seeing what you're saying in private, and it's not what you're saying in public, and it's not okay. You have been given a special sacred stewardship over our children, and you are not honoring it. Now, I have records. The public has a right to all of these records. Sydney, you are saying things that are, no, I'm going to speak, I'm sorry. You are saying things and doing things that are harming our children, harming the next generation and our society. There are statements made.
Sophia, your time's up.
There are statements in these meetings that are defaming
Last sentence,
Natalie
please.
Klein. I am going to post every single gramma that I have received on AIM, Academic Integrity
you.
Movement.
That's your last sentence.
I
Thank
want
you.
every single
Your 2
parent
minutes
to
is
go
up.
to that website
Please
and
respect
find
the
out
time
what
and
is
the
happening
opportunity. There's other
on this
people that
board.
have
You are
something to say. So
you are
yes,
elected.
yes, you're
you are
asked to-
elected by me. No,
You're
you
being
will
excused
be
right
held
now.
accountable. Go
Thank
to
you.
AIM, Academic Integrity
you're
Movement. You
Pastor.
will find every single grammar, and you'll know what everyone on here is doing. Thank you.
Next, we will have Kelly Jones. Thank you.
I'm here today as a teacher and as a parent of 3 students in Davis School District. I'm concerned as I read over the latest amendments to the rule that they would strip the rule of its intent, which is to support and help more students. The main goal is to support and train our amazing teachers on a topic of vital importance, equity and inclusion. The rule is on the right track. We must give teachers the support that they need to learn, which means sometimes they may not immediately get it right on the road to getting it right. We have to make it possible for this learning to happen and for these sensitive but important topics to be taught. Teachers must know that their administrators will stand with them when their methods are questioned and demeaned by parents, much like today. This is happening. This will happen. Instead of arguing over semantics, I ask the board to adopt the rule as it stands today, while offering a provision that protects teachers as an addendum. Teachers are wary right now. As an educator myself, colleagues have reached out, afraid to speak for their own interests because of the political climate, but determined to continue to teach in a thoughtful and broadening way. I am still hopeful that we can have a genuine discussion about what we need in this rule, because our students need us to see beyond the noise and do what it takes to ensure that they have access to the best education possible. The very people who will be taking this training are feeling that the topic is off limits. Please send them a message that you will have their back as they learn. We cannot afford to lose these good teachers. They are doing a tremendous job for our students. My students need and want access to a well-rounded education, and they must have it if they are going to succeed in the job market. Please honor the autonomy of teachers to be able to craft culturally engaging and informative lesson plans. We know our students. We're with them every day, and empathy is a huge part of what teachers model in the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have
Zoom test 1 2.
plan in person, and then we'll move to back to the Zoom. Kirsten here.
I'm on Zoom.
Well, while you're
Can I
on
speak?
Zoom, Kristen,
I'm on
why don't you
Zoom.
proceed?
Yes. Okay. Good morning. Regarding this rule, I want to be clear that all want more emphasis. All I want is more emphasis placed on involving parents in education and training. Statistics show us over and over that children are more successful in schools when their parents are involved in their education. As such, we request the supportive amendments to focus on involving parents rather than excluding them. In the present proposed rule in section 3, number 2C, the rule mandates the districts establish professional learning communities, which forces the family and parents to the sideline as spectators. This is not acceptable. The word professional in this line should be struck, and the learning community should absolutely include the parents as partners in education and the person in charge of their child's education. Parents should not be asked to co-parent with the government, the teacher, the principal, or the district. To this end, I support Member Natalie Klein's amendment as a framework moving forward. Parents should be in the driver's seat, and her amendment does the job. Parents should be the steer of this community as their child's advocate and representative. We are thankful Member Klein put forth language that clearly identifies parents as partners in education and not barriers to overcome. Finally, in the present proposed rule in section 3.2i, the board attempts to bypass parental consent when they command that teachers be trained in defending freedom of association. This keeps secrets
30
from
seconds.
parents in the interest of a student's free agency, regardless of age. Again, parents are partners in education and the head of all educational rights for the minor child. I'm thankful for Member Klein clearly defining freedom of association in her amendment, and for these reasons, either defending freedom of association should be struck from section 3.2i, and freedom of association should be defined as in section 2. Klein's amendment put forth. Thank you for your consideration in placing more emphasis on involving parents.
Thank you. Next, we'll have this, and this will be Zoom. Harmony Vanderhulst, are you with us? And then I'll go back to the list. Harmony?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. D. Gray, you're on deck. Okay, Harmony, please continue.
Okay, my name is Harmony Vanderhorst. I'm a Utah Parents United representative from Southern Utah. I would like to address teacher accountability. In late May, Utah Parents United sent the board over 100 pages of testimonials from parents of teachers promoting the ideologies listed in the prohibition section of the current version of R277-238. Many have been reported to the UPAC and nothing has happened. Allowing this under the guise of the marketplace of ideas is unacceptable. There are some things, ideas, activities, and behaviors simply not appropriate for K-12 education. For example, we do not show pornography to school children. Why would labeling children's character based on skin color be any different? For example, a 14-year-old white male being asked to stand on a chair and own his privilege, being told, "You are an oppressor just by being born with white skin." Any objections to this? Well, one might say we are just discussing ideas. This type of teaching is harmless role play. It was not presented as factual. Is the board okay with this exercise? What if it were the other way around? Let's ask a 14-year-old black girl to kneel at his feet and admit her oppressive status. Shocking, isn't it, when we think about it in the reverse? Where is the teacher accountability in all this? Where are the guardrails
30
for rogue
seconds.
educators? It is clear this rule is clearly lacking and by our own agent's admission won't prevent these events from taking place in schools. We ask that the board adopt Natalie Klein's amendment as a foundational framework to address this issue moving forward. And I would like to add that I definitely reiterate this, that there definitely needs to be some more changes to this rule. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have on Zoom Dee Gray with Nicole Mason on deck. Dee? We're not hearing you. Are you muted?
My name is Dee Gray. I was born in Salt Lake City in 1982. I graduated from Murray High, then Dixie State College, and later the University of Utah. I have 3 kids. I've lived, worked, played, loved, and lost in Utah. I am trans non-binary. I am a Utahn. Suicide attempts rates among trans youth is a staggering 41%. Studies show that to get trans kids' mental health outcomes to equal their peers, all we have to do is accept them and let them live as their authentic selves. However, our school board is considering amendments from members that will ban the teaching of specific topics, which include empathy, cultural awareness, inclusion, and diversity. Why are we banning kindness when kindness is so incredibly effective at saving our children's lives? It's time for Utah to bring back kindness. It is nice to not laugh at your friends because they have spinach in their teeth, but it is kind to discreetly inform them in order to reduce further embarrassment. It is nice to only hear a history that is comfortable, but it is kind to hear the struggle that many of us have had to experience just to gain equal access to the law. That didn't just happen, that was done to us. It is kind for our kids to learn about what we've all been complicit in so that they can fix what we have failed to. Even if that may make some of us feel guilty. It is through those honest feelings and reactions to the reality of the harm we've created, that will help our kids create the foundations for equality and equity in the future. And that feeling of guilt that we feel, the challenging questions our kids ask us, that embarrassment, that's kindness.
30
that's
seconds.
the opportunity for growth, for learning, for repentance. It is our opportunity to start helping our kids to create a more peaceful world. Inclusion, equity, compassion, these words aren't being twisted to form a narrative against conservative viewpoints. They're accurately describing the real exclusion, the real inequity, and the real lack of compassion that are being perpetrated onto people in your community right now. Words like those by my representative, Natalie Klein, who claimed that a section in the library declaiming all art welcome with stories about people like me is grooming children. It is not grooming children
Last
to want
sentence,
an appropriate
please. Can you sum
book
it
for
up?
my
Thank
children
you.
to read, to understand who I am. That's education, that's love, that's kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Nicole Mason with Melissa Moore on deck. Nicole? Welcome. You're muted. You unmute. I love that mute button.
There we go. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
It's actually Emily Daly. We had to make a quick switch this morning, but I am the legislative advisor for Utah Parents United. I would like to bring to your attention the comment of a USBE representative who spoke to the Jordan board meeting on June 8th. He claimed authorship of the rule, I as the drafter of this rule, at this meeting, and made it clear USBE has no intention of putting an end to the divisive concepts ruining our schools and pitting our children against one another and their parents. I quote, "The topic of critical race theory or diversity, equity, and inclusion, however people want to define it, are essentially the same. Later, he states, the board does not use those terms interchangeably. They are viewed to be very different things. The House and the Senate asked you to address CRT, and instead you addressed diversity, equity, and inclusion. The USBE representative used doublespeak, the language used to deceive, usually through concealment or misrepresentation of the truth. When he communicated, they mean the same thing, but are not used interchangeably. It was also stated USBE keeps CRT in the higher ed definition, the theory that came out in the 1970s regarding systemic racism, that racism is somehow baked into the system that exists today. This was brought up because it is really important to know what we mean by them, the terms, so that we know what to put guardrails around and versus what we are not. He also quotes, additionally, I would like to highlight definitions because this is where the real context lies. It is where a rule or bill gains or loses its teeth. However, this rule has neglected to define critical race theory. In closing, I would like to highlight a final quote from this presentation. The theories behind these things, the prohibitions, can be discussed. We were very specific. As this rule is written, nothing in Jordan needs to change. Therein lies the concern. By your representative's own admission, this rule does nothing to address what is happening in our schools. To that end, we support Board Member Klein's amendment and ask the board to adopt it as a framework from which to navigate moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Melissa Moore with Kevin Lineback on deck.
Can you hear me?
Melissa?
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, my mic's really bad. I don't
You have
know
to
if
turn your
anybody can
mic.
hear me.
We can barely hear you.
Yeah, my mic's on. I think it's just really quiet. Can anybody hear me?
Nope, can't hear. Can we come back to you? This Melissa?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kevin? Kevin Linebach?
Hey, thanks for the opportunity. So I was not born or raised in Utah. I've been living here for 20 years. I'm a parent. I'm an educator. I've been a substitute teacher for a few years. I've taught classes for special needs kids, or rather I've helped be an aide. I've taught in West Jordan, South Jordan, Sandy, Riverton, Draper, Harriman. I've taught all grades. And there's been a false claim perpetuated that there's racism in Utah schools. I speak Spanish, I speak English, okay? I've never seen any racism. I've never seen any teacher lack training or sensitivity or resources, especially with kids with special needs. The special needs classes that I were a part of were excellent. They were fantastic experiences for me, okay? From living in Utah, I've met so many people around the world. I've met people from Iran, from South America, from Mesoamerica. The majority of them tell me that they love Utah because people here are polite and they're willing to sacrifice to serve others, okay? So this whole narrative that we need CRT or equity, or whatever they want to call it, because things are so bad in Utah is not the case, okay? Especially my friend from, we got a friend from Mexico who said that she's lived here for 20 years. She's never had any problem with racism. And if she were to stay in Mexico, her child would never have the opportunity to receive an education because they do not have the resources.
30 seconds.
So please, we need to reject this poisonous philosophy, okay? It teaches kids to hate each other based on their skin color, okay? And I totally support Member Klein's amendment to this proposal. Thanks.
Al Jackson with Alina Erickson on deck. Al, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I didn't know I was on deck. I'd like to focus my remarks on the educational equity definition on lines 26 through 30 of the rule. The reference to distributing resources as it relates to educational equity is incomplete and should be defined separately. Invariably, these resources are taken from other areas in the system, and history has shown that money never ends up being used where it could be most effective. I invite you to incorporate targeted measures that build an accountability so we can find out the effectiveness as it relates to better classroom performance. I implore you to focus resources on the actual development of the student, which will in turn allow that child to be an agent of their own uplift through skill development, innovation, and relentless practice. Everyone on this panel has told their children to do their very best in the classroom by staying out of trouble, doing your assignments, and working hard. That's the same message for all of our children, regardless of their color, ethnic background, gender, sexual orientation, or social status. My wife and I have sent 4 out of our 5 children to public schools in Utah County, and what we desired most was for our children to be seen as equals and not what it says in the rule, quote, each student's unique background, close quote, which I feel has racial overtones. Instead of guiding the child to the challenge, we pat them on the head, treating them as victims or the oppressed. Ask any average parent of color, and that parent will acknowledge that racism and discrimination do exist, and it will always exist. But that is an external problem that can be overcome through hard work and perseverance. What we want for our children is to be trained in skill development, not grievance. To ensure this doesn't occur, I urge the committee to adopt the amendment proposed by board member Natalie Klein, which embodies clear and distinct definitions as it relates to what is unacceptable to teach. I further invite all of us to focus on what our children can become as opposed to where they come from or what they look like. Each child's value and worth are equal in the sight of God. I invite us all to see our children as he does. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll have Alina Erickson with Marilyn Christensen on deck.
My name is Alina Erickson. I'm with Restore Liberty and Utah Freedom Coalition. It is my honor to be with you today. The year was 1776, and 56 signers changed the world by declaring simple truths of equality and natural, unalienable rights. And the American spirit was born. Today, those sentiments still hold true with the 14th Amendment that guarantees, with the 13th Amendment that guarantees that we do not have slavery, that no man or woman is above another. And in the 14th Amendment, it talks about we do not have the right to take unalienable rights away from anybody else. As a school board membership, each of you have taken an oath to uphold the constitutions. This includes Article 1, Section 4 of the Utah Constitution. The rights of the conscience shall never be infringed. And furthermore, Title 62A says it talks about the rights of parents. In light of the new school year, and in the quietude of the moment, I invite you to offer yourself some introspection and ask yourselves, by what authority and what jurisdiction do you have to deny the people of Utah, the children of Utah, their natural rights? For are we not all equal? In consideration of medical mandates, we as the parents have the rights, and we will not waive those. This is not about who's right or wrong or what the science says. This is about the American spirit, to live according to the dictates of our conscience. We're not asking for permission from you, and we won't. And to mirror the Declaration of Independence, we have the people to alter or abolish our government for our welfare. And in the Utah Constitution, it says, and they have the right to alter or reform the government. So in closing, I will say that history has a curious way of repeating itself. And that if those who do not uphold their oaths and who are in breach of contract, we will hold you liable, and we will dismiss you from your positions. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have Marilyn Christensen. And then, let's Zoom. We'll try Melissa Moore again. Seems like there's one more. James
Hi, and thank you so much. This is my second time attempting this. So my name is James Sullivan. I can go into what I do, my background, but I really want to take the next minute and 53 seconds to kind of share my feelings on critical race theory as a conservative Black man in America. The current rally cry for the conservative community is that critical race theory basically tells a white child that they're inherently racist and inherently evil. It's then debated by professors and teachers that it's not, but critical race theory actually it leads that child to believe that they're inherently racist and inherently evil for their ancestry. To comment on that, it dates back to the transatlantic slave trade between the years of 1514 and 1866, where in critical race theory it says that the white European male is basically responsible for all slave trade and oppression to the African community. North America in that time period only had 307,000 slaves. South America had 2.5 million. Cuba had over 1.5, and Europe had only 47,000 African slaves. So the notion that white Europeans are responsible for slavery and all oppression to the African community is backwards. To provide an equitable playing field, saying that that the Black child cannot succeed unless the white child steps down, is in turn saying that the Black child is inherently stupid and inherently incapable of accomplishing anything unless the white community allows them that step up. I believe that if you believe that critical race theory is the way to empower the Black community, you need to do more research and you need to actually find out what is affecting the Black community. Thank you so much.
I'll do a last call. There's two that have signed up, both on Zoom. Marilyn Christensen, are you there? Okay. Melissa Moore. We couldn't hear you before, so we'll try to pick you up again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Okay. Do your best, and it's coming up on our screen, and we can read your words.
Okay, I'll try to do my best. Hopefully you can hear something. I am a mom of 3 elementary age children. I am very invested in what my kids are being taught. For this reason, I actually pulled my kids out of public school and I've been homeschooling them. I know that what they're taught at such a young age will be the foundation to who they will become. I take this responsibility very seriously. It is my responsibility to ensure that they are being given the best opportunities to build a great foundation, and I don't feel right now the schools are the best place for this. I will not stand by and let the schools corrupt and indoctrinate my kids. The rural educational equity is a great example of this. I did attend that public hearing a couple weeks ago and signed up to speak, but didn't get a chance to speak when I was there. I would like to start by addressing that the groups that were presenting were very lacking in diversity. And I think the board would want a fair balance of perspectives presented on a rule called educational equity in schools. Especially, and I also like to note how one of the groups, the House Democratic Caucus, even though they already had a chance to speak, were given 2 of their members were given extra time during the public comment time and moved to the top, keeping others from being able to speak. I'm not sure why that would happen when this was a public comment and parents
30 seconds.
I also want to address the how the rural educational equity is harming our children. Equity, I know it sounds good, But really what we end up getting is kids growing up thinking that they don't have to work for anything because they will just be it will be given to them, or on the other hand, those who will learn, it does not matter how hard they work, and you will never be able to achieve they will only be able to achieve the same as
Can you
everyone
close?
else. So anyway, I think teaching victimhood is very harmful teaching, and will hold them back from their true potential. So I think it's just really important that the rule needs to be rewritten so it doesn't endorse any form of equity-based policies in the schools. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm glad you were able to connect. Okay, this concludes our public comment. We're going to move forward on our agenda, but before we go to the next item, we're going to have a quick, about an 8-minute break. So let's try to be back in business approximately 20 till. We'll get ready for USDB. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Is just that clarification. It's like you're real. I know. It's amazing. After this whole
So with Y, it's red.
Board members, if I can get you to take your seats, we'll get started. Thank you, board members. It'll take us a minute to sit down. I like these.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna sit by Brian. He gets to read 5 to 12. No, my under is 12. Yeah, I saw that.
I think I'll just stand here. Mine's
okay.
like 30-second presentation this morning. Okay, all right.
Thanks, Brian.
Hey, Member Hart, will you round everybody up for me there that we don't have seated down yet? Thank you. You're in charge.
Presentation, right?
Okay, board members, we're on our agenda. We're getting our updates, and we have actionable items with Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind. So we're in. I've got two different lists. I think maybe the one that you have on yours. I just want to make sure I call out the right number here. Yep. Item 3. So first up, we'll invite Carl Empey, Finance Director, to go over our fiscal year 21 financial statement.
We actually do not have the financial statements yet. We're like your office. We're just currently closing that out. We will have them for next month. As we are compiling them right now, it looks like we had a good fiscal year. Looks like we will continue to be fiscally solvent, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Okay, so as soon as those closed out, if we can get those submitted, maybe we'll just get them out to board members earlier instead of waiting for our next meeting.
Okay, be happy to.
Because I think this is maybe 2 months in a row that weren't we closing out, not two meetings in a row?
Yes, we didn't have our June financial report because we were waiting. In the state finance and the accounting is they have period 13. So you got your 12 calendar months and then the 13th period, which is to pay for all the expenses incurred prior to the end of June 30th. So that's what we were waiting for, and we just have that closed out, and now we'll start compiling the financials.
All right. Thank you. Any questions from board members? Do you have any other updates, Carl?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up is an actionable item, which is a negotiated agreement. Superintendent, you want to take point on that, or do you have staff?
No, I'd be happy to. USDB has a negotiated agreement with the USDB Teachers Association, Educators Association. It's called USDBEA because we didn't have enough of those kind of acronyms in our lexicon. Anyway, we sit down with them every 2 years and review the agreement. I think we have it a little bit easier than most school districts because they generally negotiate each year, and kind of their main negotiation is teacher compensation. We avoid a lot of that because our teacher compensation is dictated by state code, fortunately, and the increases they get every year are based on a weighted annual salary average across the state. So our teachers are on a 1-year delay on getting that percentage of an increase, but it's really good. Board member Hanson asked me a couple of questions and asked me if I would share with the board the answers to the great questions that he had as he reviewed the agreement. One of them, he said, it looks like your younger, newer teachers get a significant increase, up to like almost 17% in some instances. You'll notice the teachers at the later end of the salary scale get a much smaller. Our weighted annual salary adjustment this year was 6.7. That is applied to the median lane of all. We have a one lane, I'm sorry, the median step. We have a 1-lane salary schedule, and we apply that to the median so that earlier teachers move up more quickly in their compensation at the beginning of their careers. And that was negotiated about 4 years ago when we made some significant revisions to the negotiated agreement. The other item he noticed that he asked me to mention was, what was it, Board Member Hanson? It slipped my mind, the second one. I had it right there. Oh, that's right. There was an item that was added this year at the request of the association that said infractions based on the telematics process would not be used in a teacher's evaluation, an educator evaluation. And that's because we had to put these telematics things because we use state fleet vehicles on our cars, and sometimes they get dinged for not putting the seatbelt on before they get out of the parking lot, or speeding, or other things. But we agreed to that, but that doesn't mean it will not affect their jobs. It's just moved it into the conduct category for a teacher instead of into the performance, because it has nothing to do with their teaching performance. And so that was a good question too.
Member Cannon?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. This USDBEA, do they elect leadership, and do teachers pay a fee to belong to the organization?
They do. It's a subsidiary of UEA, and we have an item in our negotiated agreement that says if a majority of teachers do not belong to the association, then they don't represent them. And we have barely over 50% every time, it seems like. And so, but it's fine. We have a good process, and we interact really well with them. The two associate superintendents have both been members of the USDBEA as they came through the teaching ranks at USDB, and so they could probably answer questions better than I could about the association.
Did you have a follow-up, Board Member Cannon?
I'm just wondering if they pay fee, what's the fee, and who's the elected leadership?
About $600 a year.
Okay.
Any other, I'm not seeing any questions. I would be seeking a motion that the board approve the 2021-23 USDB, USDBEA negotiated agreement.
A motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
Board Member Hanson, a second. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board approve the 2021-23 USDB, USDBEA negotiated agreement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Voting was unanimous. Okay, next we have, and this is another actionable item. It's the name of the St. George USDB campus. Associate Superintendent Michelle Tanner, you taking point on this? Okay.
This should be a fun one. So we are growing, and we're putting a portable, as Superintendent Coleman has told you, down in St. George area. The idea is that expanding to be a school. And we have, when deaf schools get together, they like to name their schools after someone that was significant in their community. And so the community members in St. George, the deaf community members in St. George has chosen James Randalls. He was a man who was instrumental in getting the first deaf branch down there for their church. And then he was also instrumental in getting the deaf center down there, advocating that there be interpreters at meetings. He also was instrumental in getting interpreters in classrooms instead of signing aids. That's very different. And was a gracious man who apparently went into nursing homes and found some deaf people are sometimes put in nursing homes, and he would find them and go visit them and take them places. Was a gracious man. He passed away in 2019, and they'd love to name the school after him in honor of his memory, if you would approve.
Questions? Member Cannon?
I just would like to make a motion that we approve the USDB St. George campus name.
You want to speak to the motion?
No.
Discussion to the motion. Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the recommended name for the USDB St. George campus. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Voting is unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, next is an additional actionable item, which Superintendent Coleman, do you want to introduce the opportunity before the board on the bylaws?
Yes, thank you. I mentioned this last month and told you I'd just bring back a document with the wording in it. From every time we have terms expire for members of our advisory council, we do a lot of work to try to recruit new people, and we hunt them out of the rocks and the fields and everywhere we can find. But in our requirements, we have very specific sort of roles that are filled and qualifications so that advisory council represents every community that is a stakeholder as far as advisory council goes. And so occasionally, this has happened several times while I've been at USDB, we just can't fill a seat. And we have willing people, and we have a couple seats that are general, anyone who's interested in USDB. But then the others are like an individual who's deaf, an individual who's blind. We usually have one who's deaf from the ASL world, one from the listening and spoken language or the oral tradition. And so we have blind, we have individuals or parents of individuals who are deaf-blind, and so forth. Anyway, we're in this situation again where we have one of these positions we can't fill and we can't find anyone to fill, but we have a great member of the advisory council who's willing to sign up again for another term. It's just that his allotment of terms has expired, and so we are suggesting this language that in the event that we cannot find someone who's qualified after, doing all the due diligence we do, that if a current board member is willing to serve an additional term, that the board could appoint them.
Superintendent, we're going to have the change, just what the proposed change put up on the screen so the public can see that.
It's also in your packet there too.
What's in our pack? Yeah, it's in the packet, but
yeah,
not sure if all the public can see, and we've had a chance to.
So I'll just state the language that I added is, with the exception, well, here's the original language. The term of appointment for each member shall be 2 years, and members may serve no more than 3 consecutive terms. We're requesting to add the language, with the exception of a member who is willing to serve an additional term if a qualified replacement cannot be found. So the request is for you to approve.
Board
that
Member
language.
Cannon.
I read through your bylaws, and so my question isn't really to your proposed amendment, which I understand. But in Article 2, Section 5, it says that the board will get input on the superintendent's performance. And the chair, then Article 5, Section 2, the chair assures recommendations get to the board. I don't recall, and maybe leadership can correct me on this, but I don't recall when we do our evaluations having gotten input from the Advisory Council of USDB. And I think that's what this is saying, correct?
That's what that says.
That's what that's, so I would just like to put a bug in the ear of our leadership that when evaluations for the superintendent come up, that we make a point of obtaining that from the advisory council, just as a request. Thank you.
So is there any other questions on what's being on the proposed amendment? Board Member Hymas.
Superintendent, could I just ask, and you may have said this before, how do you get the word out to be on this council?
Oh, we do everything we can. We work through consumer groups for the blind and the deaf, and we work through the divisions of services for the blind and visually impaired, division of services for the deaf and hard of hearing. The 2 associate superintendents send the word out through all of their networks. My secretary puts public announcements into those community newsletters and things. We call individuals that we know of. We do everything we can possibly think of when it's those. The thing is that these positions are very narrow, and so you just don't have a lot of population. But associate superintendents, have I left anything out that we try to do? Yeah.
Do you have a follow-up, Board Member Hymas?
No, but I'm willing to make a motion.
What's that?
I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the board approve the recommended changes in the USDB Advisory Council bylaws.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and second. Do you want to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Any discussion? Board Member Lear?
Yeah, I just wondered if you have this problem consistently, and it sounds like you're waffling a little bit about that. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Would you consider rethinking or proposing to revise your advisory council so that you'd have a little more flexibility in choosing membership?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just thinking that you might think about that idea, because I understand why you want narrow positions filled. That representation seems important, but it also seems like sort of wasted effort if you're constantly begging people to serve when you've got other people who would like to serve and they just don't fit that narrow category. So I just encourage you to look at your overall composition and see if you could broaden that and then not spend your time listening to your advisory council and not looking for membership.
Yes. Yes. that-
Suggestion.
Yeah, we're open to suggestions. These bylaws came from what was in the state code and was recently just transferred to board policy, so, yeah. Michelle?
Any other discussion? Yes.
Just with this particular position, as many of you have seen, sometimes we have different communities within the deaf school. We have a strong group that's ASL English and a strong group that's LSL. So we ensure that they constantly have a voice on our advisory council, both groups, so that one group is not being overshadowed by the other group. This is one of those positions that if we didn't have this, our listening and spoken language representation would be gone, and therefore they wouldn't have a voice at the table. So that's why there's a few positions like this that we feel are really integral, that we have both of their voices. So that's why these ones have been developed the way they have.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further discussion. The motion before the board is that the board approves the recommended changes to the USDB Advisory Council bylaws. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Voting is unanimous. Superintendent's report.
Thank you. This is our last item, and there are about 4 items here. First of all, I mentioned last month that I would return to you with the exact numbers of our media coverage report last year. We got those in. We had 5,129,000 readers and viewers at a value of $334,159 of earned media. I thought that was just awesome. We like to be able to quantify everything when we can. Our facilities update, several facilities. Number one, we're remodeling the small gym at our Jean Massou School on our Salt Lake campus. It is about 1/3 of the way done, and they are promising us it will be done before school starts. So we'll see. If it is, it's the only thing this year that will be done on time. Just saying. Our St. George portable will be moved next week. It's about 3 weeks behind on the move because as they extracted the portable that the state gave us from the current place, they found a double roof that they had to remove. They had to crane it out, not tow it out like they originally thought. So anyway, it's proceeding, and we have a brand new facilities director who I'll be introducing to you in your next meeting. He's doing a great job. And anyway, the Washington School District in St. George is working with us. They're aware of it. They are also in the same boat where labor and supply chain issues make everything delayed, and so we're all in this together. And next week it will actually be there on site, and hopefully it'll be ready by, what was the projected date? Do you remember? Mid-September. Our Mill Creek portable here in Salt Lake City, where we are on the Granite School District's Mill Creek Elementary campus, that is a portable that's being built from the ground up, and that has been dragged out all summer because of supply chain delays. It is finally, the construction has started at their facility, and the move and the setup and utilities and everything being finished, looks like it will be the end of September that's ready. Both of the elementary schools adjacent to these portables that we have have really been accommodating. They've given us space in their buildings to use temporarily, so it'll all work out, but it's a little messy this year. And we've gone through it ourselves. There's just literally nothing we could have done to move up the timelines as much as we tried to plan, and normally we execute everything in the summer that we need to. This summer was not. It was due to outside influences. Next item, I wanted to make you aware that next week on August 10th, we have our new employee orientation, and on August 11th, we have our Opening Institute Day. And we're doing that, we had an overwhelming response that people really liked the way we did it last year because we were planning how to do things remotely and so forth. So each of our educators will be gathered together in their divisions, but not all in one place like we used to in the olden days 2 years ago. But so they will be gathered together. We will do as a superintendency, video interaction with them in the morning for our main messages. Then we will go on the road and go visit them individually as they are meeting with their divisions under the direction of each of their directors. So that's exciting. That's on August 11th, next Thursday. Next month, I will also be introducing several new employees, our facilities director and our director and assistant director at the Jean Massou School here in Salt Lake. And that is my superintendent's report this month, Mr. Chair.
Questions from or comments from board members? Vice Chair Davis?
I was just wondering, since you were doing that online, your opening messages and rah-rah orientation part. I mean, I attended that in person once and really I found it delightful. And I will be at a remote campground, so I would not be able to use the link if you send it. But if any of you are interested in watching it, you might want to reach out to Superintendent Coleman and see if he'll send the link to you.
Yeah, let us know. We'll include you in the Zoom link for sure.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments. All right, we do have one more order of business before we excuse the superintendent. And within USDB, within the school, they recognize they recognize their employees on years of service. And so it is not but it is my pleasure to recognize and congratulate Superintendent Joel Coleman and also express our gratitude for his 10 years of service for the Utah schools for the deaf and blind. It does not feel like 10 years. It just seems like you just barely got in there. So we want to present. He also gets this nice certificate. So
thank you.
Speech, or are you done speaking?
Well,
turn that on.
I will clarify one thing. I didn't know this was going to happen today, but my HR director, when we were going through our awards for our own employees, he said that. I said, I think there's a mistake. And he said, the state counts your employment with the state. So this includes my 2 years as a board member for USDB, as a member of this body, and my 8 years as the superintendent. So
well, that explains.
That's how the state counts it.
That's probably how it explains. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, excuse USDB. You're welcome to stay throughout our meeting, but also know you got business to take care of. So thank you. Next, we'll invite Superintendent Dixon for your superintendent's report. And you'll need to turn your mic on.
Okay, getting used to old systems again. It's awesome. So thank you for giving me some time. I have a few things today. I want to shift my superintendent's reports back to what I used to do, is to provide some accountability on the strategic plan. So the things I'm going to share with you today are a little bit of fun and celebration, but also making sure that we report to you how we're making progress on the strategic plan. And, you know, this background to me just represents the busyness of summer. I'm always interested when I run into people who think we kind of take the summer off and eat bonbons. And that has never been my experience as an educator. And in this role, we're certainly busy. And sometimes we can sneak in a vacation. That has not been the case for me this summer, but it's just, I've loved this summer and reconnecting with educators especially. I've had several of you ask me, what do we do here in case of an emergency? Do we have a plan? And we do have a continuity of operations plan. It's not publicly posted because, of course, there are things in there that are akin to safety and just beyond natural disasters. So we are prepared if there's an earthquake, if there's unrest downtown, whatever it is, and we need to evacuate. We also have a subset of emergency plans, but we turn in a continuity of operations plan every year to state emergency services. And this is about the time of year that we do that. So we spent some time reviewing our continuity plan. We think that there are some things that we can improve upon, as well as making sure that we weave this into induction. So we're going to be developing a video that is part of our new employee induction so that they know where, if we have a drill, where do I go? What do I do? So those are the kinds of things that we want to improve and make sure we have seamless communication. I want to talk a little bit about our strategic plan and the goal that we have around effective educators and leaders. And Board Member Straight, you stole a little bit of my thunder, so I'm just going to add some depth to what you talked about, if that's all right. It was awesome. Thank you. You might recall that one of our strategies is changing the perception of teaching as a profession. And I'm always fascinated by how many people say they want to be a teacher, and then you drill down a little bit, and sometimes it's about money, or it's about the work, or, just there might be a number of issues. So this board took on the strategy to say, we want to do something about that. Board Member Earl was especially a champion around that, and she brought forward a request to have you allocate $25,000 of the carry forward funds in order to do something very specific. So the request was to make educator videos, which we thought was a great undertaking. And you saw one of those today, and I'll show you another one in a minute. But we collected data from the educator engagement survey that we sent out. There were two surveys. One was a really broad engagement survey that asked a number of questions, and you can see the end size of the responses on both of these. So we took some of those questions to determine how do we break these into smaller chunks. Instead of watching a 45-minute video, could there be excerpts that were very focused on a topic? And from those surveys, that's where we generated the questions and the ideas. Darren Nelson was our lead on this project, by the way. We put out an RFP because even though we have the amazing Jerry and his team of one sometimes and half sometimes, we felt like we needed to hire a company that could really help us expedite this and do a professional job. So the RFP was given to Mainframe Digital. And then we sent out this invitation to all of our superintendents and charter directors. And we told them the purpose of what we were doing, how it would happen, and asked them to send us nominations. You can see that we got 205. I know as a principal, it would have been really hard to highlight just one teacher. So even though we have about 30,000 educators, I don't want you to look at this and say, really, only 200? I mean, for some, I think it would have been really hard to pull one out. So of those, 35 were selected to perhaps interview. And then we had some guardrails put around, here's a time that we need you to come in. Can you come to our green room and engage in this filming? Can we come to your school? So then that narrowed it down a little bit more. As Board Member Straight indicated, we came up with 16 vignettes that are based on themes. And then we also have a lot of raw footage. So we'll be able to use that footage in future projects. So I want to thank Board Member Earl for championing the cause. I want to thank the board for putting $25,000 forward. And now these are on the board's YouTube channel. You'll recognize Teacher of the Year. The one you're going to see here features our Teacher of the Year finalists. And this theme is Teaching is Dynamic. And the hashtag Teach with Joy is something that I talked to our communications team about last year, just thinking of all the stress and the challenges and wanting teachers to come back this year just so excited and full of joy. So this is about, I think it's about 2 minutes.
There's no profession more dynamic than teaching. There is no artist more creative than an educational practitioner at the height of their powers and their
really
craft.
quiet, Jerry. I don't know.
Every day is different than the day before. No kid is exactly the same as any kid I've had before.
Even if I have the same lesson, there's different.
All right, I'm going to stop that there because it's really hard to hear.
Pieces coming together make it such a wonderful
okay,
experience.
I'll start it over
I
then.
love that I never have the same day twice. I get to wake up every day.
There is no profession more dynamic than teaching. There is no artist more creative than an educational practitioner at the height of their powers and their craft. Every day is different than the day before. No kid is exactly the same as any kid I've had before.
Even if I have the same lesson, there's different students, there's different things that are happening, and all of those pieces coming together make it such a wonderful experience.
I love that I never have the same day twice. I get to wake up every day excited to go and hear what my students want to tell me about.
It's very creative. You're in different situations every single day. I get to be with different kids every single year and put that huge impact on their lives. I'll do that any day over and over and over again because I know the reward is so big.
So again, I encourage you to go to our YouTube channel, and even if you just have 2 minutes and you want to get buoyed up by hearing the excitement in teachers, please do so. You know, I've been having a lot of conversations with parents, reading emails over the summer, and I've been trying to look for themes. You know, what are some themes of things that we can do better in the classroom? And I've been out giving keynotes and talking to various groups, and I've been talking to superintendents, charter directors, and others to say, here are 4 themes that keep popping up that I'm noticing of things that maybe we could do a better job on with teacher preparation and the teachers who are working in the field right now. The first is how we engage parents as partners. And if we really want to engage them as true partners, we're really clear about the materials that we're using, what we're teaching, having conversations about the needs of their individual student. So when we talk about getting personalized, it's about those needs of individual children, but reflecting overall about the digital tools that we have in place. We have a statewide contract for Canvas, makes it very easy now for parents to be able to get on and see the content, the materials that are being used, and what will be taught for the week. So teachers that are doing that well have those great authentic partnerships with parents. The second thing I noticed is that there have been some samples where a teacher might click on a link or add a link because the title looks great, or they might read the first paragraph. And so they attach that to a lesson plan, and it may not be material that's either age appropriate or even linked to the standard, or in some cases may have things in there that aren't appropriate for schools. So we have to do a better job for our teachers of things that we send out, but at the same time, this is for teachers to really get clear instead of grabbing something off of Pinterest or a teacher website, making sure that they thoroughly go through whatever that material is. Third is to really understand what is age appropriate. This was something when I was a principal that I had to work with some teachers on. They might use a vocabulary list that was really meant for high school in a younger classroom, or they might do an activity that might have been really appropriate in a high school history class, but not really appropriate for second grade. So understanding that it's not just about something that looks fun or exciting, but is it appropriate at the age level that they're teaching? And then fourth, I think if we could get our teachers to stay politically neutral, that it would be most helpful. It doesn't negate those rich and wonderful conversations that should happen in the classroom. But if a teacher feels passionate about a political candidate or a president, or passionate for or against, that alienates a lot of children and their families. If there's something that crops up that a teacher tries to put their perspective into the classroom for influence, it can alienate a lot of children. So the key is for our teachers to have those rich, wonderful conversations, but stay politically neutral. And I think that goes for religion and all sorts of things, just staying in that neutral zone. So those are the 4 reflections that I've had, and you might have others, but some things that I picked up as I have read emails and talked to various people. And I've been sharing these out in the field. I want to highlight the work of Portrait of a Graduate. We're holding fast to this Portrait of a Graduate. It's something else that I've shared with parents and community members, and they've gotten very excited about. We know that school systems are taking this and running with it and using their own vocabulary and working with their Portrait of a Graduate, which was the intent. This is an aspirational document. But we gathered people together, about 140 educators, and if you looked at Twitter or social media where they were posting about their enthusiasm, it really put them on fire about the way forward. We had 13 of our department of our employees who took each one of those characteristics and facilitated the work. So we were really engaged in building this out and looking at the competencies and what might it look like in the classroom to help put meaning and some understanding behind those 13 competencies. We partnered with KnowledgeWorks. They're a great partner in this space. And as our wonderful Sarah Young indicated, it was innovative, informative, and invigorating. And we heard that over and over again from the participants. I want to highlight the Rural Schools Conference. Each year, our office provides funding for rural schools. This in the past has come from Mineral Lease, but we're kind of low on Mineral Lease. So we'll continue to support them because this conference brought 700 educators from rural Utah together. And they taught in charters and district schools, but they learned a lot. The keynotes were excellent. The breakouts were led by, I think, 35 of our employees led some of the breakouts, but they heard from teachers. And they laughed and had fun. So it was a great experience. I want to thank the board members who actually attended the conference. I think we had 5 overall attend, if I'm remembering right. So thank you so much for being there. It was excellent. And that ends my report, but if it's okay with you, Chair Huntsman, I just want to leave it open if anybody has a comment or a question.
Questions or comments? I was just wondering on the rural, it's been a little bit amazing to me as it started getting quite a bit of momentum and growth and participation pre-pandemic, but I was totally, well, as I even tried to get in there, I kept finding out there's no room at the inn. The place was packed. Is there anything that we should be doing on our end to help assist in any way to make more of an opportunity for the teachers? There was teachers that couldn't go.
Mm-hmm.
So is there?
I think they're looking at capacity. When they started a few years ago, if I'm remembering correctly, talking to the RESA directors, I think capacity was 200, and they held it at 700 and let a few more squeeze in. I think they ended up with about 720. So it's really the venue. They held it at Richfield High School and spilled over into the Snow College campus right there. They held it at CEU a couple of years ago. So it's really trying to find a central rural place where people can access, have places to stay, have places to eat, and have places to engage. I think they're talking about some virtual options as well. Maybe they'll have to break it up and have 2. I don't know. They're working on it, but it really is one of the best things that I've attended, just to feel their energy and excitement and hear from them. They're really open about sharing best practice and what they're learning, and they are there not just to get points for licensure. They are really excited about being together. Some of our rural communities are starting to pull together to do opening institutes. So Paiute, Wayne, and Tintic are meeting together this year so that they have more teachers and some collaboration. So I think they're starting to find ways to self-organize as well.
Okay, I was just curious on the funding side if there's, I haven't heard of a concern.
No, the funding seems okay at this point.
The funding source is okay? All right, thank you. Member Hanson?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to tell our superintendent thank you for particularly those 4 items that you mentioned about engage, vet, ensure, and stay. I think we've been having a lot of interesting and difficult conversations over the past few months related to equity and CRT and that sort of thing. Along with a lot of other parent and teacher involvement. And I think those are some of the lessons that I've learned as well. And I think that these can go a long way to kind of heal this rift that we're feeling in the state. If we can have parents and teachers working as teams, we can have that transparency and maybe a little bit more caution as far as vetting and introducing age-appropriate materials. So thank you for kind of distilling all that and putting that out for us today. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Member Hart?
Yeah, I'd like to echo that as well. It is time, to bring our teachers back, and we're looking forward to a new year. I would hope that those materials are maybe quickly turned around so that principals and district folks have some access to some resources to share and kind of introduce those ideas to to their teachers in a meaningful way. We've got, on the ground, we're trying to get ready for a new year. There's a lot swirling in the background, and anything that can be provided, high-quality materials to share with teachers, talking points, resources around those exact 4 points, I think is really how change will occur. And that's really where the public's asking for support, teachers are asking for support. So I just really echo what Member Hansen said and look forward to the resources provided to practitioners to do exactly what you outlined on the screen. Thank you.
Member Earl?
Yeah, I would echo the same thing, and I'm appreciative of, I was able to go to the superintendent's meeting last week, and those same things were emphasized there, which should help that trickle-down effect to make sure those are addressed locally. Hopefully, it'll continue to be pushed down. I'm appreciative of Darren, where's Darren Nelson, and the outcome of the videos. I think I watched most of them yesterday, so take a few minutes. I thought they were well done. There was one classroom I thought, I wonder if I can when is she doing her next? Because it was the whole class. They transformed the whole class into a deep sea, and I'm trying to remember the other ones, but it was very fascinating, and then the activities that went around it. So, maybe I'm going to give something away here, but her sister worked there and both their husbands worked in the same school. So whatever, it was kind of this, anyways, it was interesting dynamics at this particular location. But I feel like we do need to put a positive image out there, but then we need to back it with positive policies that strengthen our educators and our families and our students. And this is a good beginning to that. So I am appreciative of the actions that are being taken.
Superintendent, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. That
Thank you
concludes
for
your
the time.
report?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Thank you. Next on our report is our general consent calendar, and this is a part where if any of you want to remove an item for further discussion, this is the time to do it. Not seeing any lights on, so I'm seeking a motion.
So moved.
We have a second, so the motion is to accept the general consent calendar. Discussion to that motion? Seeing none, let's vote. Again, the motion before the board is to approve the general consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we have, motion carries with 1 no. Got it? Okay. Assistant Superintendent Deborah Jacobson, you're up. You get our monthly budget report.
Thank you, Chair. Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. I will be brief today, as it is still closeout. Our closeout is scheduled for August 20th, so we're still a couple weeks out. However, I have included in the backups your current balances on your carry forward coming out of last year. This will become important as we close out and we identify new carry forward from your FY21 carry forward. Some of these that are not fully expensed are multi-year projects, and we will go, in the next couple of months, we will go through the process again of identifying some of these other projects that have not been started or have not finished to decide whether or not to continue them or to bring on new projects. So with that, if there's no questions.
I'm not seeing any lights on.
That completes.
You're getting really good at this. I know you look forward to it every month. We are looking forward to having things closed out. What else do we have next? Well, that concludes. If there isn't anything. Well, that was like your shortest report ever.
Next month, then.
Next one, yeah, it won't be next month. Thank you. Next, we'll want to invite Sarah Young, Director of Strategic Initiatives. This is another information item.
Thank you so much for the momentary pause as I am making sure that I'm sharing not just in a Zoom, but also on the screen here for you today. My name is Sarah Young, and I am your Director of Strategic Initiatives. I appreciate the opportunity to be here in person to provide you an update on our COVID-19 relief funding for K-12 education. So just as a friendly overview and a reminder, when we talk about the COVID-19 relief funding that's here for K-12 education, we are talking about a significant number of different federal awards as well as pass-through from the state level to K-12 education from federal funding related to the mitigation of COVID-19. So noting that some of these different awards came at different times, we like to provide you updates related to our oldest award, then moving forward to our most recent award in terms of the American Rescue Plan. So as an update related to our eldest award, or the CARES money that we originally received in May of 2020, this is going to be our ESSER 1, or Elementary and Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund, as well as our GEAR 1 funding, which is the Governor's Education Emergency Relief Funding as well. This table provides an update related to where we are as of July 21st in terms of the total award values in these different sub-grant categories in terms of reimbursement that we have provided direct to the LEAs for services and plans that have been approved through the Utah Grants Management System. I'll highlight two specific updates. You will notice in our prior presentations that the only category in red was K-12 broadband, because that opportunity had closed in December of 2020. We now have more of those grants that are represented in red, which are K-12 PPE, the San Juan Wi-Fi project, and the high school testing, which refers to the funding to support COVID-19 testing for the Test to Stay and Test to Play initiatives that occurred in the winter of 2020. All of those have concluded at the end of the fiscal year. They were funded by state coronavirus relief funds. And so we are in the process of just closing out those specific awards, which is why they're now highlighted in red. You'll note that the K-12 coronavirus relief funding that was specific to classroom enhancements as well as equipment is still highlighted in green. That is because the governor's office provided our office an extension, noting that our partners in San Juan had some additional expenses in terms of receiving all of the radios necessary to be able to continue to support their broadband efforts, which they were using that funding stream for. So that one is still in green. We have until September 30th to be able to request full reimbursement. As far as our second round of funding, this is the CRISA funding, or the supplemental act to the CARES Act that we received in December of 2020. This is where your ESSER 2 and Gear 2 awards are as a part of the process. Just as a friendly reminder, these were awarded to the field in April of 2021. 90% of the funding is distributed through ESSER directly to our LEA local plans, and we saw the majority of those local plans focusing on addressing accelerated learning, or the learning needs of students that may have been interrupted or hampered due to the pandemic, the purchasing of educational technology, and the implementing of summer learning and supplemental after-school activities. We do like to highlight before we share our numbers for ESSER 2 that an LEA is required to request all of their reimbursement for ESSER 1 before they start requesting reimbursement to the ESSER 2 award, and that is not the case for the upcoming American Relief Plan ESSER funding stream that we'll talk about here shortly. So you can see related to ESSER 2, the reimbursable values are going to be lower, and that is to be expected, noting that many of our LEAs are still in the process of fully expending their first round of ESSER before they start to tap into these funds. Gear 2 is coming soon, which I'll talk about here in just a moment. And then we do have our EANS program. This is our emergency assistance for non-public schools. It was requested as part of the Secondary Act that the SEA, or USBE, take over the provision of equitable services to our non-public school partners, as opposed to those being provided by the local LEAs, noting challenges in capacity in responding to COVID. So we do have awards in that area and are starting some of the reimbursement process related to servicing those schools. As far as the update related to Gear 2, we do have outcomes related to the governor's direction on where these funds are going to go. Specifically, over $12 million is going to our LEAs in a formula fund in terms of providing services for special education and at-risk students. And that will be coming in the Utah Grants Management soon. We will follow a similar process as before, where an LEA submits a plan related to how they're going to use the funds in alignment with allowable use cases at the federal level, and then those plans are approved and an LEA can seek reimbursement. In addition to that, the governor is also directing that $968,861 of gear is going to be awarded to the University of Utah Reading Clinic to be able to support them in expanding their services to students and families who have needs due to COVID-19. So the governor has that opportunity to be able to identify some of those needs, and we as USBE serve as the fiscal agent then in the administration of that award. Last but not least, we have EANS, which we mentioned before is in the process of award. We have 23 schools that are currently projected to receive over $16 million in equitable services, and that is something that's being administered at our office in terms of the provisions of support. So last but not least, we have our American Rescue Plan Act funding. This is the funding the state received in both March and then ultimately in June of 2021 to be able to support ESSER ARP, commonly known as ESSER 3, but it technically has a slightly different name, and then the opportunity related to a second round of assistance for non-public schools in EANS 2. So friendly reminder, this is our largest award. It's over $615 million, 90% of it flowing directly to the LEAs in the required formula fund. The state reserve does have very specific requirements this round in terms of 5% to address the accelerated learning needs. That is over $30 million that will be ultimately decided by the school board in terms of how those funds are applied to be able to respond to needs due to COVID-19. In addition to that, 1% for evidence-based summer enrichment programs and for comprehensive after-school programs. I'll touch on that opportunity here momentarily because that is a competitive formula grant that is currently available for application. I'm pleased to let you know in person, I know you all heard via email, that the Utah ARP ESSER plan was approved. And so Utah was one of 6 states and as well as Washington, D.C., that was awarded on July 7th in terms of receiving the full value of our projected ARP ESSER award. And taking action in that space, the Utah State Board of Education has updated the grants management system, so the full award values are reflected to every single one of our LEAs, and that is what they're applying for with their local plans. In addition to that, I'd like to update the board that we did update the due date for LEAs. Originally, it was August 20th. We have extended that to September 17th. This was requested by many of our LEA partners in our consultation and technical support, noting they needed a little additional time in terms of meeting the requirements for both the stakeholder input related to the plans as well as local board approval. As far as the after school and summer learning funding, again, we have combined those opportunities at the state level into a single competitive grant opportunity. This was very intentional in terms of wanting to create existing partnerships that are not just during the summer, but also continue through the school year to be able to increase supports and capacity for supporting students and families beyond a traditional school day. The agency has over $12 million available in competitive grants, and that can support work from the time of award all the way through September 30th, 2024. It does require a partnership with a community-based organization or a local business. The local business was added in response to public comment from our rural partners who felt like that those may be more sustainable and likely partnerships for them to be able to participate in this opportunity. The application is competitive and it is due to the Utah State Board of Education currently through the grants management system on August 20th, 2021. It'll then be going through a competitive review process, and we will bring outcomes to you related to that review. As far as other activities that have been occurring here at the office, USBE has been offering weekly technical support opportunities to your LEAs. This included doing an overview launch that we provided and recorded and placed on the website for all of our LEAs to be able to visit related to ARP, the application, and what the requirements were for each of our LEAs to qualify for this award. In addition to that, we've been hosting weekly office hours every Thursday at 2 p.m. Where we not only address questions that are posed in that live session, but we also collect the questions that we've received via email from the other LEAs, and we put them into a slide deck that then becomes a community resource to help further support our different leaders in the process. We also regularly respond to individual questions via email in terms of being able to make sure that our LEAs have the support necessary to be able to complete this process. As a friendly reminder, this award timeline started all the way back in March of 2024. As an agency, we are to the LEA application phase, and that is really the last phase of administration at the office before we move into a reimbursement setting. That is important for us because that's at the point where our schools and our teachers and our communities have access to reimbursing those funds, and it's really important that we as an agency get those opportunities validated and awarded to the community so they can take those next steps confidently in their plans to mitigate COVID-19. Additional USBE action staff that I'll highlight as we kind of reach the close of this presentation. We have been providing LEA support in terms of the closing out of coronavirus relief awards at the end of the fiscal year. Very busy time for our business administrators across the state, and we really worked hard to make sure that there was a lot of correspondence and communication that those funds were expiring. So we're really proud of the amount of reimbursement that was ultimately requested and approved for the field. And it was definitely a partnership between this office staff as well as our BAs across the state in terms of making sure that we weren't leaving money on the table. The second item is partnering with the governor's office staff on the Gear 2 awards as well as the EANS program decisions and next steps. There is a secondary EANS ARP award that is available for application if the governor of the state of Utah decides to do that. USBE would again serve as the fiscal agent. So we're just working through some of those logistics and planning efforts with that team. In addition, we've been working with the Utah Department of Health to determine some of the additional PPE needs that may exist for LEAs in fall of 2021. Your office staff work very closely in terms of helping to make sure our partners at both the Department of Health and the governor's office have the appropriate data in terms of knowing how many students and teachers to expect in the schools and different LEAs, so that as they move forward with those efforts that they have and are using the correct data to make plans in terms of that distribution effort. Fourth on the list, we have the U.S. Department of Education's Maintenance of Equity reporting for USBE. This was completed by Director of School Finance Patrick Lee. He and his team submitted this to the U.S. Department of Education. It's an analysis of our schools that basically looks at the amount of per pupil student funding in comparison to the poverty rates and allows us a baseline in terms of being able to report the amount of funding that those LEAs receive per student at the state level that ultimately is a commitment for ARP that it will be maintained, or if it is decreased, that it is not disproportionately increased to those LEAs as comparative to the larger community. Last but not least, we have started the review of the reporting requirements. The U.S. Department of Education has released draft reporting requirements for ESSER Gear and EANS, and staff are looking at it in terms of what existing data sets we have at the agency to be able to report those directly before we seek to potentially have to gather information at the LEA level. These are new reporting requirements, and so it's definitely an analysis and a process before we reach a point of being able to report out on what those requirements are going to look like and where the data is coming from. As far as the state transparency dashboard, we'd just like to remind everyone here, not just with the board, but members of the public as well, that we do have a transparency dashboard on our coronavirus website for the agency. This is where you can find more information about the awards and the reimbursement values that have been provided to our local LEAs. We are also intending to add the ARP ESSER awards within the next 6 weeks once those move into an approved status. And we are working with the Utah Grants Management System and have issued those awards to be able to more accurately report to board and policymakers about how those funds are being specifically coded to the different allowable use cases at the federal level. Just allows us to be able to report that information to you without needing to go back to the LEAs and requesting yet again another response. Final update is just our timeline for the state set-aside determinations. I did reference the $30 million that is going to need to be decided as a part of our response for how we are addressing learning needs for accelerated learning. In working with our staff, we do expect to have early student performance data available next month as well as in October. Those will ultimately be presented to you as a school board through Assistant Superintendent Darren Nielsen in November. And then later in November as well as early December, we will be working with you to make decisions about how you want to apply those remaining state funds to be able to address some of those outcome needs. They may not all be specific to just accountability and response to that, but that is kind of the timeline we presented and that we look to proceed with moving forward. With that, I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sarah, we have several lights, but we actually have a time certain. So those of you who have lights on, will you write your questions down so you don't forget them? And then we'll bring you back to the table after our time certain. Sarah, will you be available again? So if you don't mind, so that we can stay on track with our time certain. Okay, we actually are having the Utah Department of Health Disease Plan for Schools presented by our state epidemiologist, Dr. Alicia Nolan. Did I pronounce that correct? Are you Dr. Nolan? Okay, Tiffany, were you going to do some introductions too or not? Okay, so go ahead. Cindy, it doesn't.
Got it, okay.
No, go ahead. It's easier for you to do.
Hotspot, I'm not on your Wi-Fi.
Is that right? It's like.
It's context.
Turn your mic off.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you'd introduce yourself, then we're ready to go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for inviting me here to talk today. I'm Dr. Alicia Nolan. I'm the state epidemiologist and here to talk to you about our COVID-19 school plan for this coming year. So as you know, we have shared goals here. Everybody's trying for the same thing, and the main thing is to keep kids healthy and keep them in school. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're mitigating the spread of this disease while they're in classrooms. And so really, we're working to get kids back to school in a safe way. So during this talk, I'm going to go over a few things. I'll look at the trends right now of what's happening with COVID, specifically in school-age kids, so you know what we're talking about. Talk about our roles, all of us as stakeholders, and then talk about the plan that we've put forward as the Department of Health, and then looking forward to your feedback and questions. Okay, so the data. So this is from June of last year to August, well, 2 days ago of this year. And you can see we saw that big spike in the middle of winter that we all saw. That was very prevalent. But unfortunately, we're seeing the trend go up again. And this is specifically school-age children. So we are definitely seeing cases increasing in our school-age children. We're seeing cases throughout the population because of Delta variant. It's hitting our kids too. And so if we take and predict what we expect is going to happen, these modelers who use math can tell us that we should expect somewhere between an even number of where we are right now to even 4 times as much. So we expect by October these numbers to possibly go up quite significantly. So we think there will be quite a few cases in the K through 12 age group.
So if we look at overall cases in the 2020-21 school year, so last year, we can say we had over 39,000 cases occur in school settings. And so people were affected were included teachers, 3,700 teachers, students, and then there were other people who we just never were able to trace down exactly how they were or what their relationship was. But we know there were a large number of cases last year. And even in these last 2 weeks, we are seeing cases in schools and teachers, students and teachers. So I know that everybody hears COVID mostly affects the older adults, but the truth is it also can have significant impacts on children. So we know 82,000 Utah children between 0 and 18 have been diagnosed with COVID. 752 of those had to be hospitalized. 46 went to the ICU, so really not minor illnesses. And then 82 of them had this really complex diagnosis of multisystem inflammatory syndrome, where it affects really many organ systems and causes really significant disease. If we pull out the kids who were in the K through 12 age group in there, they represented 92% of all those cases, 81% of the hospitalizations, 78% of the ICU admissions, and 67% of the MIC cases. So these kids are being affected, there's no question. And we, luckily, this last summer, spring really, we were able to start offering vaccine to people who are 12 and older. You can see here how many kids have gotten their first dose of a vaccine up till now. You can see we have a statewide percentage of about 40% of kids between 12 and 18 have gotten their first dose of a vaccine. But some counties are a lot lower than that, some are a bit higher. And when we look at overall what is happening both across the U.S. and here in Utah, unfortunately, that map is very red. And red means we have high transmission. So we're seeing it throughout the United States and definitely here in Utah. We're having a large amount of COVID transmission. So we expect that when we get back to having kids in school, this is going to really affect how many kids are affected. Okay, so what is our roles of that was the data. So now what is the roles of what we're all meant to do in this response, right? So the public health department, we're supposed to prevent disease. So we're supposed to control epidemic infections and communicable diseases. And this is written into law. We're supposed to work with healthcare providers. We're supposed to work with schools. And we're supposed to now be mandated to hold to that 2% threshold that's the test to stay. And then we're also supposed to work with the local health education authorities to do the test to stay testing when the threshold is met. So on other levels, what are the schools mandated to do? So the legislature has a mandate that schools are required to report to the local health department any individual suffering from or suspected to have a disease that is communicable, which would, of course, include COVID. And then the local education authorities have clear directive as well to do make sure that school is happening. We want in-school learning. They also are required to do this 2% threshold, and we do have the legislative mandate saying that schools cannot mandate face masks. So where are we in how to do this? So we know that CDC put forward recommendations that are really quite aggressive and really trying to control infection as much as possible. And then we have the 2% threshold, which I think everyone who has looked at the data suggests that when we hit 2%, it means things are kind of out of control. It's past where we can really get things back under control. Last year's guidance where it was all students mask, really sort of put us a little bit over on the end, so we were more protective like the CDC guidance. And so what we're trying to do is figure out where we can be in this balance to still protect children, but also recognize Utah's desires of how they want to participate in school. So what we're trying to do is really make this standardized. So the Department of Health has hundreds of disease protocols where we describe how to respond to a case of salmonella, to a case of Ebola, and it's standard. We have all these different standard protocols. So we feel that we should just standardize COVID so it isn't something unique and dramatic. Instead, it is like all the other diseases we respond to. So what plan did we put forward? So we wanted to go for a simple plan. We know schools have been really burdened with having to do all this complex testing, complex contact tracing. So we want to minimize the burden on schools, but at the same time, we want to do the duty to protect health. And we also recognize that we want to keep it so that people do not need to have long-term mask use if they choose not to. And we want to give parents choice.
So with that, we have published a plan on our website that you can look at afterwards, but I will go through it now. So really, overall, we are recommending the layered approach that's consistent with the CDC guidelines. And we have that up on the website that discusses all the different ways that families can choose to protect their students. And it also goes through things like social distancing, maximizing airflow in classrooms, things like that that have already been in place in the last year. And we have put those on the website because they are the best protective measures. But at the same time, and here's the list of things we have recommended, which I think probably all of you are familiar with. The one thing that did get mandated last week by the federal government is now we have information. Oh no, the slides went away. I can see them. Oh yeah, that is small. Difficulties with technology, always the hardest part sometimes. Should I go back with slides, or are you guys all okay with where I am? Okay, Okay, so I'll go back to the different recommendations that I think many of you are familiar with from last year. I mean, the main one we're really recommending is that people who can get vaccinated, and that's really important. We know the vaccine's the best protection. But at the same time, we are saying the best protection is also do indoor masking, social distancing. We want to encourage screening tests if anybody ever has symptoms or is likely exposed, but also go to those other levels of getting cleaning in the schools, ventilation, encouraging hand washing, and then everyone remembering to stay home when sick and get tested. And so then last week, CDC put out orders regarding public transport, and that does include school buses. So that does require all schools, passengers, and drivers, the students on the bus must wear a mask on the school bus. So that is outside of our level, that is above us at the CDC orders. And so the main question is really how should we manage when we have cases in the school? So with students who have COVID, who have been diagnosed with COVID, or staff in the school that have COVID, there is no change in our recommendations. Those people with COVID need to isolate at home for 10 days. And that doesn't matter whether they've been vaccinated or not. So if you test positive, you need to stay home. The next level is those people who are exposed to people who are COVID positive. And so we present options here because we know that's what's important to work well in Utah. So the standard protocol and what we did all of last year is to have people after exposure to quarantine at home 10 days, or they have the option to quarantine at home for 7 days and then test out if they're negative and come back to school. So that's our standard protocol that we overall recommend, but we are providing alternatives that local health authorities can do in conjunction with their schools. And with that, I'll present those alternatives. So if someone's exposed at school, we consider someone exposed specifically someone who's shared a classroom, an activity indoors for more than 15 minutes, or an outdoor or an extracurricular activity indoors for more than 15 minutes with a positive individual. The people we don't consider at risk after an exposure are if the two people have been wearing a mask, both the person who's positive and the person exposed. Just like last year's in school, it's the mask on mask. They wouldn't be considered at risk. We know that people who have been previously infected within the last 90 days are protected, so we don't consider people who have been infected in the last 90 days to be at risk after an exposure. And then people who are fully vaccinated, we do not consider them at risk after an exposure. And then just recently, we added in this caveat that also if the person who is exposed is wearing a KN95 or an N95, they can be considered not exposed because those masks can filter adequately. And in that case, it wouldn't matter what the person who is positive is wearing. So the local health authorities, as I said, we wanted to give them alternatives that they could choose instead of quarantine. So these additional measures can be chosen sort of on a district by district or region by region level. So the option is that these people who are considered exposed and at risk can stay in schools and do extracurricular activities if they agree to wear a mask for the full 10 days after their exposure, or they agree to wear a mask for the 7 days and they get tested negative on day 7. So this allows people to come back to the classroom with masks on even after they've been exposed to COVID. And I'll point out that's not when they have COVID, only when they've been exposed to COVID. So what is our roles? So educational institutions, you all know your roles, but we want to add on that layered prevention that you were doing last year, but also maintaining classroom rosters so that we can know who is possibly exposed after a case was in the classroom. And then we want to ask the schools to be able to communicate with teachers who also were in that region and then the families of those children who might have been exposed. And we recognize there's this need to accommodate people with disabilities, so working with them to find a way to use this plan while also accommodating disabilities. And then there is the overall duty that's written in law to communicate, to report individuals who have infectious diseases that are communicable. So the local health department, the next layer, it has the responsibility to respond at the classroom level and investigate and educate. Isolate the cases. We don't have any option about that. We want the cases to be isolated and at home. And then determine exposures. Work with the school to send out letters to parents that outline what choices they have and what approach your area has chosen. And then support testing and vaccination so that we can get more kids vaccinated and out of school if they are actually positive. And then the parents, we recognize that there is a significant part of parental personal responsibility here so that they can make the best choice for them and their children. And so we do have the responsibility as parents that if your child is positive, they need to stay home isolated for the 10 days to not spread the infection. And then parents of children who are not at risk post-exposure, they continue routine precautions and symptom monitoring, but can go to school. And then children who are at risk, so those who aren't vaccinated, who didn't wear mask on mask, those lists I told you before, the parents are either given the option to quarantine them at home for 10 days, have them mask and test out at 7 days, or mask for 10 days. And also they quarantine for 10 days and test out at 7. And then everybody's responsible is to stay home when they feel sick. So going forward, I think everybody's frustrated how often things are changing, but unfortunately this virus changes on us. It's not our choice to have things change. The virus is changing and making us change. So we all should anticipate that there's going to be changing patterns, but also changing in local implementation. So some districts might choose a different way to implement than others. And I think we all can work together to evaluate how different areas have worked and what has worked well for some versus not well for others, and learn from each other and adapt from that. And so I think this is sort of an intermediate plan because I think all of us hope we will have a vaccine for those younger students soon, and that will totally change how we approach this. But for now, we need to have this protection in place. And so overall, this plan, we felt after discussing with local health authorities, with different schools, with many different stakeholders, was the best approach to minimize the burden on schools, to protect health, to limit the mask use to only when it's necessary, and to give parent choice. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nolan. We do have a couple of questions. Board Member Cannon?
Thank you. I was interested in seeing your data charts, but they would have been much more meaningful to me if they had been disaggregated into children 12 and over and children 12 and under, because, or perhaps children 12 and over who are vaccinated versus children 12 and over who are not vaccinated, and then the younger kids, because I guess I'm really concerned about the younger kids. So I have a question. Do you have input for us about the progress of vaccinating children who are 12 and over? How is that going?
Well, first I'll answer your question. So here's a slight graph of sort of what you were asking for.
Oh,
and
thank
that
you.
I do have it 5 to 10, then 11 to 13, which unfortunately certainly sort of crosses boundaries, but you can see 14 to 18. So we're still having cases in those older kids. It's really across all of them when we're having cases. And as I said, we have 40% of our school-age children have taken 1 dose. And we are seeing an uptick recently. I think to some degree, it's the Delta variant has made people more nervous, more aware of that there is still a risk. I think a lot of people got like this 3 months ago, it seemed like everything was done and they didn't go get vaccine. But now that we have the Delta variant showing that it's back and it's severe, I think we're getting an uptick because of that. But we're also reaching out to multiple like pediatric providers, getting it in the office so it's really easy for families. So we are seeing more kids getting vaccinated, but we always need more.
May I ask a follow-up? Go ahead. Also, you mentioned that there's hope for a vaccine for those under 12 sometime soon. Can you put any kind of a closer date on that for us?
I think we all wish we could. So I know that there was originally a statement that it was going to be around September, but I do know about 2 to 3 weeks ago, the FDA looked at the data that was coming in from Pfizer, and they asked them to do add in additional children. And I think they're being very cautious, which we all want them to be cautious, right? We only want to put out good vaccines. So they asked for additional children, which means that's additional time. So I have not heard any official timeline.
Not end of the year or anything?
No, I mean, everybody says they're still hoping that it will be at the end of the year, but I haven't seen that that's supported in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so I had a question on the school bus issue, because last week it was, Utah law superseded, but now it's not guidance. They made it into federal law that you have to wear a mask on a bus. So kids are going to get on a bus, wear a mask, or have to wear a mask. The bus driver's going to have to deal with this, and then they're going to get off a bus and not have to wear a mask.
Yeah.
And this is going to work for.
I agree. It's
Yeah,
really complex.
problematic.
Yeah, it's really complex. I admit I am not a lawyer, so I do not know what supersedes what. Certainly, we want to talk more through how that's going to work. I agree. It's very confusing.
Can I ask one other question? Then my other question has to do with, specifically with these numbers here. Is this children that were sick that went in to get tested, or is this children that tested positive for COVID?
This is tested positive for COVID.
Do we weigh out the illness itself? And I guess two components to that. Children that are actually sick that have been tested positive for COVID, and children that have a secondary condition, something, a secondary health issue, right? And I'm not using the right term.
Comorbidity.
Comorbidity. So, and do we have those numbers weighed out in this too, or do we kind of put it all together?
So for this level analysis, it is anybody who tested positive. But we have done other analysis where we've looked for asymptomatic versus symptomatic. And it's definitely true in children. There's a fair number of kids who are asymptomatic, but there's also actually, I think it's, I want to give you an approximate number because I don't know it off the top of my head, but I think it's about 60% of kids report symptoms that are consistent with COVID that cause them to be at home and, well, other than that they're isolated, but be at home and be ill. The ones who get hospitalized are a little bit more likely to have comorbidities, but these are comorbidities that are very common, such as asthma. I mean, that's a comorbidity that huge portion of our population is. So I don't think we want to say, oh, this is only a problem for the severely ill.
Sure, I just wondered if the impact was significantly higher or not.
Yeah, it is. For kids, asthma is a great example. Asthma, definitely the impact is higher in kids. And I'd had to look what our data is, what the other leading ones are, but we definitely do see kids who have other medical conditions are hit a little harder. But we occasionally get the ones who are totally healthy who go to the hospital, and it's shocking.
Okay, this is a quick one. Are they still asking when you call the health department if you have COVID? I had COVID and they wanted to know if my cat was sick with COVID too. Are they still asking that question, or is that one
I
off?
do not know. I'm
Because I did
sorry.
not know what Kat's symptoms of COVID were. I asked him about smell, but he didn't respond, so.
Yeah. You put
Okay.
the tuna in front of him and he was
Yeah.
interested?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Okay,
Board Member Klein?
Yes, I'm curious if you have charts from the previous year showing the hospitalization numbers for that same age range of kids, and if it's different from what we saw this year, or if those kids that are ending up in the hospital are kids that would end up there anyway due to just usual, normal seasonal
Right,
sicknesses.
variations.
Because I know, I've worked as a nurse, and the hospitals are often very full during the winter months with kids that have asthma that also get the secondary flu and
So,
cold infections.
I can't say, I don't think I have that here with me, but I can say what was remarkable last year is we didn't see any other hospitalizations. RSV did
Just
not
COVID.
circulate. Influenza did not circulate.
That's-
All these common.
So it just went away for the year.
Well, it's because we did masking. It's because we did social distancing, and all these respiratory illnesses are passed around in a common way. So once we took out that common path, we tamped down COVID really well. I think if we hadn't done those, we would have had much worse COVID. But at the same time, we were able to get rid of influenza, and we were able to get rid of RSV. All these other respiratory illnesses really were quite well controlled.
And there's no way to know for sure, because from my understanding, the PCR test did not differentiate between flu and COVID.
Oh, no,
It
they
was-
definitely did. Yeah, the tests were very specific. So COVID is a very unique test to the influenza. You definitely know one or the other.
And are they
if you have
are they
both-
testing for both?
Yes. Well, it depends on which hospital system you're in. A lot of where drive-ups, they were probably only testing for COVID. But a lot of the hospitals where they admitted people who were severely ill, they were certainly testing them, partially because they wanted to know how many people had COVID, but also how many people had COVID and influenza, because our concern is those two were going to come together and be a super, super
Okay.
severe illness.
So what about the studies that have just recently come out that show that the PCR test was faulty?
I'm not aware of those studies. All the studies I've seen from the scientific literature are suggesting that the PCRs are very accurate.
Okay. I have one
Do you
more
have-
question.
do you have another question?
Just one more question.
Okay.
Is that okay? So the N95 mask that you said that they're recommending, on the 3M warning label for the N95 mask, it says, "Do not use in atmospheres containing less than 19.5% oxygen. Misuse can cause severe injury or death." 19.5% is any elevation above 2,000 feet, and most of our Wasatch Front is at 5,000 feet or higher.
So, well, one thing is I can say that your doctors are wearing N95s all the time, and
Oh,
I
not all day long,
well,
just
certain ones are
intermittently.
The respiratory therapists. But we are also recommending for children that they're wearing KN95s, because I don't know how many of you have ever worn an N95. I have. They are not comfortable, and I don't think we're going to convince our children to wear N95s. KN95s are a different level. They're much more comfortable, and those don't have that kind of concern.
They don't deprive of oxygen
No,
the
they
same
do
way?
not. No.
Board Member Hanson?
Thank you. Appreciate you being here with us, Dr. Nolan, and welcome to Utah. During this crisis, I guess it's an interesting time to be here, but we appreciate
Great to
your
arrive
time.
4 weeks ago, yes.
The data that we saw for last year, that included universal masking in schools. Do we have any projections about what might happen this year without the masking
Yeah.
element in there? I know that's a big part of the strategy last year, and it's not there this year.
Right. I think the best thing I can show you is this one where we're saying we might get up to 4 times as much, but it is really hard. I think the best thing we can do, and we are now watching, is watching what happens in other states. Because there's a number of other states that started school this week, and some of them have mask mandates and some of them don't. And just we're having people screen for all what's happening in those other states, because yeah, models are only so good, right? Models are never right. They're an approximation. They can give us some idea. Reality is right. So that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to watch what all these other states, what's happening as they open their schools. And I think it's important for us to learn from them and not follow directly in their path if we see bad things. So I know there's been a number of reports already of outbreaks in schools. And so we're keeping track which ones are in schools with masks and which ones are schools without masks.
Thank you. Can I follow up, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
So vaccine status for kids over 12, how are we going to handle that with privacy concerns, or, who's going to be aware of vaccine status for those kids?
So the way we felt that it was most appropriate is that the parents have the option, right? So if your kid is vaccinated, you can present that information, and then they will be exempt from that, the mask wearing because of the quarantine. So it's up to the parents. If they choose not to present that, then their child can just wear a mask for that 10-day period. So it's really a choice on the parent's part.
And then just one more. I know that the health department still has the authority to make emergency directives if you see something, but then local government can override those even immediately. Do you see any scenarios where, and I don't want you to project too far and look at different things, but do you see any scenarios where the health department would actually do that, make those directives?
I think you know Utah better than I do. I've been here 1 month. But I do think, certainly if we see things going out of control and I think one thing to consider is our healthcare system already is almost at the breaking point. And so if we put kids back in school and we then add to all these cases exponentially, our healthcare systems are not going to be able to treat our sick patients. And that I could imagine that might start the conversation of when do we put in directives. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Hymas?
Yeah, I have a question about the staff students exposed. It says shared a classroom, participated in indoor activity for more than 15 minutes, or participated in an extracurricular activity. Last year, if I remember correctly, I think they had a distance on that. It was like 6 feet, then 3 feet, then just wear masks. There's no distance if they're in the same, there's some pretty large classrooms.
Right. So this was actually based on feedback both from our different school board, school representatives and the local health representatives, in that the 6 feet distance was really difficult, and it put a huge burden on schools that they had to decide which kids were next to each other, which were actually exposed. So it was actually a compromise that we felt that it was most appropriate to consider the classroom exposed. And we feel that is without a question appropriate in an elementary school setting, right, where kids are moving a lot and it's very hard to know who's interacting with who. So this was a compromise between the health departments, the school boards, the school superintendents. It's what everybody felt the most comfortable with and felt was the least burdensome.
Follow up.
Yes.
Just so we're not worried about the social distancing inside the classroom. We're just, if it is in there, then we're just saying it's all exposed.
So I'll say it at two different levels. We still want social distancing, right? Because the truth is, it is going to help to have less cases, right? Our goal is to not have kids get COVID. Doing social distancing is going to do that. In terms of identifying and telling people to quarantine, we're proposing to take the whole classroom as a unit and ask them to wear a mask for 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lear?
Yeah, I'm asking you to look ahead a little bit, and I don't know if and I'm partly asking if you've had any conversations about what will happen after younger students can receive the vaccine, which I'm hoping could be a couple of months, maybe 2-3 months. Yeah. And then if the vaccination rate of students is only what the vaccination rate of adults is, which is pretty poor in Utah, at what point will we consider that there's an outbreak and those children will be excluded from school like other unvaccinated children are in other diseases when there's an outbreak? Have you started to talk about that?
I'm trying to think. So you're saying
Utah has a law that if children are unvaccinated,
right,
the parents have a right based on their conscience to not have their children vaccinated. But if
right,
there's an outbreak of that disease,
yes,
those children can be excluded.
Right.
And I'm kind of asking if you've started to discuss this, and at what will be the outbreak level for COVID
Yeah.
that will say unvaccinated children can't come to
Should
school?
not come to school, right?
And cannot is.
I have not heard conversations about that. So I think what we would do, though, in general, we're trying to normalize this. We're trying to make it the same as the other diseases we have in
Right.
our guidance. So my guess would be we would be going towards the same direction as what we do with other diseases. But I admit I don't know. I have not been on conversations about that, or we haven't gotten to that point yet. I think we're trying right now to deal with what we're handed right
Yeah.
now.
And I don't want to pile on at all, but I do hope that there's some discussion of that
Yeah.
because it will happen suddenly and the opportunity to be vaccinated for younger kids will come about quickly. And if we have a 30% vaccination rate of children, which I fear, then that puts everybody, a lot at risk and when we could
I
do
think for
something
now, if
about
we
it.
have 30%, we're going to have to kind of continue with this kind of approach in a way.
At least I hope. I mean, we wouldn't do that with polio. We wouldn't do
No.
that with measles. We wouldn't. So I hope I hope there's more of an approach that mirrors other
Yeah.
vaccinations. Thank you. Thank you so much for your work and your service and your honesty with us, because you get a lot of mixed messages when you're in a policy-making position.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Hart?
Yes, I just need a clarification. So you just indicated that it would be the whole class that you would be quarantining with
well,
a
we'd either-
positive case? Or
Quarantining, or they have the option to.
was that a recent change? What, I had heard 3 feet.
So that is a change. This is the current year plan, correct. Last year's plan was 3 feet, and
I mean, I heard
But
3
also it
feet
was-
as of Monday. Okay, a different question. Could a local health department decide to change that? Or is that a statewide?
consideration of who's exposed.
Because why I'm asking is that is a significant difference. If you are doing 3 feet, then you're asking your teachers to always have a seating chart.
Right.
Because you're only choosing a select group. If we're talking entire classes at a time, that's a different procedure to share with teachers. So I'm just trying to clarify that I'm trying to reconcile
Yeah.
what was, could that be changed at the
Local level.
local level?
Right, and I'm trying to think, I think we do allow that to be changed. So a local level,
Okay.
yes, they
Okay.
could change that.
Okay.
If it is something where if teachers think they can have and are willing to, I think that's what we really came down to, the willing to say who's a contact, is that it was
Okay.
really hard for the superintendents to say they wanted to do that. So that's why we went away from it.
I see. Okay.
And so it was actually at the request mostly of the schools, that they didn't want to do this
Yeah,
contact
yeah,
tracing again.
I understand.
And so, but I do think if a school was interested in it and the local health authority, I think it is something they could work together. on.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so I'm just going to read from the law and then just ask a question about it. So it says an LEA governing board, the state superintendent, or a school may not require an individual to wear a face mask covering to attend or participate in in-person instruction, LEA-sponsored athletics, or another LEA-sponsored extracurricular activity, or any other place on the campus of the school or school facility after the end of 2021. So my question has to do with extracurricular activities, those that maybe are sponsored at the school or normally would be. How are we working with that? And then also, I don't know if this, maybe Board Member Straight, if he has more information, I don't know if the athletic, what is it? The
Utah High School.
association
Utah High
has come out
School.
with their information yet. And are they working with you to align with the law as well as?
My understanding is, yes, they're aligned with the law that they are
Okay.
not mandating masks.
Okay.
And so my understanding is that for extracurricular activities that I think are school-sponsored, so when you may bring up the non-school sponsored on school land, I admit I don't know that, but the law is written for school-sponsored, so I think it covers school-sponsored. I think a lawyer would want to look at that better. But yes, extracurricular activities fall under the same thing as the school activities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Hutchings?
Yes, I was just wondering if I could ask when the LEAs can anticipate hearing from their local health department about some of the more localized decisions you're letting them make.
I know that some have already started, so I think it's dependent on each region. I know some have already started the conversation, so, yeah.
I'm just going to interject a follow-up on that. Is it the local school that makes that decision, or the health department, and do they do it collectively?
What I've heard is most of them are doing it collectively, because they have to work together.
Is there a requirement, though, it's one or the other?
I think we say the local health authority has the choice. Yeah, we say the local health authority has the choice of how they implement.
And then, I'm sorry, back to Board Member Hanson's question then, if the health department does one of these choices, can the local jurisdiction override them?
I do not know the legal side of that, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Straight?
So I guess I've been listening to all this, and I'm wondering, is this just informational for us? And here's what the law is, and here's what the rules are, and we put out our guidelines based on what we've been told. I'm not, is there any decision, is there any latitude for policy decisions by USBE, or is this just informational?
At this time, it's informational. We don't have an actionable item here.
Right, and I realize that, but, you know, we're coming right into school, and I think it feels like we're supposed to be doing something, but we're not, and we have no power to do so. So for me, it's somewhat frustrating, actually, as the board that's given constitutional authority for education. So I guess I have a statement, not a question.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. I have one more question, and I'm sorry to belabor this, but I have a question. Are we overstepping our bounds in the law that states that you can't require masks for children in any manner that we're going to be requiring them?
No, so we did both have lawyers look at that, and we talked to the legislature about that, and they recognized the goal of that law was to prevent like universal masking at all times. They recognize when there's a risk and there's an exposure, that it is a different situation, and that is allowed in those situations. So this is specifically how we wrote it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming and giving us this information, even though some of us are frustrated. Oh, Board Member Hymas, you have one more question. I'm so sorry.
I do have one more question. Sorry, I'm getting questions from people who are listening in, but again, is this a directive or a we highly recommend?
So
I know it's a tough question.
So I believe that we cannot give a directive. So the overall, this is a guide, right? So this is where the school can choose and the local health authority can work together. This is a disease plan. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And just for the record, when the Department of Health highly recommends something, I listen carefully. All right? I want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Thank you so much for coming today and giving us this information. Oh, sorry. Vice Chair Davis has a question. I'm sorry. Oh, because it says Laura Belknap on here, I thought.
I know. I'll take it as a compliment. I'll take being called Laura. Thanks so much for coming today. I was just looking on the website, which is the coronavirus section of utah.gov, and I'm originally thought maybe it was not current because it says that the Utah Department of Health strongly recommends the following layered prevention strategies in K-12 schools, which actually are different from. Then as you scroll down, then it gets to the more current types of things that you said you're recommending. So is that because the Utah Department of Health doesn't necessarily agree with this sort of compromise? Or is it, for example, here it says the Utah Department of Health strongly recommends the following layered prevention strategies in K-12 schools, encouraging everyone 12 years and older to get vaccinated. and wearing a mask when indoors.
Yes.
Which is different from only wearing a mask if you've had an exposure. So I'm just wondering how that works out information-wise, and if that's delineated as to, this would be our ideal, but this was a compromise with school leaders, just so parents at home can kind of see and make their
I
decisions.
think we wanted to put out for parents so they have the best information, right? How if parents want to know the best way to protect their kid, that's what we wanted to put up on front on our website. So that's what that beginning is. The best information we have, it is the best thing to do is get vaccinated. Second best is to wear a mask. So that's what we put up front is if you want to protect your kid, this is the best way to do it. And then we go through the ways that the health department can work to protect the children and when there is an exposure. So that's what we're trying to do in the website. Give parents the best information and then give the policymakers and the people who have to do the action what they are requested to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I didn't miss any more lights, so thank you so much. We are going to go back, and Sarah, will you come again and answer questions about the COVID relief plans? Thank you so much, Sarah. I know that some of you had questions, and I think I know that I saw Janet, Randy, Carol, and Board Member Earl. So Board Member Earl, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a couple questions. There was a question I was asked by a local board member yesterday about using the ARP funds for capital expenses, like the ventilation. Is that a legitimate use?
So yes, thank you, Board Member Earl. In terms of the allowable use cases, Utah accurately reflects all of the allowable use cases, which does include the capital as well as the opportunities for improvement in HVAC. I would add an additional kind of just detail related to that, which is because the expenditure is over $5,000, they do have to pursue a secondary approval specific to that project that's required by the federal government that our state is administering. And those details are available both on the website as well as have been provided to LEA leaders.
Okay, and I knew you had talked to the LEA leaders before, but I think maybe some of that information isn't getting clearly to the local boards. Does that make sense? And then along that same line, if a board, and this has been a little bit of a concern I've had, is that we're hurrying to put these plans into place for a whole bunch of money for the next several years, but their most pressing need may not be known. Does that make sense? And so as they get towards mid-year, they may say, oh, we wanted to change midstream. This really, we have a more pertinent need or a usage. Can they change those plans?
They can, thank you. So they are able to change those plans, and we do recognize and have taken this approach with the previous ESSER awards as well, that, you know, as shared by our expert from the Department of Health, that COVID continues to change and our needs and responses need to change as well. So two mechanisms for that. First is that in the Utah Grants Management System, all of our existing awardees have the opportunity to propose a budget amendment that allows them to make those modifications to all of their existing COVID-19 relief awards to be reviewed by staff to be in alignment with the federal use cases before it's approved. Specific to ARP ESSER, they are able to make those changes. However, they do have to make those changes and have them approved by their local school board before they are submitted to USBE in alignment with those expectations of stakeholder input.
So it's there, just a few steps to take.
Correct.
Right, okay. And then I just have one more question. This has to do with the $12 million for after school, you know, at summer school. Do they, and I think I've asked this before, I just want to be clear, especially, I think we're going to have concerns here if we're not careful. Do they adhere to our rules and expectations as a state board, or do they adhere to the expectations of whatever organization is asking for the funding?
So it's a great question, and I see that we have Camille Sheik joining us via Zoom, who is our expert for the 21st Century Grants and one of our agency leaders related to this effort. So Camille, I'm wondering if you heard the question and are able to provide an answer.
Yes, hi Sarah. Yes, Camille Sheik with the Utah State Board of Education, Education Specialist. may I ask a follow-up question, Board Member Earl, just so I understand the question? Is it with community-based organizations?
I don't know who's applying for this money, so I don't know. Yes, I guess the answer would be yes. The money's coming from us, right? So I'm asking if they have to adhere when we go through the certification, or I don't know, what are we, what are we doing?
Review process.
Yeah, the review process, especially where we've highlighted 4 areas, making sure parents are aware of the content, age appropriate, right? I mean, those kind of things. Things have been vetted thoroughly. That type of a thing is what I'm asking. Because the money's coming from us, will they have to adhere to those kind of things?
Absolutely. They will go through a thorough review process with a group of qualified grant reviewers. After we have those who are recommended to be awarded, I will review them. I will follow up with any questions. I also work closely with Sarah Young and Sarah Harward and Jessica Carr, who are part of the CARES team. So yes, they will follow all the USBE policies and procedures for the after school and summer programs.
Okay, thank you.
The money goes to the LEA though, correct?
So it's actually something where the partnership, it requires both a community-based organization, business, and an LEA. However, they can decide who's the fiscal agent related to that as part of their application.
Thank you. Okay, Board Member Booth?
I wanted to just comment, as we've observed the last few months, the complexity of this awarding process, resources that have never been known to man in the past, in terms of the numbers of resources, the numbers of opportunities. Of course, we're in a very unique situation with COVID. But I just wanted to compliment Sarah and this very extensive team who, though I think sometimes you don't feel like it's extensive enough when you have to meet the deadline and get everything in, and all the approvals and the public input and the input from superintendents and boards across the state. It is unbelievable to me that you are communicating as clearly and managing this number of resources and this many number of requests with as much clarity and with answers to all of these questions. And I know this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the questions that are coming to you across the state. So I'm just so grateful that in a highly unusual set of circumstances, and more than ever before, resources that need to be carefully monitored, and we need to be accountable for them, and we need to understand that accountability both from a state standpoint, from a federal standpoint. I'm just so grateful that you have an organization and that you're managing that organization in such a responsible way, and want to say thank you, because it takes a huge burden off of us who are policymakers, who are concerned about the big picture, just to know that you're taking care of business. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Lear?
Thanks. I have a specific question that was just raised, and then I have two more general questions, if that's okay. You just mentioned HVAC systems, and I know that there was an interesting provision in the state that was passed by the state last year that didn't allow LEAs to use, was it just state money or also federal money for HVAC systems? And if somehow that's now changed, I know there are a couple of LEAs that would love to improve some HVAC systems with this money. Is it they can or they cannot?
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So this really, the best way to answer it is in the fact that we've received multiple awards. So the reference that you're making to the state legislature in regards to when they appropriated our second set of ESSER funds, so ESSER 2, do have some of those state criteria related to if an LEA chose to spend their ESSER 2 money in an HVAC or capital expenditure expenditure setting, that the state would be reducing their MSP allocation dollar for dollar. So it does not prevent them from using their funds that way, which is ultimately in alignment with the federal requirements. However, it does create what we call a reverse match in terms of it is a negative fiscal incentive to the local dollars. That is only specific to the ESSER 2 awards. So as we move forward with ARP ESSER or ESSER 3, the state, when they appropriated this money to the agency to make these local awards, did not provide that guidance. So we are able to exercise the full suite of federal allowable use cases, including HVAC and capital expenditures.
Thank you. So ESSER 3 is kind of got to be what I communicate. Thank you. Then my more general questions, very general compared to what you presented, are one, can these awards go to like, and I forget, I can't say the exact name of what their regional service centers are now. Could they go to a regional service center for use for its members if small districts don't have the capacity to apply?
It's a great question. So the way that the funds themselves, specifically for ESSER, are structured, it does require us to award the 90% using the Title 1A allocations from 2019 direct to those LEAs. Okay. I will say that we have definitely worked with all 4 regional service centers in terms of making sure that they have the appropriate information regarding these plans to be able to support their local school districts and charter schools they serve. And as a component of that, we are supportive of some of those smaller districts sharing those plans and opportunities before they're submitted to the state board, just to help reduce kind of the overall workload and burden.
Great. And then I always, when I look at those charts that flash by quickly, it always is concerning to me that only 60% of them are used or 38% of them are used. And I know you pointed out that some of these are newer so that they haven't been encumbered yet. But I'm just more asking a general question. Do you find that we leave a lot of this money on the table, or do you find that in the end, it's all spoken for by LEAs?
No, it's a great question. So I will say my sense in terms of working with our LEAs is that in most cases, these expenditures are either have already occurred or they are planned for and encumbered in terms of future activities down to the dollar. Okay. And the reflection that you see on the screen is usually limited to local business administrative capacity. So in the same way that they are needing to submit full documentation related to these particular funding streams, they're also doing that for all of their traditional programs that they use for schools, both from state and other federal funds. So oftentimes there's a bit of a lag, and that lag is not reflective of the activities and the needs, but instead really just having the manpower necessary to submit all of the paperwork that's required.
Your last, just one short.
Just one more.
I promise, just one more. Well, everyone else is doing relay questions, so I thought it was okay. I'd get away with it too. Do you find that the paperwork is excessively cumbersome, or do you feel like based on the money they're getting, it's pretty fair? Or is there anything we can do about that?
So I think that, I mean, so you're asking a question of the individual who helped establish those guidelines. So I would reflect they're accurate and fair. However, I will just note that I think one of the key components for us as an agency was noting that these funds were being delivered very, very quickly to address needs that needed to be addressed immediately. We didn't have a lot of time to say, like, well, let's write, a lengthy plan and, go through a lot of some of those components. So noting that the awards were made quickly, we are requiring that they document document how that money is spent for reimbursement purposes for our monitoring in alignment with the federal requirements. And that is necessary because we do have the opportunity then to work directly with our LEAs as they may submit expenses that are not allowable, and instead be able to then shift those to appropriate use cases and needs so that we prevent the, ultimate kind of conversations related to the monitoring, auditing, both at the internal level, the state level, and the federal level.
Thank you. I hope it's as minimal as possible, because I feel like this is money that's way overdue for so many things. Thank you. Thanks for indulging.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Norton?
I really hate to work in the hypothetical, but we're going to have to go to the hypothetical for this. Just for clarity purposes, can you give some examples or ideas of what was actually meant when you talk about the partnerships and local businesses interacting with this? Can you maybe, give me some structure on that?
Of course. And so I'll give a quick overview, and then if there's additional questions, we can also direct them to Camille, who's with us. So in terms of the general overview, the focus of these particular funds, as required by the award to the State Board of Education, is that we are supporting after-school and summer learning opportunities that are evidence-based, and that is through a partnership work, mainly because I think it's important to realize most of our LEAs feel like capacity is definitely stretched, if not already at a breaking point. And so by having those opportunities to say, if we are offering additional services that may be available to sign up for families and individual children, how do we do that in a way that is not taking on the burden exclusively to teachers and principals and schools, but instead really working together with those community partners. So Camille is with us. If you're amenable, I'm sure she can share an example just to kind of highlight what that looks like.
Would you like an example? Yes, please. Camille?
Yes. Thanks, Camille Sheik, USBE. So one example might be if you're in a smaller rural community, working with a local business to bring in volunteers to help, obviously having them receive training and background checks as applicable, but help having maybe a local volunteer pool if it's a rather small rural community. And again, that was feedback as we were looking through the initial draft application from some of the public, that it might be hard for our rural communities to have like a community-based organization such as a Boys and Girls Club or a YMCA to help, as Sarah said, to support the schools and the school staff with providing those evidence-based services.
Is that good? Board Member Norton?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Moss?
Quick clarifying question about the kind of flexibility and modifications as we go forward. So the stuff that's, the 12 million is fairly narrow, at least comparatively. You've got after school and summer learning stuff. The broader amounts that have, the grant requests have gone out with the September 17 deadline, that's for the rest, right? How much specificity or flexibility, well, put those in order, how much specificity do you need up front to allow flexibility later on? If you learn something during this next year, for example, and you say, well, I think something else looks like it worked better over here, or we've found this here, do you have to match that up, tag it to something that was in the same general vicinity of the new program you want to try? Just how binding is that September 17th initial application? Does that make sense? Because we're going to be learning a lot, right? As all these districts, LEAs, charters do things, we're going to know a heck of a lot next year. So I'm just curious how much real flexibility is in there to guide their initial application, right?
Yeah, so there are a lot of flexibilities in terms of the process moving forward. So there, aside from the commitment to the assurances that have been listed in alignment with the federal legislation in terms of providing reporting and records related to these efforts and being in alignment with those 19 use cases, I'll give just a potential exemplar. So if we have a an LEA that submits and is really thinking that the majority of their funding needs to be specific to serving students in high school with credit recovery. 6 months in, they realize that it's like actually our need and our root cause is not specific to just the credit recovery, but we also need opportunities to improve our student information system so that parents have that information sooner rather than later. Both of those, in response to COVID, are allowable use cases, and an LEA, provided that they get approval from their local school board, has the opportunity to be able to say, no longer spending all of our money on these credit recovery opportunities, instead, some of our money, and then the rest going to the other eligible use case of building out a more comprehensive SIS system.
Great, okay. So as long as you're working within those 19 permissible use cases, you don't have to pick your horse and then slight modification. You can say, this is working better and, okay, thank you.
Correct.
That's great.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Thank you, Sarah, so much. Okay, we will go on to 6.2.1, the Scribble contract renewal. Naomi, are you presenting, you and Rick? Jennifer is not on my list, so.
I was instructed to be here.
Oh, okay. So if you'll each introduce yourself, and then we'll have the discussion on this contract. Thank you.
You guys introduce while I get set up. Go for it. So I'll have them introduce themselves while I get the internet to connect.
Sure. I am Naomi Watkins, the Secondary English Language Arts and Library and Media Specialist.
I'm Rick Gaseford. I am the Education Technology Specialist in the Digital Teaching and Learning section.
There.
Yes, you are.
Having learned, I have to get real close. Jennifer Thoronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. And we are here today to present to you an SR2 proposal. We know we are out of sequence, out of timeline, and so we apologize for that, but there is some urgency to not disrupt service, or if we are going to disrupt service, to allow teachers to know as soon as possible. So this was a SR1 proposal that we brought to you initially and was awarded by the board to provide Scribble statewide to our teachers and students in grades K through 12. Last year, that contract is expiring, and so the opportunity ahead of us is to decide whether to extend that contract, which is why we're here with you today, or to go ahead and leave that contract closing and let our teachers know that this tool will not be available to them this coming year. So with that said, we're going to kind of set the stage as to why Scribble and move into what it is, and then have a testimonial from Chris Sweeney in Carbon School District to share how his team is looking forward to using this tool this coming year. The field had, mixed messaging on, oh, we have this tool forever. Oh, no, the tool is going away, potentially. And so he'll be able to express how his school is planning to use it in his district across contents, across kind of a collaborative environment. So with that said, I will kick off the presentation and then hand things over to Naomi to share the teacher perspective. So if you've seen our preliminary RISE and Aspire data, we have less than 50% of students in grades 3 through 11 that are proficient in reading and writing. With that kind of story, we wanted to say, well, what are the things we can do to kind of help compel advancements and acceleration in student learning? One of the allowable uses of ESSER2 funds is digital tools that allow for interactivity and engagement with students between the teacher and students that is in real time, active, provides feedback, and this tool has really found to be extremely useful for that. So as we look at that 47% or less of students are proficient in English language arts, depending on the grade level, we have a need of students that need to advance their reading and writing skills. The second one was the data point we collected from teachers. 66% of students cannot distinguish between fact and opinion. That is astonishing to me and hopefully to you as well. We have this ability to use a tool like Scribble to help to encourage that development of that skill set of being able to determine fact versus opinion, which is a very important skill, as I think all of you are aware, for our students to develop in the K-12 system. The last one is the tool itself allows for research skills to be built. It helps to bring all of their materials together, to keep track, to help with citations, to really afford this seamless opportunity. Any of you that have had a classroom of teachers or students or been researchers yourself, finding all of your sources, being able to cite them appropriately, taking notes on them, ends up being in a lot of different houses, whether it's Word or this file, or I print out materials. This puts everything in one place and really takes the cognitive demand to the learning rather than the organizational skills of where did I put that file? I found it last week in class and now my teacher wants me to pull it up. Where is it? It really helps to reduce some of those things. So the research element is really strong in the program. In terms of how this tool aligns with what we are promoting as a state in our Utah's K-12 literacy framework, there are specific things that it really attends to extremely well. The first one is the ability to tailor instruction. There's this interactivity within the tool that allows teachers to give feedback in real time. It allows students to collaborate across the system as well. They can be reading the same article. They can be putting in their thoughts and notes. Their colleagues or peers can see them. And the teacher can also see them and be giving feedback along the way and asking additional questions. So it creates a really engaged environment because you're able to see that feedback coming in real time, whether you're live and in person or at a home-based model. It's evidence-based, so we've seen some great results in terms of the quantity of our students using it. We only had it in place for about 6 to 8 months of the school year, so it's been a short amount of time. But in terms of the pieces that it brings, it does align with our standards. It allows for teachers to really leverage this tool to meet learning needs. It provides that targeted feedback. Feedback has a very high effect size in our classrooms. It has 2 years of growth in one when you get feedback from a teacher in a timely, sensitive manner that's specific. And this tool allows for that. They can monitor student progress. They can look at the resources they pulled in. They can give feedback along the way. They can set standards of expectations and monitor those standards. And again, provide students with feedback. The final one there that aligns with our framework is really allows students to be engaged and allows them to monitor and assess their own learning. So the metrics the teacher can see, the student can also see. So it's not the teacher's grade book, can't see into that, but they can also see like what have they collected in respect to the expectations that their teacher has set. So it allows for that self-assessment component to go along with the system, which is another very effective evidence-based practice. So in terms of the work in progress and how this tool aligns with some of the work that we're currently doing is in our implementing our strategic plan, we have that promoting high quality instruction in early grade classrooms. We really need, looking at our data, we need to promote high quality instruction in every grade classroom, and this will help to allow for that engaged and feedback-rich environment. The last part, as our team has started to work on, is a literacy achievement plan. So looking at our data, where are we as a state in our K through 12 system, well, pre-K through 12 system, from the data points, where are our needs, and starting to identify the strategies that will help us to achieve those. Given the research base around reading and writing, these are the things from the research literature that are expressed to show great gains in student achievement. So as you kind of read through that list, I won't read them to you, but those are the typical strategies that have been found through the research to be highly effective in changing student outcomes. And when we look at the Scribble tool, it does the top 4. So it doesn't do sentence combining, that could be taught by the teacher, but the other pieces are afforded through the system to allow students to have those opportunities to get peer assistance with their goals, because their peers can look in and share their ideas and give feedback. It helps students to have those opportunities to summarize. We're pulling in information and we're having context to provide those summarizations in the system. Additionally, within our evidence-based reading practices, the nice thing about reading and writing is they complement each other. When you improve one, the other one is impacted as well. So as we look at the evidence-based practices for reading and compare that to what Scribble provides, you're going to hit all but one of these. Specifically, strategic tutoring is the one that it doesn't hit, as that requires some more explicit peer interaction than what Scribble would typically afford a teacher to engage with. So within the evidence base, Scribble has a really strong correlation and relationship to what we would expect high quality instruction and leveraging digital tools within our high quality instruction to improve engagement and our opportunities to provide timely feedback. Just to kind of give you context for what do we already have available, what tools do teachers have in various grade levels, this table is meant to represent the different grade spans. So on the kind of left side, you'll see K-3 tools, in the middle, grades 4 through 8, and then 9 through 12 on the far side. So I'll just let you take a look at those. And the number of students using those software or those digital tools is also listed, just to kind of give you an example. Our early reading software we've had for about a decade now, and is up to 153,000 students. So with time, we see an investment in money. I think we started in that program with $3 million. It is up to 11 million now because of such great usage by our school districts and charters. Then we move into Utah Compose, which is our writing tool for kind of giving students feedback on the quality of their writing. Then you've got our Acadience reading assessment, which is really for teachers and students to understand where they are from a universal screening standpoint. This past year, legislation passed it involved grades 4 through 6. So those numbers aren't accounted for in that quantity because that has not started yet. Scribble is down there in the 6 months, and that's what this kind of time frame of usage is monitoring. These are the number of teachers that started. This was COVID. We started the program in October, so it was not there for the teachers to start the school year with. It was during the year of COVID. The fact that we had as much usage as we did is actually pretty impressive. We had a tool prior to Scribble that had some similarities, but definitely not the the depth, and the interactivity with Canvas and different tools and Google that this tool has. We have more usage in Scribble in 6 months than we saw with the old program in a decade. So that is just something to kind of keep in mind. Teachers saw great value and really started to use that product in a year that it was really hard to take on anything new. We would expect one of the hesitations for teachers last year as well, beyond the COVID impact, was it was a one-year contract. Not a lot of teachers want to invest their time in something that's going to go away in a year. So that's something that for us to consider. We have a plan for how we would fund this long-term when ESSER funds are no longer available that we'll talk to you about as well. The last one is just our RISE benchmarks and interim assessments. So you'll see out of this, you really have 3 assessment tools and 1 early reading software, which is more instructional, but there really isn't a tool that's instructional for our intermediate and upper grades. So one of the reasons that we are here, not in November, where you were expecting us to come and do ESSER proposals, is the timing of the contract. So the contract is expiring, and we wanted to not disrupt service for teachers that have become users of the program and want to use it this coming year. And if that is the case, if the board decides we don't want to promote this digital tool, we just want to be able to let teachers know so that they can adjust their plans accordingly. So with that said, there's a few pieces for this piece. One is our student outcome data. When we look at having less than 50% of students in grades 3 through 11 not proficient in reading and writing, we have some urgent work to do, especially as you look at secondary students. Less than half of them are ready to really graduate with the types of reading and writing skills we would want. And this tool helps to really empower teachers and students to advance their reading and writing skills. It has an annotation feature where kids can really dig in, leave their thoughts, ask questions, and really get into text rather than just consuming, but really interacting with the text. The second one is the board approved this request previously. So in ESSER 1 funds, this was approved by the board. Some of you were not on the board at that time, so we just wanted to make you aware this was previously approved. It was a 1-year contract. ESSER 1 funds were a 1-year funding source, so that was the kind of the contract that we put into place. The other piece that I wanted to hit is the consistent use. So when we started a product in October, teachers like to build routines. It's really nice to have a product at the beginning of the school year to build routines so that your students get familiar with the tool, they know what the expectations are, and it just becomes part of the work. When we have disruption of service, if we were to delay until December, you'd have not that consistency, and now we have to throw something in later where teachers could have kind of embedded this into their practice earlier and are more likely to have consistent practice with the tool. So with that said, we're going to transfer over to the teacher aspect so you can kind of see what the tool does, as well as hear from a local educator of how he's been using the tool and how him and his colleagues will be using that tool. And I'll hand things over to Naomi.
Thanks. Well, I'll just lean closer. Thank you. So if you're like me, I'm a very visual learner, and talking about a software is not a way for me to actually understand what the software does. And so we have 2 educators, one who is we recorded him talking about the software and showing it to you and what he does with it. And then we will have Chris Sweeney from Carbon Schools joining us by Zoom to talk about his plans. But I do want to hit how Scribble meets some of these student needs once again, because we reached out to teachers who were using Scribble and asked them, like, do you like it? Do you not like it? What do you like about it? And there was an overwhelming positive response by those who used the tool. And the things that they really hit on, and Jennifer touched on these a little bit, were the ability for students and teachers to create their own libraries. I know personally when I have gone to a website and found this really great article and then go back to it later and the link's expired, there's nothing more frustrating than that, and that happens all the time. And kids using Scribble are able to then store these articles and different resources into Scribble, and they don't disappear. Teachers then are also able to create their own libraries and share them with students. And you'll see Trent talk about this. They can really critically read and annotate sources, do it with themselves, with a teacher, with their peers, and that can also happen if they're in the classroom or if they're at home. So that would help with that hybrid learning that may or may not be happening. And the other thing, they can do it all in one program. As a middle school teacher, there was nothing more frustrating than waiting for kids to find the things that they needed to do to write their paper or to work on their thing in the classroom. It frees up that space to really work on ideas and really composing and really crafting arguments and research in the classroom and with other students. So the last one, of course, is seeing a real-time progress, knowing how students are progressing. Are they using credible sources? Are they not? So we're going to go watch this short little video from Trent Mikesell, who is at Nebo School District. Yes?
Naomi, before you do that, will you please introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
A little music from my introduction. Naomi Watkins, Secondary English Language Arts and Library Media Specialist. Sorry about that. Okay, so here is Trent Mikesell.
My name is Trent Mikesell. I am a teacher at Nebo School District. I'm also an ELA specialist for my school district, along with teaching. Personally, as a teacher, I've used it in a couple of different ways. So one is just the basic kind of annotation tool, where I have students read through and I give them a task to just share their thoughts about what they're reading. So you can see over on the right here, this student has shared her thoughts. It's nice that you can reply to students, and I think we're going to show that a little later. For this particular assignment, I actually called her up, and what I like about Scribble is she's shared this with me into my library. So when I call the student up, I can just pull up her article and we can talk through her comments and the things she thought and just have a conversation, and it's right there. It's easy for me to pull up. So that's probably one of the more basic uses that I've used it for. A little bit more of a complex assignment that we did is I had students highlight in different colors to mean different things. So for example, things related to the claim, they highlighted in red. Things that were, that gave context for the article or gave information about just kind of what was happening in the article, they highlighted in blue. I think this person is sort of a, almost purple, but that's their blue. And then yellow was evidence, so evidence that supports the claim. And then green and pink had to do with counterclaims and evidence for the other side and things that contradicted the main claim. So one of the things that's been useful for Scribble too is it allows me to check student sources. One of the things we're always focusing on is just making sure students are using credible sources, that they're using, you know, sources from good places that are going to be reputable, that are going to give them factual information. And this allows me to kind of make sure that that's happening. So I can click on these articles and just kind of look at where they're coming from. And I can see, you know, their sources, if they're using reputable things, or, you know, if it's even on topic. Like, for example, this looks like a book review of some kind, which wouldn't really be what I wanted them to do for this assignment. And so even though the information in this might be factually accurate, I don't want them to use book reviews for this assignment. So I can also look and say, you know, it kind of gives me the ability to help them understand how peer-reviewed journals work, and that they're going to be editorials and things that don't necessarily work for what they're doing for different assignments. So in Scribble, you can create different assignments for students, and then you can see their progress. So right up here, it kind of gives you an overview of students who are on target. And this was a practice thing. So in the end, it didn't really matter if they were on or off target because I was just having them practice using Scribble for the first time. but it shows me the sources of their library, if they've met the word count for their annotations. So you can set a word count and say, I want you to get at least 500 words of annotations. You can see if they've met that. And then you can click on their name and it will take you to their library. And you can see their sources. You can even go in and see their annotations. But it kind of gives you a quick overview of, oh, this student hasn't done much yet. I wonder what's going on with them. Or these students are all on task. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So one of the things that's nice is that you can have a live exchange with a student, whether they're in class or remotely. So we have a student on right now who has made a few comments for us on this article about anxiety. And I know that she's on, and so I'm going to be able to have a conversation with her about what she's reading. So I'm going to say, and now she can respond to my question and we can have a little bit of a back and forth dialogue. So as she's typing her comment back to me, one of the things that's nice about this, and I've used other programs as well, largely I've used Google Docs to have this kind of back and forth conversation, which that has, you know, its own benefits and negatives. But what's nice about having it in here first is that I can use articles that we couldn't access in any other way, that we couldn't have this kind of conversation on. And it's just a little bit more fluid in terms of making comments and getting immediate responses. What I really like about it is just this ability to edit PDFs back and forth, to have conversations in real time and, you know, make it very easy to do that. Or this student is reading an article, and so I could go down here and I can make a comment to her and say, I want you to pay close attention to this part. What do the percentages here mean to you? And so now she can respond to me and answer some of my questions. And what's really nice about this is, of course, this is just one student, but you can actually share your library with an entire class. So I could go through an article and highlight some things I wanted students to pay attention to and ask them some questions, and then they can make a copy of that into their own Scribble library, and they can have a back and forth dialogue with me. Or you could put students into small groups and say, I want you to have a conversation about the things I've highlighted, or highlight your own things and have a conversation. There's a lot of different ways you can make this work.
Yeah, just to wake you up a little bit with that little jazzy tune. Thanks, Jerry. And now we also have Chris Sweeney from Carbon County School District. I believe Chris is there on Zoom.
I am here. Hello from sunny, very warm Price, Utah. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. Our high school library media specialist declared, oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I am Chris Sweeney. I'm the social studies specialist here in Carbon School District, as well as teach social studies at Carbon High School. Our high school library media specialist declared, of all the tools and software I'm aware of, if I could only get to choose one, it would totally be Scribble. We have used this software to assist students in collecting sources, keeping track of highlights and notes, creating a works cited or bibliography page, and writing papers. It is an extremely easy to use software for both advanced students, where it saves them precious time, as well as struggling learners who are able to keep everything in one place so it doesn't get confusing or lost. We have been able to track and more easily help students find and vet credible, reliable sources as evidence for their schoolwork, and also assist in avoiding plagiarism. Teachers can see where students are in the process and tailor learning and feedback to their specific needs. Our students, excuse me, have Chromebooks, and we use Google Suite in our school district. Scribble interfaces with Google so that the students can write their work right in the application. Scribble is not just a tool for students. Our teachers can also do professional development and collect resources for lessons and activities using Scribble. One teacher used Scribble to collect readings for her classes. She could upload PDFs and annotate them, like you just saw in the example in that video, for students to study. Another teacher used it to write academic papers while she was working on her master's degree and other professional development for her degree. A third teacher collected websites he wanted to use to teach fact-checking and informational literacy to students. Teachers can use Scribble for short lessons. They can also use it for bigger and more long-term projects. The teacher becomes a collaborator in the reading, research, and learning rather than the final product evaluator. Scribble is new to us last year, or was new to us last year, but easy to learn and to experiment with even during our COVID pandemic. Now with previous exposure, we can rely on this software in the classroom this year. A 10th grade student told me, "Thank you so much for sharing Scribble with my teacher. This student loved to do personal research and was using Scribble to pursue his own personal success as well as his schoolwork. We have routinely been able to get learners up and running in Scribble within about 15 minutes. They're then on their way to creating intellectually honest work. When we initially presented the Scribble tool to students and showed them how it works, kids were audibly excited. I kept saying, but wait, there's more. And I'd show them another thing in Scribble that they could do that they got excited about and would definitely save them the precious time that they needed. We in Carbon County School District have grown to love Scribble in the very short time we've been able to use it. It's replaced other softwares that we had been using and keeps it as a one-stop shop for all things research, writing, reading, studying, analyzing. We just love it, love it, love it. And we definitely recommend to continue this contract because we already have lesson plans ready to go for this school year and really just love Scribble. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. We have several questions, and if we could leave them to questions since we are quite far behind in time. So Board Member Lear.
I wonder if you have a chart of how many LEAs use Scribble.
I do have this data. One moment. You might even know.
It was 95 LEAs.
Oh, that's Matt, go for it.
We actually had the company provide that data for us. 95 of the LEAs have reported use in the last 6 months.
Out of 140.
Out of about 140, yeah.
That's good enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I hope you do everything you can to spread the word, because I hate having state resources like this that are free to them and they don't know about it or use it. Thank you.
And that is the plan, to do exactly that, to share this
Thank you.
information through multiple resources that we all have across the way that everyone will know.
Thank you.
And they do know.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Hutchins. Oh, Board Member Cannon, sorry, Stacy.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. So the money that you're seeking would come from ESSER 2? Is that, it was first done through ESSER 1, now this would be ESSER 2. And it's one-time money, but you're asking to enough money to use it for 2 more years?
That's correct. So it would be ESSER 2 this time. It was ESSER 1 the first time for 1 year. We're asking for ESSER 2 for 2 years. And then the long-term plan would be to work with UEN. We've met with Laura Hunter on this product, see how this next couple of years go, bring that data to the legislature, and UEN has their own dedicated funding pool that they could make the official request to continue the contract beyond that, so that we don't have to keep kind of piecemealing this. It would be a long-term. But this allows us to try it out, get that buy-in, see how it's working, and bring it to the legislature.
And so then LEAs access it through UEN, is that correct?
We've set up a contract that allows we gave domains. Rick can speak better to this. I'm gonna hand it over.
Actually, we just have them contact the company. They're already set up. They've already got, by their domain, which is their, we have schools.utah.gov, whatever that domain is. They've already been set up in the program. We just have to, they just have to contact and say they want to be able to set up this many accounts.
Okay,
And they can bring those accounts in via their database, and because we've already set it up so that they can just take all of that information, all the student information from their SIS system, push that into the system, it automatically creates the accounts.
Well, there's a devious reason that I'm asking that question, because I when I saw this come up, I went ahead and watched some videos on Scribble, and I thought, I want Scribble. Scribble looks like it would be so fabulous. So, if when you're doing that, you want to open accounts for state board members, I'd be happy to take one.
Probably could find ways to make sure that occurs, and I might add that, I've been doing education technology actively for 33 years now. I've seen a lot of things come along the way, but this program has 2 things that I think are really important. One, it supports learning first. It's not about the technology. And two, it makes kids think, analyze, and bring their knowledge and their work to a blank screen to create. And that's the most powerful learning that we can have.
Thank you.
And feedback loops.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Board Member Hutchins?
Yes, just a quick question about the functionality of Scribble and its alignment possibly with Utah Compose. Do they overlap? Would a school use both? Or
We've
choose
thought
one or
about
the
this.
other?
They're complementary, so you could take what the student has produced in Scribble in terms of their actual like research paper and writing, and then copy and paste that into Utah Compose to score it, right? So the kind of the scoring mechanism is there, but it would require a copy paste from one to the other.
Is that it? Board Member Hutchins, you're good. Board Member Hanson?
Just a couple of quick questions. Are we using this at USBE? I mean, do we have people here that are using this for any of our projects?
It was one, beyond the LEAs, the 95 school districts and charters, it does say USBE, Southwest Educational Development Center, so one of our regional service centers, and the Utah Indian Tribe Education Department is also using it, or the Ute Indian Tribe, sorry, let me correct that. So we do have staff using it here. Naomi and I are both doctoral. We've completed our doctorates, and if I had had this tool, we've talked about this, we would have been a much more effective doctoral program student because it just keeps everything there and helps you with your citing your sources. So there is benefit to staff as well.
And then just a quick follow-up on that. Alternatives to Scribble? I don't know, I assume before we let the original contract, we did some kind of a down select to get to that point. What are the alternatives that have this kind of functionality?
Sure. So for alternatives, we actually have had Noodle Tools for years, which is a research tool that many of our librarians kind of adapted. And then they saw Scribble and said, yeah, we're good. Scribble does more than what Noodle Tools can do because of the functionality of being able to bring in the actual library instead of just this where you collect and do your research. This one actually allows you to put all your stored research articles in there. So you find a link one day, it's archived in the system where that link gets broken, you still have the article, which is really nice feature. That Noodle Tools relies on just more of the completion of the work in the system, where this is the complete, it's kind of like going from a 1976 Volkswagen Bug to like the Cadillac, right? Like,
Oh, stop. I love
because
bugs.
it puts it all in one place. It interfaces with our Canvas contract, so it can be embedded in that really easily. They've also worked to do Clever, which is what a lot of our school districts do, so kids have a one-way sign-in, so they don't have to have different usernames and passwords for all the different tools. So they've done that for us last year. It has some great accessibility for our special ed students who might need screen reading and some of those tools available in it as well.
It also interfaces with both Microsoft Office Suite and with the Google Suite for Education. And
Continue,
Canvas.
just briefly, I'm sorry.
All of those already built into the program.
So compared to something like Microsoft's OneNote, which I'm more familiar with, I guess, because that's the software I have, this would be the interactivity between the teacher and the student. Is that the added feature? Because OneNote will do a lot of the things that you're talking about as far as storing.
Yes, OneNote would do a lot of those kinds of things, but I think as Board Member Hart pointed out just a minute ago, it creates feedback loops that you're not able to do as easily in those other programs. And it's really everything in one place.
And then final question on the terms of the contract. Right now, we have a Utah State contract, is that right? So unlimited number of users or something like that?
Correct.
For a given cost. So the more we get the word out, the lower the cost per head is. Because I calculated now we're probably $60, $70 a head, which is pretty expensive.
Yep. So what we would anticipate, like I told you, Noodle Tools we've had for a decade. We actually had less usage with Noodle Tools for the last decade than we have with this program in 6 months of kind of being out there. So we'll continue to ramp up our awareness campaign with it not being COVID, with it starting at the beginning of the school year. We have so many more advantages to us this year than last year that I would expect we'll see much better usage. And all of the programs you see on this slide, we've had for 5 or more years. And so the usage increases as people become aware. Our awareness campaign, we went pretty hard last year trying, but COVID was kind of a barrier. So I would anticipate the word's getting out that we will see increased usage even in the second year that we didn't see in year one, just due to the conflicts.
And do we have any leverage at renewal time to maybe make this more palatable as we look for a long-term renewal? Is there a chance to lower our costs with Scribble? or?
So we asked them for what the price would be. What the piece that we've needed to add is the professional learning. So teachers can see how they can use the tool, learn from other teachers on those pieces. And so the product, we actually have a pretty good rate. If the school district was going to buy it, it's $5 per student. At the state level, it's $1, and then we pay some additional, I think it's 75 cents for the professional learning. And they've been phenomenal with training our regional service centers, because those folks are boots on the ground and can really get the information out. So we're trying to find different partners. So not only are we trying to, professionally learn or professionally develop each teacher, but we're developing capacity in the state to do that work as well. So I think as we build that internal capacity, we'll actually be able to reduce the price, because we won't need the professional learning offered by the provider in the coming years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Henson. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. You have a library on there. Is that the educator's library, the student's library, or there are other database libraries located in this system?
So the libraries that are built by the student and the teacher. There's no actual database library from the program itself. It's teachers finding. They might have articles that they have from previous years. They might scan in a chapter of a book, those kinds of things, and put it into the library. So it's teacher and student collections, not a database.
Okay, so
within
they're
the
not
system.
housing a library that the students are going to. So they would probably be accessing most of their information from Google or whatever the teacher puts on it.
Absolutely.
Is that accurate? And of course, I'm going to ask the data question. And I know I just reviewed the policy, but it looks like our standard policy. Are there any concerns with a collection of data, student data, beyond the usage of this content? In other words, is this an indefinite storage of student data? How does that work? Which may be good or bad, right?
So within the system, it matches our typical terms and conditions for data. So whatever, I'm not as familiar with those as you probably are, but whatever our typical T&Cs are, Scribble agreed to. So we are operating under that parameter.
Okay.
One of our districts,
Okay.
Alpine District, when we first put this out there as being available, it's the first question I got back from in an email was, have they signed a data privacy agreement? And fortunately, it's a part of the contract. It's already built into the contract of those standard terms and conditions. And so, yes, they have, and they honor all of those, they knowingly know that. So, and that satisfied the district as well.
Okay, it's the third-party stuff that makes me nervous of sharing of data, even if it's not, anyways. Can I keep asking a couple questions?
Do you have two more?
I think I have three. But what technology is needed? In other words, do our districts have the technology to do what they need to do with this? Or are people not accessing it because they're lacking in the technology that's needed for this? I'm just wondering on the technology.
No, this one is actually really easy. We have probably now over 500,000 Chromebooks out there just for student use. It runs on all Chromebooks.
Okay.
And it runs on Microsoft platform. It also runs on the Apple platform. So as long as they have a computer, that's all they need. And they're logging into the program through whatever method they might be doing, such as we mentioned Clever or some other single sign-on way to be able to get into the program. No, the barrier is not the technology with this one at all.
Okay, and then two real quick here. Parent access or transparency of content, is that access of the content being used in the classroom?
Honestly, knowing, and maybe, I'm not sure that, I see that Whitney, Dr. is joined with us.
Hi, Ms. Whitney Phillips, Chief Privacy Officer here. I wanted to point out that section 11.4, let me find the exact wording, relates to parental access. And it does say, I'm scrolling through it right now, specifically, where are you? I just had it. Oh, you're going to have to wait a minute. It basically says, here it is. I want to read it verbatim. Parent access. The parent or legal guardian of a student may access, correct, update, change, or delete the student's personally identifiable information at any time via the student's account settings.
Okay, so curriculum, or do you know what I'm saying? Access to content?
So in order, I don't think there's a parent login. We could actually probably ask on that, but they could go through the student to look at the content. So just logging in and being able to see it from the student viewpoint. I don't know that we've set up parent logins, but we could talk to them about that. The difficulty is what we've done right now is by domain, which is like the school district email address,
Right.
and parents don't have school district email addresses. So that could be a little complicated, but they could obviously go
I
through
guess
the
if
student
someone
one.
were interested, they could.
Absolutely. Oh, yes.
Because most
Simple answer,
won't be,
yes.
but there will be some. So, and then the last component is the last contract had built into it training with this. Is that the same, will that be the same thing or not?
So we'll have training built into this one as well, knowing that we had 1,200 teachers kind of started this year. We have further development to go, and so we have kept the professional learning availability of options in there so that we can meet the needs of educators.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Cannon?
Will the chair accept a motion?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I move that the board approve a 2-year statewide contract extension for Scribble for $1.5 million.
Second, Board Member Booth. Any discussion to this motion? Let me just see, do I have, yeah, you're next. Board Member Klein?
Well, I just have one more question before I feel comfortable voting on this.
Is it to this motion?
No. Her motion is to vote on it. I have another question about the actual
Our motion
agreement.
is to approve the statewide contract.
You're okay.
Does that fall under it? If I have another question.
Well, we'll see if it does. And then I'll tell you if it does. How about-
Okay, so my question is regarding the libraries that are collected by the teacher and student. I had a parent talk to me the other day about assignments that her students were supposed to be doing, and the student wrote a paper that was not at all reflective of the family's values. And so the parent asked and said, why did you write this? And she said, well, I had to use certain resources, otherwise I would be docked. So she had to use the liberal sources. So my question is there a way to keep, again, it comes back to the political neutrality, right? Is the teachers going to stack their library with the articles that match their political ideology, or and when you say fact versus opinion, is that if the students' political opinions don't match the teachers, does the teacher say that's not an okay source for you to use? And that's my question: is there some kind of protection involved so that there is the diversity of thought is protected?
So I don't know if Naomi wants to answer that. Because in my clarity on this, the student can put in sources and so can the teacher. So help me here as to this question for us to approve this contract.
Yes, they, a student can, so if a research topic is given, as, given the example, obviously the teacher obviously has I'm assuming the rights to be able to say, I'd like you to look at these resources. It does not stop a student in Scribble using the Scribble tool to just those resources, because they could easily then say, well, I would, perhaps because of their, their viewpoint, and they could present additional evidence. And I would hope that, any teacher would be open to that kind of,
Okay.
to that kind of dialogue with the student,
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. So does Scribble have their own fact checkers per se?
No.
Okay.
No. No, the fact checking is done by the student, by the teacher, bringing those resources together.
Board Member Hanson?
I'll speak in favor of the motion, but also just in 2 years, we have a cliff coming if we expand this and get everyone using it. So I hope that in the meantime, we're doing all the groundwork that's necessary so that we don't leave teachers holding the bag. And we're going to invest a lot of time in training, get a lot of people really enthusiastic about this, and then, something good needs to happen going forward.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Hart?
Yeah, I speak in favor as well. I have colleagues that use this. I would ask that the professional development be not just videos, and because it is somewhat complex. It's not a plug and go, which is why it's so good. But that was a significant barrier. In fact, it kept teachers from utilizing it. So I'd ask that the PD be multimodality and way more robust. I completely understand why it was video oriented, and I applaud you for introducing something in the middle of COVID. But I am definitely in favor of having this tool. Look forward to using it.
Seeing no more lights, the motion on the table is that the board approves a 2-year statewide contract extension for Scribble for $1.5 million. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The voting is unanimous. And glory, hallelujah, we get to have lunch. Okay, so let's. Let's be back in our, back here at 2:20 sharp to start. No, it is 10 minutes longer? We only had 30 minutes? Okay, then let's be back in our seats, ready to begin at 2:15. 2:15. Thanks. Oh, the lunches are in the admin room.
I see our honored guest. That's all good. Oh, did we skip that?
First? There are business cases.
Agenda.
Have it on here, so there, I guess.
We don't have it here.
Nope, I don't. We can go first. We can go first. I apologize. May I speak? Sorry. Vice Chair Belknap? Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Davis, would you like me to start?
Yes, let's start, and we are going to, is that okay if we work the two of you in? We don't have you listed here. We're going to get you listed right now. Go ahead.
Yes.
Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you, board members. It's so wonderful to see you here today. We are on agenda item 9.2, which is where we're going to be talking about the legislative request for statutory changes. So we've got two for you today, and I believe that Jeff is going to start. And just as a reminder, we're getting ready for the 2022 legislative session. I believe the next item will be Assistant Superintendent Jacobson and Del Frost will be talking about the process on business cases as well. So there are those two separate items. But the first item is the expansion of the Farm to Fork program. And just as a clarification for this request, USBE already has resources and a staff person. Actually, Jeff, why don't you go ahead and speak to it? Sorry.
Sure.
Jeff Van Holten, Director of Public Affairs for the State Board of Education. Glad to be here today. So some of you may recall we passed a while ago R277-727, which allowed the Child Nutrition Program to take some of the liquor tax money that they receive and use it for additional reimbursement incentives to incentivize innovative ways to enhance child nutrition programs in different schools. One of those ways is to provide an additional incentive for farm to fork, so encouraging schools to buy local food from local farmers and putting that into the lunchroom. So this is kind of in tandem with that. So we have the Farm to Fork program. With that rule passage, the Child Nutrition Program set aside $250,000 to start those grant programs for this upcoming school year. And this piece of legislation was a piece of legislation that has been requested by a legislator. They would like our staff to be involved. So the bill file is already open. There's already discussions. And the reason we're bringing this forward to you today is we would like our staff to be at the table and involved at the request of the legislator, and we wanted to make sure that we had the support of the board. The bill that is going to be created is actually not going to create new employees for the state board. It's actually going to create a task force regarding Farm to Fork program. As you can imagine, we can't coordinate that alone. And so we need to coordinate with sister agencies that have a hand in the pie of agriculture and food distribution. And so the idea of the bill is to create a task force and to assign the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health to also have a farm to fork FTE or individual, whether that's assigned to somebody who's already there or it's additional, and then coordinate with the child nutrition program. So this would benefit us by increasing our capacity without increasing our current FTE count. So that is the essence of the bill. Representative Handy has already opened the bill file and has requested that we participate in the drafting. And so that is why this is before you today, so we can make sure that we have your support in doing that. And happy to answer questions. We also have staff in the back. I believe Kate Wheeler and Kathleen Burton are both here to answer any specific questions as well.
Super, thank you. Board Member Klein?
Oh, no, that's Jeff. That's
Jeff is Natalie?
Well, for some reason, Jenny and Natalie are both registered on those from before. And so the top one is down there.
So I'm going to have to watch for your lights, I guess. So raise your, I see yours. I see yours. Okay, Board Member Hutchings?
No, hers is the one down there. Mine's not going to lights not even on.
Oh, yeah, hers is down there.
Excellent. Board Member Earl?
Okay, so is it all right if I ask a couple questions? What are the barriers? What's happening? Why are we not? Do you know what I'm saying? Is this just not successful because we already have modalities in place and habits? Or do we know what the barriers are? Is that the point of the task force?
I think it would be best to have Kate Wheeler come up and answer that, if that's all right, Chair.
Yes, please.
Hi, Kate Wheeler, Child Nutrition Specialist with USBE. So a lot of the barriers we're experiencing right now are on the agricultural side. A lot of the barriers with schools I'm able to work on and work on those. But a lot of them relate to production and distribution and food processing. And we have farmers who are interested in selling to schools and schools who are interested in buying from those farmers. What we don't have is staff to support the farmers in making the changes they need to make to be able to sell to those schools. And that is pretty far outside of like what I do, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be really helpful to have somebody at Department of Ag who had time to do those things.
So when you say that, you mean they're making the connections and the financial contracts, that kind of thing, in order for it to, am I understanding that right?
Well, one of the things in Utah that's actually really great is we have a lot of really small family farms. We don't have a huge industrial agriculture. But so making that leap to institutional sales versus individual sales does require some changes in their distribution structure and then the way schools currently receive food. A lot of times they need a minimal amount of pre-processing, and our farms don't have the capability to do that now. And so it's like really having that technical assistance and on-farm support to get them their food safety certifications, to up their processing capabilities, train them in how to market and sell to schools. These are all really key pieces of that farm to school puzzle that, again, are just like, that would be a different job than the job I'm doing.
Okay, so you're thinking we'll get whole milk, right, to schools, is that what?
That,
The
unfortunately, is
unpasteurized,
federal.
the good stuff? Is that what the?
That's at the federal level.
Okay, all right. Anyways, okay. I was just trying to understand why if it's not working, why are we pursuing it? And if it's workable, what's the barriers? So, thanks.
Yeah, we've done a lot of the relationship building, but now we just need people who have the time to spend in it. And I can speak to that. When I started in this role, I didn't have very much time, and we've been able to carve that out. And Kathleen's been a big supporter, and it's made a huge difference in the amount that I can invest in training our schools. But now UDAF and UDH are kind of in that same boat where I was 2 to 3 years ago.
So FYI, I do have zucchini if you're in need.
Everyone has zucchini.
Take mine, take mine. Thank you, Board Member Hanson.
I was just wondering if cost is one of the big barriers, or if the local producers are able to provide produce at cost effective levels, or if we're talking about subsidies being put in place. I don't know if you like that word or not, but how are we working the cost end of things?
So that's part of that incentive program that Jeff mentioned, that we've allocated actually $250,000 to this next year. And so schools that buy local are going to be eligible for a reimbursement from us through our liquor tax funds, so that they can still pay those farmers market value, because we don't want farmers cutting their prices to be able to sell to schools, because that's just moving the problem of food security around, right? If you're making it tough for small farms to make a profit, that's not our goal.
Thank you. Let's move on to number 2. Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Belknap.
Do we have any issues where we might have lawsuits for if a child gets sick or something? What kind of protections do we have for the schools in that case?
So we would have the same food safety protocols apply to produce purchased from a Utah farm as it would apply to any other food that they're bringing into the school.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you for your help. Seeing no other questions, let's move into the next one.
And Jeff, could you show this document? Do you see which one I'm showing though? This one. Thank you. So the second one is related to a piece of legislation from last session. It was SB 219, and you may remember that bill provided a truancy or a moratorium on truancy for 2 school years, really the end of the 2020-21 school year, and then now it's a moratorium for the 21-22 school year. It decriminalizes truancy, but really what it does is it prohibits LEAs from providing notices of compulsory education, notices of truancy, and also you'll remember we talked about the term penalizing students or taking I apologize, I'm trying to remember I just had the rule up. Punitive action, thank you. I knew Jeff. Punitive action against students for a year and a half. LEAs have reached out to our staff and stated that this is been very problematic for them as they've been trying to provide incentives and supports to students who are truant or are not attending school. And so they have asked that we request the legislature to change the deadline of the moratorium. Currently, it's through June 1 of 2022, and they would like that date to be pulled back to as soon as possible. So that is the summary of the second proposal.
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
Can I ask a question? Okay. I guess I have a couple of questions, because some districts are saying they don't need this, and other districts are saying we want this, right? Because some have put in some mechanisms that they're able to avoid this. They've got processes in place that are very efficient and effective. And they're finding also that it really does not necessarily, the end result is not always good for kids. So anyway, but I guess, what was my question? I should have wrote it down. So, oh my goodness. Okay, so are we getting to, I'm wondering, where there's a lot of uncertainty currently going into this next year, if we're careful not to get too ahead of ourselves. Does that make sense? If we are talking about a classroom of 30 kids, and do you know what I'm saying? This whole idea that we may be uncertain what's going to happen in the next 2 to 3 months. This is looking into January, or we're looking at it sooner? I guess that was my question. That was really, sorry.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis, okay.
Please.
So right now, we're not unaware of any special sessions before the January. Next general session will be in January. Sometimes they'll pass bills that have an immediate effective date. It could take effect during the general session. Often bills don't take effect till after. Now, obviously, this one, by that point, if a change hasn't been made by March of 2022, I don't know how much is going to change the school's practice at that point. They'll have been 6 years, or 6 years, 6 months. It might seem like 6 years in COVID time, 6 months of the school year. But you're right. I think some schools and districts have seen this impact their students at more than maybe other schools or districts have. But Tanya Albornoz is the specialist, or actually I believe she's a coordinator, who might be able to answer more questions about some of the specific examples. But I remember personally listening to the testimony about this bill during the session, and it was billed as something to protect families who were engaging in homeschooling for the first time, so that somehow they wouldn't be caught up and have these notices come against them for in their best efforts of trying something new during a pandemic of homeschooling, that they wouldn't be caught up and somehow legally charged. And I don't think that that's what school districts and charter schools are concerned with. It's really not, they're not worried about trying to identify or do anything with respect to homeschooling families. It's more about students who are enrolled in school and students maybe aren't engaged and aren't attending. But I don't know if Tanya, if you're available and you want to answer anything, but do you have additional questions beyond that?
No, Tanya?
It looked like Board Member Earl said she didn't have
No more
additional-
questions. Okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Hutchings.
Yeah, thank you. I actually, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to give a shout out to USBE. I'm in favor of rolling this back because some of the more traditional ways we've dealt with truancy, we need to kind of learn our way out of. And I think we need some time to do that. But earlier this summer, USBE did provide a 2-day-long virtual training on attendance and absenteeism with promoting and teaching us how to use more of a positive behavioral approach that was actually really exciting. So frankly, either way this goes, USBE has made sure that school leaders have been trained and have tools ready to help students engage in school. So I wanted to shout that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lear.
I had a short question and then I had a comment. My question is it USBA that's asking for this specifically, Angie, or is it more just anecdotally from various LEAs?
Tanya Albornoz, coordinator for prevention and student services. We've had multiple superintendents approach us from all over the state, including the Superintendents Association has asked us to come and present to them on the issues and help them to understand why students aren't attending school. And so this was something that we discussed with them. And so, yeah, it's widespread.
Thanks, but we don't have a specific request from USSA, but not USBA specifically.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, and my comment is just that in my day job, I've heard from a number of LEAs who have not only expressed concern that this is counterintuitive, we're trying to engage students and yet we're told we can't, we're not sure what punitive action means or we're not sure exactly what those phrases mean. And so they felt like they're concerned about their actions might be perceived that way. And so at least they're looking for clarity and in the kind of a solving or addressing the counterintuitive sort of sense of this. So I completely support this so that we, and I've often said I'm an old school educator. I believe if you can't get kids there, you can't teach them. And if you don't have all kinds of things at your disposal to get them there, nobody's looking at criminalizing behavior. I don't think it's just looking for ways that are clear for LEAs to get students and their parents to pay attention to the need to come to school. So I really support addressing this problem. Maybe it turns into a local control kind of a situation that is not just a statewide, mandate of you can't do this, that maybe an LEA has to have a plan that is approved. So that's something I would be in favor of, but just this idea that you can't do these things and we're not really clear what the phrases mean is really a problem. Thanks.
Yes, Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you. Board Member Lear, I just wanted to let you know that in June, the Finance Committee and then the full board on June 22nd passed a version of R277607, which does define punitive action. It includes a notice of truancy, a notice of compulsory ed, and does not mean any other supports or alternative interventions is determined by LEA. So I didn't know if maybe you wanted to let those who've been reaching out to you about the broadness of punitive action. Hopefully that's helpful.
I did remember that. That was in the back of my mind. But, sorry if I was just gonna, but I still think making it more clear and maybe our interaction with the legislature would be a good thing on this issue. I rarely think. I had to add that part.
One last question from Board Member Earl.
Yeah, just as they were talking about punitive actions, and I guess this probably isn't built into the law at all, like a financial punitive action for being, I guess that would be a local decision. Am I accurate in saying that? For example, like so many tardies or so many absences, you have to pay an amount. That's based on local decision. We're not making that decision here. Is that accurate? But that could be a punitive measure, right? I don't know if that's effective measures, but other than mom or dad's not real happy, but.
For purposes of SB 219 though, and the rule, that would not be included in what it's saying with punitive actions. The issue of charging though, that is a fee, a school fee. I don't want to turn this into a school fee issue, but so I don't know that that's specifically defined as a punitive action, but you are correct that those policies of if you're going to charge for somebody for being tardy or those are local policies and not governed by our rules.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, do you have information for us on the next item of 2022 general session request for statutory changes?
So there's just those two items above, the two that we talked about. So the number one's the Farm to Fork program, and then the second one is requesting that the date, the June 1, 2022 date be moved back related to SB 219. So those are the only two that we've asked for you to consider today.
Great, thank you. I'll entertain motions, if there are any. Board Member Lear.
I move that the board support these two requests for statutory changes that have come before us from the staff.
Okay. Okay. Do you mind if I read it?
No, read it however you want. I didn't read it from the.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed. Those in favor? Molly seconded.
She did.
Those opposed? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Jacobson and Dale Frost. It was quiet. It's fine. When you come up, will you introduce yourselves, including your official titles?
Sure. So Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Superintendent of Operations.
Dale Frost, Fiscal Policy Analyst.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Go ahead.
So we're excited to be here, obviously, and it's kind of hard to believe that I'm about to say this, but it's time for FY22 session. So it's time to get started on that. Today, we kind of want to spend some time on, as staff have already kind of started some of this process in preparing for the formal process for you as the board, the actual budget or the business case, making requests to the legislature. So there's some very tight timelines in this. We wanted to give an overview for new board members especially, and of course a reminder for our board members that have done this for a few times. So I'm going to turn the time over to Dale to go over the details, if that's okay, Chair.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members. It's really fun to be with you in person. It's kind of the first time for some of you. Again, I'm Dale Frost, the Fiscal Policy Analyst. A couple of my duties, I manage the fiscal note process, trying to estimate what bills cost, and then the business case process. I look forward to working with you all. I have a lot to cover, and I'll try to go quickly so that there's time for questions. And feel free to ask those at the end or during. Okay. Whichever you prefer. So I'll quickly go over give an overview of the budget process, and then what the impacts of the legislation that was connected to Constitutional Amendment G and how that impacts your business cases and considerations, and then a few things to think about as you begin to evaluate business cases. And then we have 2 requests for you as board members. So going over the budget process, it's helpful for me to think about what are kind of the final products that come out that we help to inform. The first balanced budget is actually a budget recommendation that comes out of the governor's office. And then the final budget that we have to comply to is the legislative budget. The executive budget informs the legislative budget, and both of these are kind of the pillars of the process that we work towards, and they are both balanced budgets that have to balance revenues with expenditures. We at the board inform these budgets, but we do not create our own budget. There are really 3 related but distinct processes that go into the budget process. It's really what are our needs, that we call the budget formulation process. Then there's a revenue projections process, and we're lucky here in the state that that's a consensus process. I've worked in other states where that's not a consensus between the governor and the legislature and others. And so luckily we have one number that we peg to, and then there's a budget prioritization process, and we inform that through your priorities, and the legislature eventually prioritizes what budget items get funded and at what level. So I thought it might be helpful to kind of walk you through the calendar and when these things really occur. It's really a 9-month calendar unless something goes awry and we have to, a pandemic hits or something like that, and we have to have multiple sessions to go back and change it. But July through March is where most of the action on budgets come. And in December, the executive budget comes out. In March, that's the legislative budget. So this first part, the budget formulation process, we are identifying needs throughout, but really the time for USBE to engage on identifying the needs has already started, and it will go through October. Things will come up after the fact, but we're hoping that we can identify most of the needs by that time so we can inform the governor. And that process for the governor goes from September through December when that budget comes out. And legislators are already talking and thinking about this, but it really gets started in November, going into EAC, which is the Executive Appropriations Committee, in December, and then gets going in earnest in January and February. So there are 2 key dates when it comes to revenue projections. For the EAC meeting in December, the initial estimates come out. So if you have a question on how much do we have to spend, we really don't know that answer until December, and that's going to change again in February. And so it's a challenge to always know exactly how much we have to spend. We have to kind of figure out what our needs are well before that process. And then the budget prioritization process, USBE, we're engaging with the governor and the legislature on this throughout that process. And we hope to begin in September, give you the business cases to start to look at, and then in October, that process can really begin in earnest. So I wanted to go through an analogy. So this is my wife, Michelle's old car. It was a 2008 Jetta. She paid for it on her teacher's salary and paid it off and was very proud about that and loved that car. We got married, and I have 2 kids from a previous marriage, and then we had a kiddo last year. And so putting those 3 kids in the back of that little Jetta is not very fun. And, you know, I'm kind of frugal. Other people would say cheap, and they're like, no, we're not getting a new car until it really got unbearable. And so think about the budget formulation process. When we were talking about what is our budget priority for 2021, my wife said, we need a bigger vehicle. We need something so the kids don't fight and that we have capacity to grow. We didn't know at that time, could we afford a nice minivan or could we only afford a clunker? So kind of like we don't know what we can spend on, but we did know we need, so what is the need? We need a larger vehicle. So we set a goal and started saving throughout this year, and then we didn't expect this, but my parents actually sold us their Chrysler Town and Country for $1 in April. And that saved us a lot of money, and it's been a wonderful thing. I have to remind myself because we just repaired that vehicle for $1,500 yesterday. But it cost us $1, and it works really well, and we're very happy about that. And so we're able to redirect some of those funds to other budget priorities. So why do I bring this up? Well, you know, when we're talking about the budget formulation process and what are our needs, it's important to not, and as a numbers guy, it's kind of weird to say this, let's not get too focused on the numbers. What are our needs and what are the hierarchy or priority of these needs? And so we're recommending that, you know, the budget tracker that we bring to you in September and October, that the business cases will have all the numbers and all the specifics, but you know that won't be the focus of the budget tracker in September and October, and so we can really focus on the summary of the business cases and how they align with your priorities, and then from that period on we can go and show you all the numbers after that. I don't know, is there anything more to add on that, Deborah? No? So yeah, the point we want to make was early in the budget process, try to focus on identifying needs and prioritizing issues rather than on specific dollar amounts, because those amounts will change based on available revenues, based on new information. But what the governor and the legislature really want to know is, if we had to, you know, prioritize this need over that need, which one would you, as the governing body for public education, prioritize? So that's the process overview. Any questions at this point? I'm going to quickly go through this next section because I know there's a lot left. On Constitutional Amendment G that passed last November, it broadens what can be used for the education fund. Connected to it was House Bill 357. And I'm not going to go through all of the bits and pieces of that, but what's important for your budget process is that there's now in statute an automatic adjustment for inflation and for enrollment growth. And I'll show you what that means. This was the budget tracker from last year, and it's kind of hard to read, but that first item was the WPU value increase, and the recommendation was a 4% WPU value increase. In December, due to Constitutional Amendment G, a 1.8% was already built into the budget. And we don't know exactly what that will be, but I would imagine it's somewhere similar to that. So the point here is if you want a WPU value increase, we could already bank on that piece. And so it would most likely be a business case that would be the difference between that and whatever you'd want to prioritize. On enrollment growth, that was completely funded, and we expect that to continue, and that's required by statute. So these kind of top-level issues are already kind of taken care of, and so that makes our lives and work a little bit easier. Any questions on that?
Board Member Cannon?
Yeah, so I'm showing my age here, but I remember for years and years, it was, I believe in statute, that the Utah State Board of Education formulated a budget based on the needs of public education. That was done first, and then the governor did his budget, and then the legislature was the final stopping point. So are you telling me that now we no longer formulate a budget? I thought I heard you say that earlier. So I'm just needing clarification.
No, you do still need to formulate a budget. It's just in these early stages, we're trying to identify what the true issues are in education as a whole first and address the money second, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, thank you. I just was a little foggy on where we were going with that. I didn't know if that was changed in Amendment G and I didn't catch it or what happened.
And Member Kennedy, if I may, the budget process hasn't changed.
Okay.
The board continues to inform both the governor's budget and the legislature's budget.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
So there are three key considerations, and we, starting in September, want to bring you information so that you can think about these different facets as you are evaluating business cases. The first is, does a business case align with the metric of the USBE strategic plan? We want to stay focused on the plan, and we want to fund the plan. But we can't ignore that COVID-19 is still out there, and the impacts of COVID-19 and other high priority needs exist. And so how do we balance those? And so the superintendency is going to go through a process to really identify those current needs and highlight those for you as you figure out how to prioritize business cases. And then we all know that a large amount of funding through ESSER ARP is coming to schools. So we're going to be trying to answer this question of, are there any costs within business cases that can be covered with federal funds? Those are three considerations. I just want to quickly go through and how this will play out. So in the 2020 session, this is our tracker here. We identified in that first column there, after the summary, which business cases align to a strategic plan metric. When we went to the legislature, we identified which goal of the strategic plan is supported by each of the business cases. This was not done for last year, because last year it was all COVID all the time. I mean, we had such pressing needs that we had to focus on those issues. And so that's kind of what really was the lens last year. And now we're trying to balance these two things. I kind of want to give you an example of kind of how this could play out. So this is a screenshot from the ARP ESSER plan, which has some of the top priorities. And I'm just going to highlight one of those, addressing literacy in grades K-12. Well, how does that align to the metrics of the strategic plan? Well, we know that there are direct metrics in early literacy. We also know that there are system-wide metrics. But we know that literacy is key to the other goals, safe and healthy schools, personalized learning, but the connection is not so direct there. And what we don't want to do is focus so much on one that we lose the other, and how can we balance the needs? And that's the difficult job of budgeting and prioritizing. So what we're thinking of doing is providing a box where we say it is addressing a current need or it's aligned to the strategic plan, and then in the business case, articulating in more detail how and why. And then on the federal fund side, we're going to be going through kind of this process. As you know, federal funds, especially at ESSER ARP, there are some broad use cases, but it's still restricted in use. And so we can use ARP funds for certain things and not others, but the timing of the funds is also important. That even if it's a slam dunk part of an allowable use case, but it's really an ongoing recurring cost, it may not be appropriate for federal funds long-term. And so that's kind of what we're trying to figure out, what fits best with federal funds or state funds. And so we'll provide some information on that going forward. And so we'll have kind of in our tracker some of that information, and then if you want to drill down, you'll go to the business cases to find more specific information. And so here are two requests for board members. We would really like you all and facilitate a way for you to communicate with USBE staff regarding your top budget priorities. You may not have a specific thing in mind, but you may have a program about which you really want to see additional funds. And so how do we do that? Well, often there's communication with staff at all levels with board members, and that can lead to mixed messages and signals getting crossed. And so what we're suggesting is that if you have some ideas on budgets, or you just kind of want to find out what are staff thinking in this area or that you reach out to me, and I will connect you with the program staff, the correct person, the superintendency, and the director, and then you can have that conversation just so that we all know what those conversations are. A staff member might tell you, we're not asking for a business case for these reasons, and then you can determine how to move forward from there. We're not trying to guide or dictate the process. We're just trying to make sure that we all understand what the conversations are. So, and I know that's maybe a little different than how we've operated in the past, but what we've had in the past is sometimes, questions that could be answered much earlier that are being answered in October, December, or even later. And so we're trying to avoid that. And then the second request is to ask the board that you prioritize maybe 5 to 10 business cases by your October board meeting. And that's so that you can engage with the governor and his processes, and so they know what your priorities would be, and those can be reflected in the executive budget. And so that's kind of hopefully it gives you kind of a sense of where we're going, why we're doing that. In September, you'll start to see these business cases come in, and we're hoping by October you can start to prioritize. But that doesn't mean that can't change throughout the process, and it's going to be updated throughout. And as we learn and get more information, and be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none?
Yes.
Board Member Hanson? Seeing Board Member Hanson?
Thank you for seeing me. I appreciate it. And sorry for the messed up system. It is good to be seen. I think we're in a unique year this year because there's been a lot of spending going on that's kind of been not as controlled by the board as it has been in the past. A lot of money flowing to LEAs and projects being done. And I may just not be looking in the right place, but I don't have a lot of visibility as to what the money that's gone out has been spent for. I'm wondering if there are some successes in some areas or some really good projects that have taken place that we might want to replicate and do other things. Is there a mechanism for us to get an idea of what's been going on for the last year with the money that's gone out, and so that maybe we can look for those success cases, and those might build business cases for us, I think.
I think we can definitely probably pull a lot of that. I know that most of our program staff could probably start just listing things off as we go. It's a lot of the discussions that we have while we're talking about business cases, and there have been a lot of discussions all along as we've been going. And I'm sure that we can probably flesh some of that out.
That would be helpful for me at least. Okay. And I don't want to create a project just for one board member, but I think it might help us to maybe direct our thoughts in certain directions. We had a discussion this morning about HVAC systems, and that may be an area that we want to make sure flows out across the state instead of just in isolated pockets, as an example. There are probably some other things like that. But
we're also trying with the business cases to make sure that they're very data driven, so that it has that information behind it to demonstrate where the wins are.
Okay. Well, thank you. That would be a request, I guess, to staff from me.
Thank you. Thank you. Assistant Superintendent of Operations Jacobson and Fiscal Policy Analyst Frost. And I will say, Dale, that my 13-year-old daughter just yesterday shattered my minivan windshield. So I feel your minivan repair pain, but we appreciate you sharing that information with us today. Let's move into committee reports. We don't have a lot of action items on committee reports today. And, we're just going to start off on our audit committee summary of actions. I think that you can read those. We don't have any action items coming up on those. And then you'll remember we addressed some of our other committee items in our last inserted meeting, our extra meeting. So we don't have any action coming from our finance committee, nor do we have any action coming from our law and licensing committee. But we'd like to thank those members who've done good work there. And we'll go ahead and move into our Standards and Assessment Committee report. We'll turn the time over to Committee Chair Scott Hansen.
Thank you. And I'll ask staff to be on alert because it has been 2 months now since we had this meeting and we're reporting on it. So I may need some help if there are questions, but we do have an action on item 3.4. That's the alternate achievement standards review process for students with significant cognitive disabilities. The motion for the committee, if I can get to that page here. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approves the alternate achievement standards revision process draft 1.
You don't need a second for committees, right? We have a motion on the floor that the board approves the alternate achievement standards and revision process, draft 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Go ahead, Chair Hansen.
Next item is item 3.5, the school counselor to student ratios plan. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve the school counselor to student ratio plans submitted by the LEAs who do not meet the 1 to 350 ratio requirements, draft 1.
It's not on my list. We have a motion on the floor. I do not have that one on my list. Chair Hansen, will you repeat it for us, please?
I'm sorry, so this is item 3.
Sorry, I see it. The
Item
committee
3.5.
moves. Yeah, we have a motion on the floor that the committee moves that the board approve the school counselor to student ratio plans submitted by LEAs who do not meet the 1 to 350 ratio requirements, draft 1. Those in favor?
Wait.
Any discussion? Chair Lear?
Just member. But, yes, Scott, can you tell me how many LEAs how many of those did not? Maybe this was in the backup that I didn't see.
Yeah, we may have to go back to staff to get that detailed question answered, but the LEAs, there were several that didn't meet that, a lot of that due to influx of students. And so they have to put a plan together to say, we'll add this many heads of, school counselors to meet the correct ratios in the next year or two, I think. But I don't know how many there were specifically.
Member Hutching just said there were 5, and I
that
just
right?
didn't
5?
find that.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure there weren't 55, but
Thank you.
5.
No,
Thank you.
and we reviewed those in quite some detail in the committee meeting
Good.
to make sure those were reasonable explanations and reasonable plans.
Good, thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Hymas?
Yeah, to your knowledge, was there any problems with coming up with plans? Any LEAs that said, we don't like this process?
None of them said that directly to us. There have been some LEAs who've been through this process several times where they've, gotten behind on their ratios and had to come back up again. But I can't speak to intent or attitude about that.
Do you know if it's in that they've been on several times, like multiple years in a row, or is it something that quite easily is fixable?
And we may need to get some comment from Shion. Okay, I didn't see her here. Christy, can you help us with that?
Oh,
Camera keeps going to the
Yes, we
top.
hear you. Go ahead, Christy.
okay, perfect. You heard my cries of frustration. Thank you. So yes, as far as the LEAs that have been on the report or having to be required to submit a report, we have had some fluctuation. Some of our LEAs that have had rapid growth tend to have to submit more plans. I couldn't speak to that in detail, but over the last few years, that tends to be the trend.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Board Member Norton.
Yes, I was just wondering if you've heard from LEAs about difficulty in getting people even to apply, and if anything can be done with our higher ed to maybe get more teachers or more students into these skills, or is that not really a problem for others? I know these smaller schools are having.
I think Christy can comment probably in more detail, but I do know some of the schools came up with situations where they had a part-time counselor come in, or they were using counselors in training from the universities, the local universities. So there is some creative work being done to try to fill these spots and make sure that our kids are properly served.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want Christy to address that, Chair Hansen?
I can't see if she's raising her hand, but she probably
Christy,
can
do you have
fill
more
that out
to
in more
add on that
detail.
question?
I'm happy to comment, yes, and excuse me for not introducing myself sooner. Christy Walker, Safe and Healthy Schools Coordinator here at the Utah State Board. There is a shortage overall of mental health professionals, including our school counselors across the boards. And so we are seeing some LEAs that have expressed frustration with being able to find and also sustain those positions. One attempt at remedying that situation has been the Grow Your Own Teacher to Counselor Pipeline Program, grant program from last legislative session. And so we are looking directly at the number of students in programs, the current field as a whole. We're in conversations with the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health to look at school mental health services holistically, which includes school counselors. And so I hope that answers your question, maybe gives you a little more information on what the hiring pool looks like.
You have a follow-up? I don't, thank you. Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, we have a motion for the board. The committee moves that the board approve the school counselor to student ratio plan submitted by LEAs who do not meet the 1 to 350 ratio requirements, draft 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Go ahead, Chair Hansen.
One more final motion. This is on item 3.7, USBE recommended resources. The motion for the board is that the committee moves the board approve the resource vetting process, draft 1. I think we had one on there.
Okay, so we have a question for that motion. Well, first of all, we have a motion on the floor that the committee moves that the board approve the resource vetting process, draft 1. Board Member Earl.
My question is, there's, one thing we don't have on there is the UEN, and I know they're not in our control, but they kind of are in our control. We send resources up there and different things, and we send our teachers there. So, and I asked Patty just if, I just mentioned to her if she could share how they go about vetting things on there. And then I wonder if there's some element of, I don't know if somehow to let district, and this may be obvious, districts should vet those materials before using because they have not, I don't know, Patty can speak to the vetting of it, but there's great variable of it. There's a wide variety of resources up there that I think maybe we would not be posting on our site. So that's the question, but they're education-based, so.
So board members can understand the kind of the crux of this item was that we were looking at the information and resources that go out from USBE to the LEAs. And those come in various forms and formats and through various routes. So we compiled a list of those things, or had staff compile that list of things and then talk about the vetting process for each, who would approve something before it goes out, and came up with a process that's similar to how we handle some of our other materials that come through the Standards and Assessment Committee. But there'd be a process where materials are vetted before they go out, just to kind of systematize, I guess, that, and make sure that we understood how that flow worked. So Jenny's question is to the UEN network, which is outside of that process. It doesn't go directly from USBE to the LEAs, but it is a source of information from LEAs, and sometimes materials go up from us to UEN
Yeah,
and then
that's-
back down. And
Yep.
so Patty can comment more.
Chair.
Dr. Norman, please.
Okay, I'm Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. Thank you for the question. It's a good time to update on what UETN is doing. So in the past, UEN had a template, a tool that teachers could go into as long as you had a cactus number, or, USBE could also go in and they could create lessons. It was a lesson creation template. And with that, in the past, that is something that we've done. As of this year, that is no longer being used. There's a new tool now that's the eMedia tool, and that eMedia tool has the new high-quality instructional cycle that is embedded within it, and it'll be night and day different. It'll be more colorful. It'll be on there in a new way, so that you'll see the old template and the new template. About every 2 years, specialists would be notified by UEN and Laura Hunter or one of her colleagues to be able to say these resources aren't being used, or are these updated? And then USBE specialists could go on and vet those in a way of saying, is this updated or not, and take some of those resources off, although they weren't, all of them that weren't our resources to begin with. So the new way of doing it is going to be that only if you have a cactus number can you now contribute, and it will be that new template that will be on there. Anyone can view the lessons that are posted. So everyone will have access to the lessons, but you may only upload a lesson if you have the cactus number moving forward. Now, again, with any vetting process, if anything's on there that is objectionable, then of course people can be alerted and another process can take place of vetting through those materials. It could be, but USBE doesn't man that process. And so that's, let me know what other questions you might have.
Yeah, that's good. Do you know what the process is? If, let's say, public had a concern over some materials on there, what would that process, they would contact someone at the UETN? How does that process, what does that look like?
I know that in the past, when there has been objectionable material, then they've either alerted staff here to be able to say, is this objectionable or not, or, does this fit the vetting process? But most of the things on there, I'm going to answer your question in a different way. I don't think there's a process that is as thorough as what we have here at USBE. I think their new process in reviewing materials will be much more clear moving forward. Possibly we could ask them as our partners, and with some of, I'm sitting on the board, as sharing with them this resource vetting checklist as well. But I do not think it's as clearly aligned as what we have here at USBE.
Okay, thank you. That does answer my question.
Thank you. Board Member Klein?
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we are voting on approving the process, right? But this to me doesn't look like a process. It just looks like a list of what's being vetted and what's not. What is that actual process for vetting, and what is the criteria for it to pass?
Yeah, if you
I know
look
that-
at the materials, I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead, Chair
Yeah,
Hansen.
Yeah, if you look at the materials, the vetting process just shows who's vetting the various materials, and we haven't had that in the past. So now we've got a list of resources, we have a list of how they are vetted, and that is the process. So those materials are vetted by staff or by director level, or they go through the board, or whatever that process
So
is.
I guess my question, if I can ask, is what is the criteria for it to pass the vetting? I know at one point there was a document attached to the standards and assessment material, I think Jenny created, with a list of Utah laws that they could go through and say, does this meet this law, does it meet this law? To me, that's a process, that a kind of rubric that it has to pass
So
in
Patty-
order to be
Yeah, Patty,
approved.
do you have that rubric that we can pull
Is that
up?
what's being used?
Yeah, I do have the rubric, but my eyes cannot see that number that's up there. So,
Same one as I had earlier.
okay. Okay, in speaking to the resource vetting checklist, there is a checklist that has seven pieces of criteria that go along with it that we have right now, and Dr. Thronson is going to be bringing that up. And Dr. Thronson, can you speak to how that works now with your team and the process going through?
Don't have to get too close. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. So for the checklist that we'll go through, it has the questions such as, does it follow or align with code, law, policy? And so our staff would know which code, law, and policies are relevant to their standards or their area of concentration, and they would reflect on those and the resource to see if it's in alignment or not. So that's, if it's in alignment or not, would be marked yes or no. If it marks no, it would be a resource that would go off the table as an option. Any singular no of the checklist requires it to no longer be a resource that we would allow.
May I ask, is that rubric available for us to view and the public as well?
Yes.
Will it be posted somewhere for the public?
It is on our website, and we're going to try.
Would have been in our 6-4 meeting backup, probably, if we can pull it from back there, right?
Yeah, we're almost there.
I think we're all scrambling.
Do you have it? Wait, where did you have it? Word? Nope, Adobe.
Yeah, Adobe.
Okay, so this is the resource vetting checklist that we use as a staff across the agency when we're looking at resources and whether they are appropriate for recommendations from staff. So based on the board's approval of this checklist. So review criteria 1, alignment with current statute and policy. Does it break the law? If so, obviously something we don't want to share. Alignment to standards. Is it appropriate for the course standards or the grade level standards for that particular area? Does it align with research and the evidence base that we have related to that content area as well? Then you've got the next 4, accessible without bias, limited or no advertising or political interest, so that neutrality that we've been talking about, as well as this opportunity which comes down, I think it's the last one, access to resources that don't require sharing personal information, that you don't have to log in to get access to the material. If it requires someone to give their email and things like that, it would not be a resource we would recommend. And then the middle 2 are accuracy. Is it information accurate, mostly accurate, or grossly inaccurate, and then developmentally appropriate, making sure, given the age that you're recommending this document for, is it appropriate for that age span? So that is the checklist that we use specifically to decide, is this a resource we would share? And we also have a disclaimer that says to the LEA that this is just being recommended by staff. It doesn't represent the board's official endorsement of these materials, and the educators are still responsible to ensure that they're following their local policies and directives. So there's a disclaimer that goes out now with any resource that we share to kind of reiterate, this is not the board's position, this is staff sharing, and you at the local level need to make the decision if this is appropriate.
Director Thronson, might you restate where that can be found?
It's on
For
our
the public?
website. Finding that.
Where can you drill down a bit for us?
Let's see. I always pull it from our employee handbook, so one moment.
And while she's looking, I might just comment if I may, Vice
Please.
Chair. So this rubric is subjective in many ways, but it does give us a framework for discussion. So if there's material that's out, it's been through a vetting process, people here at USBE have said, hey, this is okay per our rubric, and then we can discuss those specific items if we feel like there's something that's out of line. But it really guides our discussions, I think, and helps us to understand, how to go forward with this.
Okay. And may I?
Thank you.
follow up?
Yes, quick follow-up.
Does that account for all of these different areas, including listservs and emails?
Everything on that list that says it's vetted is vetted with that.
Well,
rubric.
there's some that say no, like listservs and direct emails. So are those not?
Yeah, so
they
those are
don't
not
follow?
vetted. That would be the person who sent the email out. They don't go through that vetting process except for the person who would have sent it.
Okay, because those are some of the areas that were the biggest problems.
We
So I
had
don't
some
know
discussions
how you
about the
did that.
practicality of, how to make this work and still be able to get our work done. And this is what the committee has come up with. I believe it passed the committee. unanimously as we sent it on. So we felt after much discussion that this was a practical way to deal with the problem. And then if things come up in the future, we can certainly go back and take another look at it. But we need to have a framework in place, move forward, see what data we get, and we can go from there.
Thank you. Director Thronson or Deputy Superintendent Norman?
Yes, just to answer that question, part of the question within that is a list service, usually something someone signs up for, and then there's also an email list, and that's something that someone creates to send to a direct group of people. So I'm not sure which part of your question you're asking for to be vetted, because with a listserv, there's certain parameters of who can sign up for a listserv and who can't. So some of the things are protected because we don't want vendors to have access to certain emails, because then we get vendor requests that come in and just populate through. And so some of those emails, people have said that they would like to remain private, so we wouldn't release an email list to everyone when some of those emails are private.
Thank you. We have a motion on the board that the board approves the resource vetting process, draft 1. Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? No. Okay, do we have that? Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hansen. I think that completes our standards and assessment. Did you have any others?
Nope, those are all the items we have on our list this month. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to Vice Chair Belknap to discuss R277-328.
I believe, Ben, will you come to the table and give us our hearing report, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. We're here today as a follow-up to the public hearing that was held on July 22nd to discuss Rule R277-328. As part of the administrative rules for conducting public hearings, there's a requirement that we provide a hearing record for the board, and so that's what we're here to do today. The hearing record includes the request for the hearing, the notices surrounding the hearing, and the public comment, which, as you know, was very extensive. We've included all the written comment received by the deadline in the hearing record. And so it would be customary today to make a motion for the board to accept the hearing record unless there are concerns about its contents.
Seeing no lights, I'd be seeking a motion.
I move that the board accept the hearing record as presented.
Thank you. Janet, okay. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. That's unanimous. Okay, we will go on to, let's see, our board rule R277-328. Board Member Straight?
Yes, can we accept the motion?
What's the motion?
Well, this is for, where are we at here? Maybe I'm wrong. Is this for the action on Board Rule 277-328?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the board direct staff to file an effective date notice for R277-328 with the Office of Administrative Rules on August 9th of 2021, and I would be willing to speak to that motion.
Second to that motion. Okay. Board Member Straight?
Yes, as was mentioned within the report, the public record was extensive and varied. And there's much appreciation to the public on all sides of this issue in regards to that public input. The rule as currently presented is based on Portrait of a Graduate. It has a strong foundational basis within that document. It's also in alignment with our strategic plan. I think it's important to remember that the discussion that we're now in began with a discussion on equity. And I think maybe that has been lost in regards to that. We have schools starting. Teachers need to be in a position where they know what they have. And if I were starting school, I'm not this time, for the first time in 30 years, I would have some deep concerns as a U.S. History 2 curriculum with the standards that by teaching some of those concepts that I might be at risk as an educator. I think this rule gives protections. I think it's important that the training start being developed so that teachers have firm, concrete examples of what is appropriate and what is not. The 4 principles that were presented earlier by Superintendent Dixon are a good guide to direct us. And those were derived from looking at public comment throughout this process. We've been working on this since, well, before I was on the board. And it was the first item on my very first day on the board in January. So I hope that we can support this amendment and move forward, no, not amendment, that we can support R277-328. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hart, you're speaking to the motion? Yes, but he didn't hit his light, sorry.
Go for it. You got it.
All right, I was just trying to be polite. I support this motion. The rule is not perfect. No document written by committee ever is. But overall, it's a well-balanced rule that is a great starting point for districts to make policies that are appropriate for their communities. I firmly believe in local control. The feedback was diverse and complex and numerous. The thousands of emails that came in and continue to come in did have some common themes, though. Parent involvement, the accurate teaching of history, not ignoring students' emotional health and relationship skills, and political neutrality with clear guidance. I then reread the rule through that lens, and I'm confident that this rule is a framework for accomplishing those goals. This does not mean the conversation is over, quite the opposite. We have work to do around definitions, around communication, and around support for educators. But we need to move forward to action steps. Passing this rule allows us to move to action in addressing the concerns of everyone. I support this motion.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Board Member Moss?
Thank you. I second this and I support it somewhat reluctantly because I always favor wide open discussion. I think some great questions and suggestions were made in amendments that are pending, but I share the concern that schools need certainty. We start school in a week and a half. I think that our committee and our board took in a tremendous amount of public input. I'm familiar and interested in this because it's societally important. It's important to my kids. It's also the world I live in as a discrimination harassment attorney. So I've worked with companies trying to handle these same questions for 25 years, and I understand how sensitive it is. I understand how delicate it is, how important it is to make sure that people are welcome and productive, whether it's in the workforce or in schools. So I do have a special interest in this, and I think some questions have been raised that are important to address as we go forward. But I do think the rule came to a great balance. I think we had a great opportunity to weigh in on it, and that schools need to move forward and have the certainty that they can try to apply this now, and that some of those questions can continue to be part of the discussion. And I just want to say also briefly that I actually enjoyed the hearing that we had, although it on the surface was somewhat contentious. I shared that I agreed with perhaps 95, even 98% of the comments. And there were comments that minority kids need to be protected. They need to understand that they're in a place where they are going to be treated equally, that people are going to seek out the best in them and support them. I heard from the other side that there are ways of answering those questions that are divisive and harmful, and I share that concern. I've mentioned that, you know, some of us have followed CRT for 30 years because we had it in law school, and it's been out there, and it raises good questions. There are some who propose answers to those questions that I think are intellectually sloppy and solutions that are harmful and destructive. And so I share the concern with CRT. But deep down, I didn't hear anybody in that hearing say, I would like to respond to the need for racial sensitivity by shaming and harming other kids. I heard nobody say that. And so somewhere in there, I think there is some factual nuance and some discussion and agreement and balance that we can find that really allows us to get to a place where we support every student. And that brings us back to Portrait of a Graduate. I think we have a great guide to the best solution to these problems. There are questions that are raised. Some solutions are harmful. We have a good guide, I think, that we can apply that helps each student bring out their best. So I hope we continue the conversation. I hope we recognize that deep down, I think most of us want the same thing, and that we keep that conversation going and ask hard factual questions, and rather than leaping to conclusions, we dig deep and ask those questions and come up with solutions that work for every student. So I support this with the idea that I think this process has been a good one, and we have a good rule, and I support moving it into effect with the idea that we keep that conversation going. So, thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Board Member Lear?
I also support this rule as currently written. I am bothered that there was the perception that this is something of a popularity contest, that the thousands of emails, literally thousands of emails that board members received, at least plus 1,000 plus, that it's not like voting for Love Island or voting on American Idol. The board has the responsibility to support the law, respect the law, and it's not a strictly majority rule kind of a process. And I think it's important for the public to know that if we, that we're not counting up how many are for and against certain rules as written or amendments, that the board has a very strong constitutional responsibilities to support the Constitution, and that the provisions in this rule do that very carefully, trying really hard not to give as much freedom of speech as possible to our educators, who I fully support. One of the things that I heard in that hearing, which I also thought was very instructive, and I wish we could have had a little more give and take with some of the speakers, was that teachers might feel that they're uncertain about what they can say and how they can say it. And I would like to look as the state moves to implement this rule and these provisions, I'd like to look at how we can be sure through training that teachers feel confident in their speech and their roles with their unique personalities and their unique situations, that it's not something that makes teachers lack confidence or fearful. That is the worst way, I think, to approach teaching. So I commit to looking at this rule as it's implemented, and the beauty of rules compared to legislation is that they are more readily reviewed, they can be changed in a period of weeks and not years. So I really commit to looking at this and seeing what the implementation looks like, and making sure that teachers are comfortable, that students are still able to discuss difficult topics with authenticity, and that their freedom of speech is respected, and that parents are also aware of what's happening in schools. And so with that, I do support this rule as written, and hope we can go forward and support it, and that our training will be healthy and will be respected by teachers, and that it will be also available to parents. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Klein?
Yes, I just wanted to say just a couple things about the rule as it stands that I have. One of the things that Carol, you mentioned, and that I was reminded of again as we said the pledge this morning, is our oaths of office to uphold and defend the Constitution. And one of the parts in the rule is that one ideology shall not be held above another. And that, I took an oath to support and defend and promote the Constitution above all others, and that it's not just another one, just of many that we look at the same level. And one of the dangerous things about critical race theory, or the way it's being practiced by some teachers, not all, is the disparaging of our Constitution and of our American heritage, and instead of elevating all other cultures above that to the diminishment or disparagement of our Constitution. And so that is an area that, you know, if this rule passes the way it is, I hope that we can go back and address that right away, because it goes against Utah law that says that we are, where it says the Utah legislature envisions an educated citizenry that encompasses foundational principles, including strong moral and social values and loyalty and commitment to constitutional government. It also, in the resolutions from the House and Senate, said that that it should address historical accuracy, which that needs to be defined. It also says that history should be taught in an appropriate manner. And one of the things that critical race theory does is teaches our American history only through a negative or critical lens, without acknowledging the progress that we've made and the things that we have overcome. It acts as if we haven't made any progress, and that we're still back in the throes of the Jim Crow laws and other and slavery and all of the discrimination that happened in the past that we have worked very hard to overcome. So if we keep the rule as it is, I would hope that we could revisit it very soon and fix some of those egregious things. Otherwise, I fear that it will become a legal issue for the board because it goes against Utah law. So, and on that, I'll end my comment.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Earl?
Well, thank you. This is interesting, to say the least, but, and I did tally. So, as I went back through public comment, just really keeping track of the themes that were reoccurring, and those were the ones that I addressed in my amendments, because I felt there was an obligation. If we're going to have a public hearing, we're going to ask for public comment, that there needed to be some kind of a correspondence there. And one of the themes that I did here is that theme of clarity, making sure that it's clear, that we understand exactly, so that our educators know where the boundaries are. I think there's still some ambiguity within the rule itself. I do realize that starting the school year, though, there's some parameters within this rule that the legislature made a very strong recommendation that those were put into place, that there is a need for those to be in place so that there's no question as to what needs to happen there. To say that we don't have the application of critical race theory or divisive theories in our state is absolutely not true. But to say that every teacher or every program has that going on is not true too. I think people are aware, or more aware than previously, and I think, not that I love a million emails, but I think there's some great, the idea that people are paying attention is very valuable. I think especially in education, the more we can air things out, the more transparent we are, the closer we'll be looking and examining things, and we're already seeing that. Those 4 things that were listed this morning, I think there's more dialogue going on tomorrow in those areas. I have a number of questions that I'll save till tomorrow, but while this is where I'm still uncertain where I'm going to vote, because I do feel like we should be answering the call for public comment and public input. I don't think we've been negligent there, but I feel like there's some tidying up that needs to be done. So anyways, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Cannon?
Thank you. After our public hearing, I took all of the voluminous things we had been given and spent some hours going through and comparing the rule and seeing what input we had. I then searched out information from other states. And after all of this and some deep thought, I determined that what we have in R 277-328 is a good start, and that we can move forward with the rule without amendment. I believe that we can clarify and address some concerns as we work to create a model for professional development that will be the next step in this rule. This gives us a starting point. It gives our teachers some support and direction. And as we become more knowledgeable and things come up, we can amend the rule in the future. But I believe ultimately those who fall on both sides of the issue really want the best for students at heart. And we use different words to say that, but I believe all of us want what is best for students. And so from my deliberations, I support the motion.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Board Member Hanson?
Thank you. I appreciate all the public involvement that we've had on this rule. It's been, there's been a lot, and it's been burdensome in some regards to try to sort through all of it. But anytime we have this many people who are excited about even one aspect of public education and are involving with the process, I think that's a good thing. I hope that all who've been involved are not just one issue people. I hope that they will stay involved. I hope they'll be hands-on. I hope they'll be reading in schools. I hope they'll be participating in science fairs and career days. There are many opportunities for us to be in schools, and so we can actually see the whole spectrum of issues that our teachers are dealing with and how some of these contentious or difficult issues are being handled. I believe that this rule, it wasn't easy to try to piece this together. A lot of folks here on the board and staff have spent a lot of time trying to do that. I got to spend a fun-filled day with the legislature on June 16th, and if any of you want to go back and spend an afternoon, you can watch that video and see that back and forth. But it's important for us to think through these things and get our ideas out in public and try to understand what we're really saying and not just bounce words which may have different meanings to different people off each other. And so I think this whole process has been very valuable. But some of the considerations for the rule that I reviewed with the legislature were, first, the board is obligated to provide educational equity. And just that wording, educational equity, has become kind of contentious, but really this means getting our children the supports they need so that they can succeed. And I think everyone has been said, all the people that I've talked to when you get down to the core of it, they want to do that. Next, general standards for equity training and curriculum and instruction. We need to provide those. That's part of our duty as a board to get those out to our teachers and our administrators. Respect the respective roles of state boards, local boards, and the legislature. We are a policy-making body here, but we believe in local control in Utah, and a lot of issues that come up after we have a clear framework should be dealt with at the most local level possible, hopefully between parents and teachers. If there are questions, they can be addressed at that level. If not, then there's a chain of command that can be worked up, and eventually some things may come back to us, and then we'll deal with them here. And I hope that we deal with them in a good way. There were competing stakeholder concerns. We have people that are saying diametrically opposite things about how this issue should be handled. It's difficult to come to a compromise when you've got someone in this corner and someone in this corner. So sometimes we just have to act and move forward and then work things out when we have practical problems to deal with. The educator's role in facilitating these kind of topics, I think, is something that our educators deserve to have clarified. And it's our job to help them to do that, to understand when they're on good ground in the classroom and when they're on shaky ground so that they can adjust their performance to meet the expectations of not just the state board, but the populace here in Utah, our constituents. Age-appropriate materials and instruction was another thing that we stress in the rule, and that will come out more, I believe, in the training. But some topics are perfectly fine, I believe, for discussion in a 12th grade civics class, but with third or fourth graders, it shouldn't even be mentioned. We shouldn't be going there. Transparency to honor parents' rights. We've heard a lot about that today, and I think that will, in itself, address many of the issues that we're facing. If parents have an opportunity to know what's happening in the classroom and teachers are able to communicate effectively with them about that. There were concerns about history and things like that, but we have core standards for history. When we talk just about equity, this is spread over every class, every minute that our kids are in school. It's taught in English class, it's taught and practiced in math class. When we talk about history, we have a core standard for history, and I believe we'll have some interesting discussions about, what our history standards look like when those come up for review. But I think that we're in a place where we need to move forward. We need to get this out in the field. We need to start practicing within these guidelines. We need to develop the training. We'll have many more interesting discussions, and then if there are issues that come up, actual issues from the field, we'll deal with those and make revisions. Nothing's set in stone, so I fully support getting this out there and seeing how it works in the real workplace, instead of arguing kind of in abstract as we have been many times. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Klein,
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
is it germane to this motion?
It's just to bring forth my amendment, so however best to do that.
I don't know that amendments are germane to this motion. But if somebody wants to not vote for this, then we can start again.
Okay.
Okay. Board Member Hymas?
Yeah, can I ask a question from Board Member Hanson's comments? Is that okay? I don't know the rules on that. He said some great comments, and I have a question.
I don't know why not. Yeah, you do have to speak to the motion. If it's about the motion, he could speak after.
I support the motion and have a question, if that's okay. I'd like to speak to the motion in which I support.
No.
I just have a question, and this is that Scott said, and it goes towards staff, and the trainings that will be put together, does the board get to look or vet or go through that training before it's released?
Okay, this is actually not germane, but this could be a great topic because it's on the agenda for tomorrow in standards
Okay.
and assessment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Davis?
Thank you. I'd like to speak for the motion. And in 2.5 years, this is only the second time where I've written my comments, so I'm just giving you all fair warning on the length and fair warning that I, for better or worse, went a little bit into the weeds. But we had a lot of public members who came and went into the weeds with us, and I am willing to go into the weeds, for better or worse, with them. So I'd like to say first that this is a rather balanced rule. And if this rule were a bad rule or bad for children, then I never would have voted for it in the first place. I am guessing you would not have voted for it. Chair, I'm guessing, Chair, I have to address my comments to the chair, so I have to be careful. I'm guessing, Chair, that she would not have voted for it. She would not have, he would not have, he would not have, he, she, he, and all the way down the line, because every single one of us voted for this rule. So let us remember that as we move forward. Now, it's also important to take really careful consideration of the input that we heard from the public. I don't think there's a single board member here who thinks this rule is perfect. I haven't heard anyone say it to this point. And after listening to public comment during the hearing and spending many hours reading a mountain of written input, I was reminded that it's very hard to capture intent in a rule. And I want the public to know that we hear you. One example is that you are concerned when we say that one ideology shouldn't be espoused over another. The intent of this is not that there would never be any value statements made in classrooms, or of course that will happen. Several have brought up the obvious example between capitalism and communism, and when you teach different forms of government, even if it was taught with facts and descriptors only, students will inherently assign values to the ideas. My 6th grade son came home one day, he hung his backpack up right when he walked in the door, and he said, "Capitalism is awesome," and he put his hands in the air. I said, "Oh, really? What else did you learn today?" And he said, "Well, capitalism is awesome. Socialism is, and communism, that's just no go." And I found it interesting that he had these, these strong feelings. And, even if the facts were laid out of these three, the bottom line is we do live one, and it's pretty great, I think. And so does he. Another example of concerns I heard repeatedly is the perception that the board thinks it would be okay to explicitly teach the 4 tenets that are prohibited in this rule, even after a meeting with a local board. Let me be clear. I can't think of a single person that I have met in my whole entire life that would ever think it would be okay to look at a child and say, "You are better than this person sitting across the aisle because of the color of your skin." It is just beyond the realm of our current realities, and no LEA is going to hold a meeting to make that permissible. However, a district or charter may want and need to talk about concepts that are inherent in certain content. For example, many junior high schools teach the Diary of Anne Frank. Conceptually, there were people during this time who believed that one race was better than another. The concept in this context is not prohibited, but the explicit teaching of a child that the concept applies to him or her is. These are the intricacies that our local districts and charters can and should be discussing and working through. If we don't allow for public discussion and clarification at the local control, thank you, Board Member Hart, level, then no one would have students read the Diary of Anne Frank or any number of books that may fall into a large historical context where race was a relevant component. We may not even teach about wars in order to learn from the past, though sometimes I think we have learned nothing. Sadly, we don't need to worry about going to war with another country because we're already at war with ourselves, where discord seems to be seeping in at every corner. But I digress. At any rate, I don't believe that the intent of the board is to have this rule supersede standards in a way that we lose large swaths of history and literature because it may have race as a component. And it was certainly not the intent for the opportunity for public clarification to nullify the points made in the legislative resolution. However, I think our LEAs understand all of this. Let me repeat, I believe our local districts and charters understand all of this. And it is time for them to start their work. In general, the legislature sets code, the state board creates rule, and the local board creates policy. Our board intentionally creates rules that are a bit more broad than you would find in a local LEA. This is intentional because each local district needs to contextualize and work through policy specifics with its patrons. I was also ready to make a few key amendments brought up by both sides, quite frankly. But as I considered that, it would put the rule back into a waiting cycle, leaving the door open for no protections to be in place for either side in this space. I decided against it, not to mention that we don't need to script every word that our educators can and can't say. Let districts get started with their work. If we need more clarification later as concerns rise, we will do it. But for now, we must move forward, and I speak in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. Board Member Booth?
I appreciate the dialogue and the voice that I'm hearing from each individual board member, representing their constituents, representing the teachers and the parents and the students in each of our districts. I know we're here for a common purpose. That common purpose was seen today as we watched some of these students display their artwork and be excited about creating it in one night. And these kids are amazing. I only have to look, as many of you do, at your own grandchildren or your own children to realize what an amazing opportunity we have to prepare the next generation for a world that's kind of crazy now and getting more crazy by the day. It's so important that we continue to listen, to speak, to share, to converse, to problem solve. In 44 years as an educator, I have been privileged to visit about 47 countries, not just as a tourist, but I've been involved with the educational arms of each of those governments in each of those countries. I've taught students in those 47 countries. I've seen the amazing world that we have before us with all these young people and children wanting the same wonderful world that we wanted when we were kids. I'm so grateful that we're talking, that we're problem solving, that we're thinking in terms of the lens of the educator who has to start school in a week and a half. The kids that are going to be there waiting and excited with masks or no masks or whatever it is, we're going to work all of that out because it's worth it to spend whatever time and deal with whatever pressures and inconveniences that we might have to deal with to find the solutions. We're all going for the same good end result, and that is an excellent education for all of Utah's children, every one of them. And I support the motion and am eager to continue this process as the months and the years go by, as we implement, as we find better ways of communicating, better ways of protecting and producing the very best that Utah can produce. So I'm just committed with all of my friends around this table and all of the parents and educators who have spoken and have expressed their views, strong as they may be. I want to hear those things, and we're going to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Seeing no more lights, the motion before the board is that the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to file an effective date notice for R277328 with the Office of Administrative Rules on August 9th, 2021. All in favor? Aye. Those who are opposed? One no. Thank you. We will now take like a 10-minute break, and then we will go into executive session. Did I miss anything? Hold on. Wait. Yep, then we will go into yes.
Before, Vice Chair Belknap, before we retire to executive session, I would like to seek the approval of the board to add an agenda item to the executive session, just one, and then also an action item to the open session after the executive session. I spoke with Chair Huntsman about this morning to obtain his approval. This relates to the potential purchase of some real estate for the board to consider. Now, this is not on the agenda, obviously, because I'm asking it to be placed on the agenda, and that's because it just came up as of last night and then this morning. The Open and Public Meeting Act allows for this kind of late notice to be made, and I've got that right here, when there's unforeseen circumstances, an emergency, or an urgent nature, which I believe this fits under. But the one requirement is that a majority of the members of this body have to approve the addition of that item to its meeting.
So AAG Quisenberry, are you asking, one, that we discuss it in executive session, and number two, after, when we come out, that a motion could be made upon it?
Potential action, yes.
Potential action.
And I have a draft motion here to be made to add it to our executive session and to add it to the subsequent open session, if that would be helpful.
Did,
Is that okay?
may I ask you a question before you post that or put that up? Will
Yes.
that affect the purchase of the property in any manner, putting it out right now?
No, no, it will not. It
Okay,
does not
I just-
identify the property or
Okay,
who the
thank you.
purchaser is. It doesn't, that intentionally so.
Okay, is there a way to put that up on the board, or
Yeah, I
you
just,
can read, okay.
if that's okay, here's the actual motion.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas.
Oh, you're fine.
Chair, point of order.
Yes,
Will that align with the open meetings laws?
that's what he just said, if it comes
will?
under the
Yes.
emergency. 'cause
So
it
there's
just
an
came up.
emergency exception for the notice, the 24-hour notice requirement, if there's an urgency with unforeseen circumstances, and I think this fits within that. All that's required is approval of this board to add it, and then we're in compliance with the Open and Public Meeting Act.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Board Member Hymas?
I move pursuant to the urgent notice provision in Utah Code 52-4-2025 to add an item to the executive meeting agenda and to the board's open meeting agenda after the executive meeting regarding the potential purchase of real estate.
Second?
Who seconded it? That was Board Member Straight.
Yes.
Any discussion? Okay, so the motion before the board is, pursuant to code, Utah Code 52-4-2025. You better read it again. You could go ahead and read it for me, Matt. The motion before the board is?
Pursuant to the urgent notice provision in Utah Code 52-4-2025 to add an item to the executive meeting agenda and to the board's open meeting agenda after the executive meeting regarding the potential purchase of real estate.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, do we call for executive session now first, or when we come back? Yeah, we'll take a break and then do it? Okay, and then we'll do it after. And that was unanimous vote, so thanks. Board members, we need to come back in, please. Okay, board members, we need to have a roll call vote to go into executive session for where I've got to have a statement. That the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, imminent litigation, and the character, professional competence, and physical or mental health of individuals. First, I need a motion. So moved by Janet. Board Member Cannon? Second, Board Member Booth. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Roll call count. Board Member Booth? Yes. Lear? Aye. Cannon? Yes. Norton? Yes. Hart? Yes. Hanson? Yes. Hutchings? Yes. Straight? Moss? Yes. Hymas? Yes. Klein? Yes. Earl? Yes. Davis? Yes. Belknap? Yes. Okay, we're now into executive session. I just said board member and just went from there. Board Member Straight's not in here, so he didn't. I totally forgot. I'm going to do this. Yes, are we ready? Thank you. Board Member Hymas?
I'd like to move that the board approve the expenditure of over $100,000 for the purchase of certain real property.
So the motion before, a second? Second over here from somebody. Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approves the expenditures of over $100,000 for the purchase of certain real property. See no lights, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Board Member Norton, we'll turn it to you.
Okay. In case number 17-1461, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Have to have a second. Second. Okay, the motion in case number 17-1461 is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. In case, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, in case number 19-1683, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, yeah, we don't have discussion. In case number, oh, I know, I have to repeat it. In case number 19-1683, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One recuse. Board member Lear. Okay.
Okay, in case number 20-1718, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, in case number 20-1718, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. One no. Board Member Earl? Board Member Norton?
In case number 19-1721, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
In case number 19-1721, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay. In case number 20-1742, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
In case number 20 is that where we are? In 20-1742, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay. In case number 20-1759, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
In case number 20-1759, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
In case number 20-1762, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
In case number 20-1762, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, thank you.
In case number 20-1791, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Thank you, second. In case number 20-1791, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, thank you.
Okay, in case number 21-1805, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
In case number 21-1805, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, thank you.
In case number 20-1809, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Say that again.
I'm sorry. Okay. In case number 21-1809.
Hold on, Ben, we're on 20-1809.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So is it case number 20-1809?
That's what.
I'm just checking with Ben.
Oh.
So it's 21-1809. Thank you.
Okay, so in case number 21-1809, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
In case number 21-1809, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I'm a no too. So will the noes, Board Member Klein, Board Member Earl, Board Member Davis, Board Member Belknap, and Board Member Hart. That pass? Is that right? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yes, it did. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we ready to move on to consent?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I move that we accept UPAC's consent calendar.
Thank you. Okay, the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, I move that the board reappoints Gina Troop to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel, USEP, representing individuals with disabilities and/or parents of students with disabilities for a 3-year term.
Okay, the motion before the board is to reappoint Gina Troop to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel representing individuals with disabilities and/or parents of students with disabilities for a 3-year term. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
On this next group, can we do these all together, or do we need to do them each individually?
I think that it's probably okay to do them all together.
Okay. I move that the board appoints the following individuals to the USDB Advisory Council for 2-year terms. John Clements, 2nd term, and Annalee Hathaway, 1st term, as representatives who are blind or visually impaired. Jen Hayes, 2nd term, as a representative who is deaf or hard of hearing. Hillary Fisher, 1st term, as a representative who is a parent of a deaf student. Ray Wright, 2nd term, representing persons with an interest in or knowledge of deaf, blind, or deaf-blind. And Jill Weiss, 2nd term, as a non-voting representative of teachers of the deaf or hard of hearing.
Second.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board appoints the following individuals to the USDB Advisory Council for 2-year terms. John Clements, 2nd term, and Annalee Hathaway, 1st term, as representatives who are blind or visually impaired. Jen Hayes, 2nd term, as a representative who is deaf or hard of hearing. Hillary Fisher, 1st term, as a representative who is a parent of a deaf student. Ray Wright, 2nd term, representative persons with an interest in or knowledge of the deaf, blind, or deaf-blind. Jill Weiss, or Weiss, 2nd term, as a non-voting representative of teachers of the deaf or hard of hearing. All in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to pretend like I can do something like Chair Huntsman does. Well, that can't happen. So I'll be fast because he had a couple of really important things he wanted to bring up today. So Jeff, are you going to pull this up for him? He wanted to bring up something that's been really cool that over the last 6 years, and he used the term that 6 years has really paid off, that over our special education staff under the direction of Leah Voorhees has been working diligently to improve compliance in our districts and our charters and under IDA. And this year, the review from the federal government saw this improvement of 63.75% of compliance metrics to 82.5%, which makes it so that we meet the requirements. So this is pretty impressive, and I wish Leah were here, but could we give her a round of applause anyway? So, and her team, and of course, Miss Leah's team. And then on Monday and Tuesday this week, they had a special education law conference, which was free, and you could virtually attend, which I thought was really awesome. And they had 7 national presenters who came. And the participants were able to send in questions and to be able to have these people from all over the nation to be able to answer these questions on Sped law and different things it was really important. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, they had, what? Yes.
That was an excellent conference.
Excellent. So, and you probably couldn't hear Board Member Lear on that. So why don't you say that so that it can be
I
heard?
just say I attended the Sped conference, and they actually, because of course I'm always late to register, let me come to the building to hear it with the staff, and it was an excellent conference. The national presenters were great, but I really think the highlight of the conference was the question and answer that involved the staff at the end of the conference. And they had just really good questions, and the staff answers were excellent too, so.
Thank you. Thank you for that input, too. And then there was also, on Wednesday and Thursday, there was Utah Virtual Systems Conference with some national keynote speakers who came, and they had several different breakouts. They talked about behavior, mental fitness, effective instruction, family engagement, and funding. And many LEAs came to the conference. It was opportunity for wide input and discussion with our Utah educators. There's a picture here. Who is this in this? This is Sid Seeger and Emily Berry and Sam Garcia. They were from the command center. I think that's kind of fun. That's where the conference was being held from. And then on Friday, the special education team facilitated a day-long annual performance report summit at which 200 special educator stakeholders gathered virtually to review 5 years of Utah's special education compliance and outcomes data. So our special ed department is fabulous. They have really, over the last 5 years, just made some great gains. So I'm appreciative of them personally. And then I wanted to just give this one report on USIMS. And if you can find out more about USIMS and the updates of course, on our YouTube channel, but also there are several new pieces coming for current and future. It might be a checklist for institutions, middle names, genders, ethnicity, all that kind of stuff. The new portal will be available. There's just so many pieces coming up. You can read that. I don't need to read that whole thing to you. So anyway, and then before we leave tonight, when mics are off, I need to give you a quick little report. It's not an executive session thing, and so personal thing before the board leaves, okay? So because I forgot earlier. So now, board member comments. Do any board members? Board member Janet Cannon.
Oh, yes, this is just a quick reminder message. Throughout this summer, we have had 2 NASB New Board Member Institute sessions. These give new board members an opportunity to kind of get a feel for what it means to be a board member, how to use parliamentary procedure, et cetera, et cetera. The last one will be on Wednesday, August 18th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and they will be discussing the federal role in education and emerging education issues. So, and one other thing, they have set up with the new cabinet member on education, quarterly meetings with state board leadership. And I'm just wondering if our state board leadership is aware of that, and if not, I will get you the information. So,
Thank you.
Yeah. Leadership across the nation will have an opportunity to talk one-on-one with the Secretary of Education.
Thank you, Ms. Janet. Appreciate that. No, she's going to get us the information. Board member Straight?
Yes, thank you. Last week, both Board Member Earl and myself were able to attend the Superintendent's Association meetings up in Cache County School District. I believe they're going to be working around the entire board and inviting you, and it was a great opportunity to communicate and see things from new perspectives and to get a feel for leadership of our LEAs. So it was a great opportunity.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Earl?
I was going to say the same thing. I enjoyed that. I got to go to the URSA conference too, which was, I think it was 740 people showed up. They had a lot more than they anticipated. And I think it'll continue to grow because they're bringing in various people that educators are interested in hearing. I did enjoy, I felt like it was an exhale for educators. It was like, kind of a thing. I don't know if that was the same, but it was just kind of like, okay, like we're back. This feels normal. This feels like we can associate. We can engage with one another. We can actually go to the park after and get some food at the food truck and that kind of a thing. And so it was fun to see people in a little different setting and carry on some dialogue and get to know them a little bit more. So. And I did learn about esports, and I think I'm a little naive on that. So I promised I would.
About what?
Esports.
Oh.
So, and maybe you all are informed, I promised to contact a couple of districts and actually be educated on it, because I spoke from a parent's perspective, a mother's perspective, and it was not the same. They found very great value in it, and I did not. So I told them I would educate myself in this, because it's created a lot of stress in my home. And then just one other comment, as we move forward with this rule, I've just been thinking about it a lot, probably like the rest of you too. But I know if we're not responsive to the public, they will not trust us and they will not stay. And I know that's not a threat. People will take their kids where they're going to feel secure. And I have no doubt that we will find the way forward for them. And I think we can do that and still create an environment that creates the autonomy for our educators in such a way that we can be successful in what we're doing, and that trust element is there. So those are just my thoughts as we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Jenny. Board Member Lear?
I just want to say, and this comment I could have made during our discussion of R277328, but I just was involved with reading the Teacher of the Year applications, 30 amazing teachers from around the state, and they chose 5 finalists with a number of panelists reading. But I thought it was interesting, one of their questions that they all responded to was, what is an education issue that you think is crucial right now? And probably 25-ish of the 30 applications of these amazing people everywhere said social emotional learning was one of their greatest concerns and one of the things that they are most both glad that they're learning more about, and that they find that their students are absolutely desperate for, that they find that teaching their students how to deal with emotional problems is increasingly a part of their jobs, and they need help and they appreciate all the resources they get. So I thought it was very impressive that 30 amazing teachers identified that as a primary issue.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Board Member Straight?
I apologize. I forgot the most important thing that I wanted to say tonight.
It's your birthday. No, I'm just...
Yeah. Well, we got a ways. But anyway, the thing that I most enjoyed about going to the URSA conference and to the Superintendent's Association meetings was being able to meet and rub shoulders and talk with fellow board members. And, as we get to know each other, I think we really become impressed. I'm so impressed with everyone that I've been able to visit with, and I feel so much more comfortable to get to know everyone here. So I think that was the most important thing for me. And sometimes it's people are a little bit different than you think when you do it over Zoom. But I appreciate getting to know each one of you more personally. So thanks.
I didn't know you were quite so tall. Vice Chair Davis?
Yes, just several of you have already kind of had a save the date, turn in your preferences type of thing, but just a reminder that, and this is a segue on what Board Member Straight said, because this is going to be an opportunity to do just that and to connect better together as people and individuals and get to know each other better. And just a reminder that this will happen on September 10th and 11th. And we're looking at potentially kind of a half day in the afternoon on Friday and a half day Saturday, probably ending about 1. Just want to let everybody have a little reminder about that opportunity. It will probably be in Park City area, and we will give you all the details later. And then just another comment to piggyback on what Board Member Earl said is, I believe that we absolutely do need to be responsive to the public, and I believe we are. 328 is a response to public concern, particularly 2 concerns. One was that educators were trying to help teach, kindness and respect and equity, and it was getting conflated with principles of other theories. And on the other side of that, people were saying, we don't want these theories to be taught in schools. And so 328 is actually a response to the public concerns. We should continue to listen. We should keep both ears open. And if we need to work on and make changes and clarify and see how things are rolling out, then we need to do that and continue to do that. But I believe that this board is, I mean, I don't know about you, but I have spent hours and hours and hours and hours of my life away from my kids, listening to public comment because I care and I am responsive, and so are you. And I thank you all for that.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights. Just a reminder that we have committee meetings in the morning. You'll have to look and see if you were at 9, 9:15, or 9:30 to make sure that you get there. And then we have a study session in the afternoon starting at 1. And they're virtual. So I don't see any more, so we will consider this meeting adjourned.